I'm going to walk you through exactly how to monetize your personal brand by converting your followers and subscribers into high-ticket coaching clients for your online consulting business. I'm going to be going into detail about the mindset that you need, how to build out your ICP, how to make YouTube videos, how to come up with better video ideas, how to use that into making Instagram reels, make a profile that actually converts, and build a personal brand that actually makes sense and converts with people into your consulting program. I'm going to be explaining the info product model and getting you to understand how it all works, how to generate leads, warm leads, how to nurture them, the appointment setting process, discovery calls, strategy calls, objection handling, client onboarding, fulfillment, scaling and recruiting, even my entire sales funnel. I'm going to be giving away everything. There is a ton of information here. Pull out a notepad, pull out a Google document actually, and start taking notes, because this video is going to give you the blueprint. You're going to be able to hit your first 10K, 20K, 30K with all the information I'm going to lay out with you in order to sign your first clients, deliver incredible results for whatever it is that you're teaching people, and scaling to 6 figures and beyond every single month, so that you can run up this business yourself on whatever kind of offer it is, whatever you're good at teaching. You can do this 100% for free. Take as many notes, open up that Google Doc, get your highlighter out, get your different color pens out. Let's jump right into it and get locked in. Welcome to module number 1, the entrepreneurial mindset that you need in order to run this business. The goal here is really to build a mental resilience, performance habits, and the identity that is required to operate a long-term professional personal brand. So why is this the most important module, and why did I put this at the beginning? It's because this is the core of your business. You are the personal brand, you are the business. And if any one of the core pillars that we talk about, which is your physical, mental, and emotional health, if any one of those are not in balance, then your business is going to not be in balance, and everything else isn't going to work the way that it's supposed to. And even if you're not making money, even if you're still in the beginning stage, that is the number one reason why it's not going to work out, because every single thing here has to be in check, every single thing that you do, in order for the whole business to run, because you are the personal brand and you are the backbone of this whole thing. So if the backbone isn't strong, if the spine, the tree trunk, the foundation, if your foundation of the building isn't solidified, you can have all the money, you can have all the glory, the beautiful windows, the levels of the floor, everything, it looks great, but at the core, eventually that thing's going to come crashing and burning. So very important. The reason why this matters is because the real bottleneck here, like I said, it's not making the money, it's not running the offer, the content, the sales, the onboard, all that stuff doesn't matter. The real problem here, the biggest bottleneck in businesses, is the emotional side of things. It's basically like the inconsistency, the comparison, perfectionism, burnout, not knowing who you are and how to act like the person you want to become. And more importantly, like the personal side of your life, because some of the most richest, wealthiest people in the world have a crazy, horrible personal life. They have no connection with their friends, with their family, with their partner or spouse, nothing. They don't have any of that. And that's the reason why they're the richest people in the world, because they have to focus on being the richest person in the world. So if that's your goal here, that's not what we're going to be doing here. I'm not teaching you how to become Elon Musk, bro, because honestly, quite frankly, that doesn't seem like a really fun life to live. Something fun is having a business that can work for you, that can run off your personal brand and be some kind of great cash flowing business, which is the info product space, that allows you to have the time and location freedom to spend with your family, to spend with your girlfriend, your boyfriend, to live life the way that you want on your own terms and have the time and location freedom. So that's what we're going to be doing here. But in order to do all those things, you got to be dialed in on your mental health, your physical health, and your emotional, spiritual health. And when I say spiritual, I'm not really a spiritual person. You may be. And that's just not who I am right now. I think later down the line, I will dive deeper into my spirituality, religion, and everything. I have faith. I believe in faith. I have faith in the universe. I believe in the universe, and I believe in karma. And I believe that when you do things that are good for people and when you help people, good things will come back. So at core, that's like the root of my own spirituality. I urge you to dive deeper into that and what that really means to you, because it means a lot of things for different people. Some people believe in God, and some people believe in a different God and everything. It's not a religion course. This isn't what this whole thing is about. This is about making money from your personal brand, making money off content. Anyways, we're not going to dive deeper into any of that stuff. So let's talk about what the internal foundations that you need to execute and to succeed in this video module series. Without this, you're going to burn out, you'll overthink, you'll stay stuck in hobby mode, and it's not going to be very beneficial to you if you go through all these modules without going through this one. This is the most important one. You need to, number one, stop thinking like a hobbyist. Stop treating this like a side hustle, like a hobby, because it will pay you like one. There's two types of people when it comes to the personal brand. There's the person who relies on other people to make money, and there's the person who makes money for themselves. Now, what does that really mean? So you're not a celebrity yet, and a lot of these celebrities out here can rely on their personal brand to make them long-term money, because like an affiliate partner or something, you think of like Justin Bieber, Kylie Jenner, Timothy Chalamet, all these big guys, they're supermodels. They've got all these endorsements and brand sponsorships that allow them to treat it like a hobby because it pays them extremely, extremely well. They have people wanting to work with them every single day so they can make a full-time income off this. But what we're learning here, we're not learning that. Maybe I'll make another video series when I've actually done that in my life, but we're learning how to actually make money from our audience and convert them into active leads who pay us high ticket so that we can sustain ourselves that way. And when you can control how much money that you make yourself, that's the best feeling in the world. The reason why we're here isn't to work a 9-to-5 job and have a boss. You can think of me as your boss, but I'm not a boss, bro. I'm your friend, man, and a mentor, a friend. Like, you can think of me like that, bro. You must become a professional in the way that you act, the way that you create and show up, even before the money comes, because money will come after. So get these things dialed in, super dialed in for your business, and then everything else is going to work its way out. If you have good mental health, you're journaling, you're mentally sound, like you know who you are, you've dealt with some of the big things that are maybe holding you back from opening up as a person to yourself and to others, and maybe you see a therapist, maybe you talk to friends about this stuff, maybe you talk to ChatGPT about it. Honestly, like, I've dealt with some of my biggest issues with AI, and just putting it out there in the universe is like one of the best ways to really let go of things and just relax. And like meditating as well is like super good for your mental health. Physical health, you gotta work out, like all these things, like work out, do some kind of physical activity every single day, something that is going to allow you to just be sound on these two pillars of your life. And then lastly, the emotional side of things, your emotional intelligence, and more so like your resilience and ultimately like motivation, mentality, it's all going to be there. So get those things dialed in and then the money will come. So number one, stop thinking like a hobbyist. This is just a side hustle. It's not going to get you what you want. And some signs that you are still in hobby mode is maybe you post whenever you feel like you're inspired, you're scared to maybe look at your analytics, the analytical side of things, or your pricing. You don't know what your goals are. You may not have revenue goals, and you're probably consuming a lot more than you are actually creating. And that's a big problem, because you need to shift that mindset. You need to become the person who is the creator, the producer, not the consumer. Think about like these big creators. Do you think that they are scrolling on Instagram all day? No. There's a thing called, I will talk about, it's called active scrolling, which is like finding inspiration and finding hooks, different things actively, but it's hard to do that, and it's ultimately like, there's a time and place to scroll. I'm a victim of doom scrolling, but I feel like I create a lot more than I do doom scroll. So as long as you have that, as long as you are creating, you're going to be good. Now, we've talked about it. I'm going to say it again. Your body is the business. Your body, your energy and brain are the most important business tools. Without those, like if you're tired, you have a foggy brain, you're sluggish, you're over caffeinated, you're smoking weed, your clarity and creativity will suffer. I guarantee you. You're not going to be sharp. You're not going to be able to take the sales calls. I have experienced this myself personally. I used to smoke a lot of weed, and I used to jump on sales calls and like just have brain fog and like forget what the prospect was saying. I used to just be like in brain fog era. Like I didn't really have like the analytical side of things in my business that I needed to have. So extremely, extremely important. Sobriety is great. And like, if you're going to run a business, you have to be sober. Sure, you can have balance, you can do it, but we're here to become great. We're not here to be average, right? And we're ahead of the 99% of people. So how do we differentiate ourselves from the crowd of people? Yes, you can smoke a joint. Yes, have a beer. I do it. But when you have this bad habit of relying on these substances and these stimulants every single day, that's not the way you're going to run a business. It's going to suffer. You're not going to be able to do it. You got to be either all in or all out. There's no in between. Performance Performance stacking, sleeping 8 hours a day, 7-8 hours. I just need 7 for me, but sleeping 7 to 8 hours, extremely important. No screen time before bed. 1 hour before bed, no screen time. I actually put my phone on my desk to charge it so that I'm not like scrolling on my phone. Sometimes for me, it takes me a while to fall asleep. I don't know if that might be the same case with you. It might take me like 30 minutes to fall asleep because my mind is always racing. My mind's always wondering about the next step. So put your phone on your desk, put your phone somewhere away from your bed where it's not accessible, and then you're going to honestly sleep better because your brain isn't just going to be active and firing all the time. So very important. You can use an app or a journal to track this stuff. I think an app is very good just to track like how well you're sleeping if you're sleeping really bad. So I think that's a great tool. But personally, I don't use any app or journal right now because I feel like my sleep is very consistent. I'm getting a consistent 7 hours. So that's all that I need. As long as you feel good in the morning, you're doing something right. Food. If you're working out a lot, prioritize your protein, man. But honestly, just having a whole foods diet, like you don't need to be like jacked, like working out hella, unless that's your business model. Yes, do the things that you need to do in order to run your business. And if that's the case, if you're a fucking fitness coach, prioritize the protein. But if you're not, if you're like someone like me running this kind of offer where I help people monetize their personal brand, you don't need that. You just need a whole foods diet, and you need a lot of water. You need to stay hydrated and no sugar. I mean, you can have the sugar, but everything in moderation. So those are some of the things that are very important in terms of your body. Sleep, food, very important. Whole foods diet, extremely important. Movement, 30 minutes of daily movement, at least 30 minutes a day, whether that's going for a walk, going for a lift, going for a run. Just move, do something. I've been running a lot. Running has been helping me a lot in my business because it's been honestly making me feel freaking so good. So get into running. Running is awesome. We're gonna leave those things aside. Your environment, extremely important. I mean, my desk right now is a little messy, but I've gotten a lot better at it. I had to clean out a lot of the things that are around me. I used to have like, in my older videos, if you've seen some of them, there's like big jerseys here. There's like sticky notes everywhere. My desk is full. It was so much clutter. And you know, when you have like a messy area of space where you're working at, that just means your mind is really messy. So clean desk, natural light, get the sun coming in. I mean, in the morning, the sun comes in right on me here. Yeah. Phone in the other room, we've talked about that. Another pro tip, super pro tip here. Record your content when your body and brain feel like you're optimal and you're on. So schedule your creative tasks for when your energy is at the highest. For me, that's like sometimes in the morning, the afternoon, sometimes even late at night. So whenever you're feeling like really creative and emotional and you want to get your point across, hit record. That's the best time to do it. And then when you're feeling lazy, edit the video, because there's no lazy here. But when you're feeling like your brain and body aren't at that 100% level, you're at the 99%, just do the editing part, just do the back end stuff, because content is the number one thing in your business. The more content you have, the more money you're going to make. That's just natural because marketing is everything. If your front end is better than the back end, it doesn't matter how shit your coaching is. Obviously, we're not trying to make a shitty coaching program, but you're just going to get more money. If you think about Andrew Tate, he started Hustlers University. He had Fiverr coaches. He had people working in India and the Philippines for like dirt cheap, and he was making $10 million a month in revenue, and he was probably keeping all that because like what, you're paying a Fiverr coach like $20 an hour? Bro, that's nuts. That's insane. And it just goes to show that in that time, he was like the most talked about person. He was number one on Google search. He was number one on everything. And it was all because the front end marketing is so good. It just goes to show that your marketing can be so freaking good and your product might be shit, but you'll still make a lot of money. But we want both of those things to be good. So yeah. Number 3, identity stacking. Let's talk about this. So every piece of content you make reinforces an identity. Are you reinforcing the identity of a broke creator or a high performance business leader? So, identity over your tactics. It doesn't matter about the stuff that you do. You have to just become the person who follows through with what they say, who practices what they preach, who speaks with conviction, believes in what they're selling, and believes in the thing that they're preaching. They make money from their message, and they build the systems that don't really rely on willpower. And what does that mean? It means that like, your systems and everything is like so in place that like at the end of the day, you are going to speak for your results. And if you have the entire 3 pillars of yourself locked in, everything's going to work itself out. It's simple as that. So ask yourself, what would the 7-figure version of me do today? What would that ideal dream person be doing? And then do one thing every single day. So that person would prioritize. For example, for me, the person who is making 100K a month off their personal brand is doing the daily things, focusing on content, making videos like this, prioritizing my mental health, my physical health, all of these things. And that's the number one thing that I'm focused on. And I know that if I do that every single day, everything else is going to align, because all the little micro things are just going to be so much easier to do. All the little details about the business, sales, funnel, everything, content, hook, strategy, everything. It's all going to work out as long as the 3 pillars are in sync. Bro, step 4, burnout proof business design. Bro, no, I don't like burnout, bro. Fuck burnout, bro. Like, it's more important to make sure that you're good rather than making sure that you post every day. Okay, so sustainable energy rules, man. You have to have goals for input. For me, my personal goals, I need to post every single day, at least 1 time per day. I post a lot more than 1 time per day on my Instagram, but I make it a non-negotiable to post every single day. And that's it. That's my goal. And then every week I post 1 long form YouTube video. That's my goals. And that's sustainable for me. I don't necessarily have like a schedule, but it doesn't take me too long to make an Instagram reel. So I'll often like either batch record or batch edit like multiple videos in advance. For example, if I'm going on a trip, like I'll like batch record like a bunch of different pieces of content and then schedule it ahead of time so I don't have to worry about going on my trip and posting every day. So that's one thing. You definitely gotta schedule rest. Like I think on Sundays, I try to like do as minimal work as possible, because throughout my week, I just have so much stuff I have to do and so much things that I have to get done on my plate that I make sure that like by the time it's Sunday that I can just like do some chill stuff, go for a run, go to the gym, do normal things. Yeah, but consistency will beat intensity every single time. So don't try to be a superhero every single week. Aim to be consistent for 6 months. Just be freaking consistent and you're gonna start crushing it. That's the number one thing, consistency. I would say consistency is the most important thing that you can do. Every single day if you post, you're not gonna miss a lucky viral video. Every single day. And every single day, if you just put 100% of your effort and do the things that you have to do, you're gonna get things done and it's gonna work out. So that's what I would say. And yeah, so number 5, emotional mastery and loneliness in this game, because it gets lonely. No one talks about how lonely and emotionally intense building a personal brand can be, because you can't really relate to people. You can't relate to the people who are your friends, the people you grew up with, the people you went to high school with. It's so hard because they can't relate to the goals that you have, and it just feels like you're bragging to people if you're telling people about your wins. Hey, I just onboarded my first client, I made this much money this month, I did this, I met this person, I did that. It just sounds like you're bragging to them. And so it can often make you doubt what you do, doubt your offer. It might make you compare yourself to others. You're gonna feel like you're going to be judged by the people who know you, your friends, your family. People might start commenting stuff, tell you that what the hell you're doing, and you're going to be frustrated. People are going to think like, hey, like, what the hell is this guy doing? What are you doing this for? Like, do you think you're going to be someone, or whatever thoughts that they may come across? So extremely, extremely important to have the mental strength to not listen to any of that bullshit. It's all fat. Just trim the fat out of your life and just build emotional armor. Like, it doesn't mean that you're not cut out for this, because anyone can be built to do this stuff. And honestly, it means that you're doing it right if people are hating on you. You know, I still read every comment I get on my YouTube or that I get on my Instagram. Some people can say some horrible stuff. Like, I've gotten some pretty horrible things said to me, but the biggest thing is to not look at it as like it's not the truth. Just think about it. Someone who's commenting something really hurtful on your stuff, like, they probably have no profile picture, they probably have no life, and honestly, you should feel sad for them. You shouldn't hate them. You should feel empathy for these people. They are hurting so much inside that they have to go out of their way to comment on someone who's doing something with their life to bring them down to their level so that they can feel better about themselves. You know how sad that is? Kind of makes me want to cry, because that is so sad. So just have empathy for these people. Don't take it to heart, because you already know damn well if someone with a verified account, someone with a personal brand, a proper thing, if they're hating on you, that's crazy, bro. So like, and it happens. Don't get me wrong, it will happen, but just know that like no one knows who you are and who you really are down to like a personal level. So just be a good person, just be kind, and the universe will give you kindness back, and it's going to reward you in ways that you have no idea, that you don't even understand yet. So just build an emotional armor. Normalize the boring weeks when there's no feedback. Keep a daily journal or a weekly journal for yourself. for your own like mental, what's the word, justification for documenting your wins, documenting, hey, I got my first viral video, I made my first content, I made my profile picture really good this week, like all these things. And then you can zoom out and track your progress quarterly. Don't look at the daily things. Look at how far you go every month, every 3 months. And that's what's really going to make you see the progress that you're making. Find the people who are doing the same thing that you can relate to them. And don't cut off all your friends. There's so many people out there who are like, yeah, I cut off all my friends. I don't talk to anyone from my hometown. I had to move out. I had to do all this and that. Like, that's so stupid. I actually feel so bad for those people because it's like, bro, those are people who grew up with you. Like, you're lucky to have friends. Like, so many people think that they're too good or that they're all this and all that. No, you're nothing, bro. You're freaking nothing. So keep your friends close. Have different friend groups. Just don't spill over. It's like telling the group A jokes to the group B. Do you know what I mean? Like, just don't overspill things. Like, have the entrepreneur group of people that you can talk to, that people will understand about your goals and your vision and stuff, and that's great. Just keep that solid. But don't overshare the same things that you're talking about with group A to your group B friends who you've known for your whole life. I make sure that I never go in super crazy depth about like the goals and vision that I have with like the people who don't understand it, who are not living the same life that I am living, right? The people who are not entrepreneurs, the people who are working normal jobs, they don't get it. They're gonna see you as bragging because it's like they don't understand the reason why you're posting every day and the reason why you're making content until they do. And then they're gonna see it as like, yo, like Mike's doing crazy now. That's insane. Yeah, like hit me up and then I can show you how to do it and maybe you can become part of my group A. So yeah, just moral of the story, not everyone's cut out for this, and it doesn't mean that you have to cut out everyone out of your life because they're not cut out for it. It means that not everyone can be an entrepreneur. Not everyone has skin in the game to do this stuff. Not everyone has the strength to take the hate comments. Not everyone can withstand like the criticism from their family and everything. It becomes too much at a certain point for somebody and it just shows you that they're like not built for it. But if you want to be in the top 0.01%, forget all that bullshit. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters in life. So live the life that you want. Just be a kind person and don't cut off all your friends, because there's going to be a point, and I've experienced this, where like I'm so locked in, I'm talking to people who are entrepreneurs and all this stuff, where I'm just like, bro, I just want to fucking chill and have a drink. I just want to chill, talk about some bullshit. Like, that's why I have those friends. That's why like I can like lean back on those friends and be like, yo bro, boys, let's go out for dinner, let's catch up. And then like when I'm seeing them, I'm not gonna talk about business stuff. Maybe if they ask me questions, like, yeah, of course you're gonna talk about that stuff, but it's like, keep things separate and your life is gonna be a lot better because you're gonna be able to like jump into different friend groups and know what to talk about, and you'll be able to like go on boys trips with your boys and like have those awesome memories that like you should be making when you're young. Don't cut off your friends. Super important. Even if your best friends don't understand your vision, it's fine. Let them not understand it. It's okay. You don't have to cut them off because they don't believe in your goals. It just means that they're on a different path than you. They don't see the vision because they can't relate. So don't cut people off, man. Just be a good person and keep your friends close. Keep your enemies closer. I don't know if that made sense, but yeah. So that's it for module 1. Mindset, super important. Make sure every pillar of your life is in check. From your mental health, your physical health, your emotional and spiritual health, and everything else is going to work its magic, and you're going to be able to be the person you need to be in order to run your successful personal brand, coaching, consulting business. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next module. This is very important when you're doing your deep work, and it's something that I kind of want to touch base on. When you're doing your deep work, maybe if you're not filming a video, but when you're doing your deep work, listen to some of this types of music. I mean, a lot of times, a lot of people listen to some rap or like even like classical music. It can be good, but it gets your heart rate good and like up and running, gets you all like jittery and stuff and anxiety. So try this out. Quantum focus, low frequency music. This is for deep work, very high focus music. I'm going to leave the links in these in the notes below, but very important because, I mean, this is something that you jump onto and it's like, bro, hop onto this shit, deep work in the morning, get the hardest things done, and you're going to be golden. It helps you focus. And then another one, accelerated learning, 40 hertz. This is a little bit of a higher frequency that activates like your concentration and like kind of focus. It's the same kind of idea, but like basically at higher frequencies, your brain is like, different parts of your brain are getting activated at different frequencies. Around at the 40 hertz range, your creative side of your brain, the side that is kind of like creative and like into doing like some tasks and stuff, is like starts to get activated. And then quantum focus, 13 hertz. That's another thing. So boom, look into this stuff. It is very good for whenever you're doing deep work, whenever you're trying to focus. Also, like being in just like a quiet space can also help. Whatever really works for you. Another thing is like going to different areas of your place. don't always just do work. Don't always do video work and then do your deep work in the same spot. I mean, sometimes I do that, but I find that if I go out to different places, even if I go to the library or the coffee shop, I'm able to get a lot more work done, put on some of this music, and I'm golden. That's some of the stuff that you should kind of look into and focus on, because why not? I mean, if you're going to be more optimal, this is what I do and like how I've been able to get a lot of work done. So like this is what I'm giving to you. So just so you get an understanding, it's like low beta. Like if you're an entrepreneur and you're focused, you're hyper productive, you're working for long periods, here's the ideal frequency strategy at the 12 to 18 hertz range, which was that video. So you're more alert, you're focused, you're thinking without stress, you have sharp focus, you have clear decision making, and you have long endurance with this type of frequency if you're listening to it while you're higher alpha is a little lower. It's calm, it's focused music, your creative problem solving. It maintains your relaxation while sustaining attention. High alpha. Low gamma, high level integration. This is the 35 to 45 hertz. High level integration, fast learning, strategic thinking, insights, idea synthesis. Now, all these things are very important to understand because this should be your workflow. This is important to understand while you're doing your deep work, while you're doing your creative work, whatever the case is. Unless you're like filming a video, you need it to be quiet. That's everything that you should do when you're doing your deep work, when you're locked in. So take it into consideration and always stay hydrated. Keep a water bottle with you because it's good to stay hydrated. It keeps your brain awake, keeps your brain alive. Don't do too many stimulants. I don't take any stimulants. I don't drink any coffee. So it's like I just live on water. I'm fucking crazy like that because I'm just wired on passion and motivation. Awesome. I really appreciate your time and taking notes for this series. Thank you. See you in the next module. Welcome to module number 2. We're going to be talking about building your ICP. Ideal client profile. Very, very important. If you don't have this down, you're not going to have your business down. It's going to be crashing in flames. So the goal is to build a precise, emotional driven, ideal client profile that unlocks all future monetization strategies, offer creation, sales messaging, content marketing, copywriting, video strategy, whatever the case may be. It's all centered towards your ICP and building that connection. You know what I'm saying? So leveraging an AI tool as a strategic operating device. Basically, I'm going to be using Super Video AI for this. I'm going to be showing you how I kind of leverage this tool to just get a better understanding of who my ICP is so that I can throw this prompt and make it into a ChatGPT project so that I could ask questions about my business, about making sales calls, about appointment setting, about any kind of aspect, what kind of video I want to make. Everything is tied into like one kind of ChatGPT project, if that makes sense, so that everything stays in like one area and the model can learn, the project can learn from all the different chats and become a lot more smarter whenever you're asking questions for your content, for your sales, for whatever the case may be, if that makes sense. That was a lot, so bear with me here. Very excited about going into this and diving deeper. So I want to know and talk about the ICP for a little bit. I'm going to take a drink of water. Now, your ICP, extremely important, like we mentioned, like we've talked about, but your ICP should be an extension of yourself. You should be talking to the younger version of yourself because when people watch your content, obviously it's a visual game. People are going to resonate with the age demographic. So when people watch my content, they're around my age or younger, maybe a little bit older, but I'm not targeting like older dudes, big business owners or anything right now because I'm just not at that stage right now. Maybe down the line when my presence grows a lot more exponentially, I will attract that and people will be like, oh, this guy's actually a fucking genius. But like, you know what I'm saying? So it should be an extension of yourself, a younger version of yourself. The easiest way to kind of go about talking to the ICP is talking about like to your younger self, talking about things that your younger self would have wanted to understand or know when you're doing this kind of business model. So it should be an extension of yourself, the younger version of yourself. That's the easiest way to go about doing it because it's just going to be a lot easier to relate to like the things that you were struggling with before, and it's going to be able to allow you to storytell, and that's the best kind of content, storytelling and being able to share experiences because people can really resonate and connect when you share an authentic, raw experience of yourself, going through some failures, having some success, whatever the case may be. And your younger version of yourself would be super proud to see that. So yeah, I mean, you cannot sell a premium offer or build an intentional brand if you don't know exactly to a goddamn T, who you're speaking to. Your ICP cannot be weak, cannot be having weak messaging, and it's honestly a waste of time if you're going to be doing that, if you're going to make content for everyone. Because yeah, another thing is that like the way you address your ICP, people don't feel special if you say, hey guys, what's up? Hey chat, what's up guys? How's it going? Because when you address your audience like that, the person who's watching the video, the single one person who is watching the video, they're going to feel like they're a part of a bigger thing, which is a community, but it doesn't really resonate with them. Yeah, that's like not the way you want to go about doing things, because when you talk to people, like when you go on the street, would you be like, hey guys, how's it going? To one single person? Probably not. But if you're talking to a group of people, then yeah, I mean, say hey guys if you're talking to a group of people. But when you're talking to one specific person, when you're talking to an audience, it's only one single person. That's the psychology of it. Because when you're watching a video on your phone and someone is directing it straight at you, and I'm watching this video and it's like they're saying stuff right to me, it's more of a personalized experience, and it's a psychological thing where I would feel a lot more special and important. And that's the whole goal here. At core, people just want to feel important. People want to feel like they're seen and they want to have attention to them and drawn to them. So when you can provide that through your content, it's honestly going to resonate a lot better with your audience. And just change your messaging. The verbiage is just needing to be tweaked. If you're saying, hey guys, what's up? Obviously, that's how people start out. Hey chat, what's going on? Cut the bullshit, cut the intro, bro. Like, you just need to talk to one specific person, and it's one camera. Like, you're really talking to one camera. So just imagine it's one person. It's going to be an extension of yourself. That's the way you want to create content. You want to be engaging. You want to be excited. Obviously, you want to be excited about the stuff that you're talking about. You want to be passionate about the stuff you're talking about. So when you decide to pick whatever the case it is, whatever you want to talk about, whatever skill or experience or whatever the case is, be fucking authentic and natural and raw, and then your true self is going to come out and resonate with that one person. Yeah, a lot of beginners, you know, they're trying to help everyone, right? Like I've mentioned, you know, we don't want to help everyone. We want to have clarity, because that's what is going to equal conversions. And the specificity is going to actually allow you to scale. You want to be attracting one person. You want people to either really like your content or really hate it. You don't want to have people in the middle or in between and just there for the entertainment, because that was a mistake that I made. I made a piece of content that went extremely viral. I got a bunch of subscribers. I got a bunch of views from it. But the value of my viewer, the value of my subscriber was very low, because like they weren't very into the stuff that I had to say when I wanted to talk about like mindset and influence and that kind of thing. And when I went into the realm of like my consulting and everything, like it just didn't make sense. So you want to attract people from a very early stage, the right people. You want the right crowd of people. Now, ICP, it's not just, you know, who you are younger. I mean, you want to make a full breakdown of who your dream client is, who that person is, the person who pays up on time, shows up and calls, does the work, the very A version of your previous self. So, I mean, you want to make up like a fake name or your name, like younger version of Michael. I mean, you want to find out the age, the occupation, the pain points that they're stuck with, their current situation, what are they doing for work, what are they doing outside of work, the dream outcome, what do they really want, what is their deepest desire, what are their hidden fears, the limiting beliefs, the purchasing triggers, what makes them actually say yes. So, for example, we got a fitness coach here. His name is Jason. He's 28 years old. He's a software developer. This is an example for a fitness coach. So you're targeting Jason. He's a 9-to-5 worker working as a software developer. No energy, no discipline. He's fucking skinny fat. He's embarrassed with his shirtless photos. He desires to feel more confident, date better, finally commit to a better lifestyle overall. And he fears failure. He feels like he doesn't want to go through failure, trial and error. He believes that he just might not be able to be fit ever. I mean, what a crazy belief, but believe it or not, people do believe these things. These are real limiting beliefs. And a trigger is that he sees his ex with someone more in shape. So that's a little bit of a little profile you want to kind of create. Go into detail. Be honest with yourself. Don't have an ego when you create this. If you're creating it for your younger self, just be honest and make it really good, because that's what's going to move your business forward. Now, step 2, build your ICP with ChatGPT. It's your AI assistant. So we're going to shortcut this process with AI. We're not going to replace your thinking, but we're going to accelerate it. So a prompt example that we could use is act as a high-tech business coach. Ask me 10 questions that will define my ICP in depth, generate an ICP with emotions, goals, and buying triggers. Yeah, you could do that into a new prompt, but I would recommend going to Super Video AI. I'm going to have the link in this description of the video. Now we're in AI. Okay, let's see. Super Video AI. Kaboom. Perfect. Expert in viral short form video scripting, creating powerful hooks, and step-by-step audience persona building. Perfect. ICP, IVP, ideal viewer persona, ICP, whatever the case is. Boom. We're going to click on that. Configure my ideal viewer persona. And this chatbot, I built it for short form content, but it's basically the same thing when you're creating your ICP. Use it. I'll make sure to kind of update things here. But basically, what is your niche? Asking what are you doing? Personal finance, fitness, beauty tech, self-improvement, storytelling, whatever the case is. Let's do fitness example, because a lot of people here are fitness influencers. So my niche is fitness. Awesome. Now, it's going to do its magic. Okay, what's the audience age range? Fitness people. Let's say 25 to 35, because we're targeting Jason. He's a 28 years old software developer. 25 to 35. 25 to 34, actually. There we go. I'm a little bit dyslexic, so bear with me. Just a tiny bit. Nothing crazy. Now, based on that information, it's going to give a rough idea that you can start on and that you can work with. It's going to give 20 of the biggest dreams of your audience, the fitness Jason guy, building lean muscular toned body, achieving long sustainable health, feeling confident, and is shirtless in a swimsuit. I mean, it's already got these things. So we've got biggest fears: gaining weight back after process, being judged at the gym, remaining where you're currently at, losing motivation, fear of starting too late. All these different things can all be, it's basically a nice generic start. Feeling confident about their body is their biggest desire. Obviously, not feeling ashamed, become their dream self. I mean, very, very simple stuff. We're going to save this stuff, copy it. And then now, what you're going to do with this list, you're going to go into ChatGPT, you're going to create a new project. We're going to call it ICP Jason, or we're going to call it fitness. Let's just call it fitness offer. Create project. Boom. Now that we have created that, let's add instructions to it. Okay, so I have this list of details about my ICP. Boom. Throw that bad boy into there, and then now we can ask you questions. What kind of long form content should I make for my first post? Let's see how well this thing does. High ticket or high trust first video framework. How I build my dream body from scratch in 2025. No BS. The harsh truth about getting fit in your 20s. No one talks about this. Woo! That's not bad at all. Grab attention first, call it. Okay. Now that's a short form piece of content. Okay. Not bad at all. Okay. Not bad. Now turn this into a long form piece of content. 15 minutes plus. And obviously it's going to go into crazy detail. Shit, come on, man. Stupid ChatGPT is not working. Full script. Title. Woo! The hook already is very good. Now I'm sure the meat of the entire sandwich is very good in here. Now the hook is very important, so let's see what it says here. If I lost all my progress, had zero discipline, zero gym routine, and had to rebuild my dream body from scratch in 2025, here's what I'd do. No supplements, no 75 hard, no fake grind old bullshit. Now if you're saying that and you're fucking jacked and you're like in a nice gym, and if you're like lighting is good and everything's great, the thumbnail is fucking intriguing, and you had a bodybuilding picture, boom, that's fucking a great piece of content. And if you're just doing a talking head video, it's not that hard to talk for 15-20 minutes and then just edit it up, make it into a 15-minute video. That's very, very good. That's all you need with this type of stuff. Boom. It's got the entire roadmap from you. I don't know why this isn't working, but you get the point. That's this content. I mean, use the first super video AI. You can still use it to make short form content, but I would recommend going all in on the long form content and then clip farming everything into little segments and stuff. So that's what I would say. Use that AI bot and then make sure that it aligns well and that you have everything that you need, and be specific. You can tell it to re-edit stuff. I'm just doing this for an example because I'm making it real quick. So yeah, now let's see. We've talked about a lot of these things already, but additional prompts that you can kind of use is like generate 10 content hooks from my ICP, write a pain point story from their point of view, list objections that they might have before buying a 2K program. It's not about just creating content. It's about like understanding the objections. It's about understanding like how it's going to be like talking to this person on the sales call, how it's going to be like working with this person with the fulfillment side of things. So many different things. That's why the ICP is so important, and why you need to start it off with a fucking bang, and you need to spend all your time, a lot of your time in the early stages figuring out who your ICP is, making a detailed list of exactly that person. Now, I mean, this is where the real monetization happens, because you're not selling coaching, you're selling the transformation, and people are buying into you. Everyone has a fucking fitness offer. Everyone has a personal branding offer, but the reason why you're here is because you like me. That's why. People pay for the proximity. Bro, I'm giving away everything for fucking free right now. And like, that's my goal here. Give as much stuff away for free, and then you're going to build a lot more trust, and then people are going to pay naturally for the proximity. People want to pay for you. They want to pay for the coach. People buy coaching. They don't buy into coach. They buy coaches. They don't buy into coaching. So that's what it is, but you're selling a transformation from their current identity to their desired identity at core. Like, obviously you're selling yourself first, but you're selling the transformation. So map the journey. Where are they at right now? Where do they want to go? And what's their life going to look like? What's in between that's kind of holding them back from getting them to where they want to go? And that's what's going to be inside your program. That's going to be the tailored fit solution to the barriers that they're facing. So we'll go into a lot of that stuff, into the sales stuff, into the psychology, and into the offer, into what this kind of looks like. But basically, yeah, I mean, like, you can find out as much information about your ICP as possible. I mean, your sales page can be written itself, all the copy, the website copy, your captions, everything. Like, just use it into that right here, into that ICP fitness offer project, and then it's going to be extremely yeah. So it basically becomes a living document that you refer to every time you make a piece of content, everything. Yeah. So based on all of this stuff, let's see, put as much information into that project as possible. It's going to allow you to just get a really good understanding of who that ICP is, and honestly, just leverage it all with AI. The AI will do its magic, and then you just gotta use the information and optimize it. Welcome to module number 3. Okay, so we're gonna be talking about YouTube. Why YouTube is first, and why it's content that compounds. So the goal here is to learn why YouTube should be the foundation of your content strategy. And I will go deeper and explain why. But by posting one long form video every single week, every 2 weeks, every month, whatever works for you, ideally every week. But why posting that every single week and then clip farming it for Instagram, for the Instagram strategy to post every day, will ultimately lead your content to compounding into conversions and clients. Now, this is why YouTube comes first, because most creators start with short form, and it's good to start with short form. It's good to really get a gauge and an understanding of why we do short form and basically learn editing, learn how to tell stories and all of that stuff pretty much. But with long form, it's basically the same thing, except you're doing it a little bit different. You're doing it a little bit smarter. Number one thing about short form is that it really does attract people who are window shoppers, if that makes sense. Not everyone, but with short form, it's all an attention game. People are just scrolling and scrolling, and it's so hard to keep someone's attention and also gain trust from someone, because you can watch people on Instagram and it's hard to really trust whatever they're saying. You can give some value on Instagram, you can give some small pieces of advice, good golden nuggets, something that someone can implement, but it is kind of difficult to get that trust off Instagram, because in order for someone to actually buy something from you, they need to consume 7 hours of content. That is the standard. So that's why YouTube comes first, and why YouTube is ultimately the number one platform for education and putting out videos like this, so that you can build that trust, because someone can change their entire life from one 20-minute YouTube video, 1 hour YouTube video entirely. And you can't really do that with short form. You gotta be posting millions of videos on short form in order to really, because if you think about it, 7 hours of content, that's crazy, bro. I don't even want to do the math for how many short form videos you have to make to match that. But with YouTube, that's 14 half-hour videos. You can do more math. So yeah, basically it ultimately, it just gives a deeper value. And the thing about YouTube is that it compounds forever. I once had a video on YouTube. I posted it didn't do that well, maybe 1,000 views. And then a year later, an entire year later, it started picking up. The algorithm saw it. And then I got like 9.5 million views on it, or 8.5 million, something crazy like that. But that's besides the point. YouTube is great for shelf life. So just because you post one video now and it doesn't do well, it doesn't mean that like in 2 years time it may go crazy. So that's the great thing about YouTube. And with Instagram, it's like when you post reels and stuff, it kind of just gets lost in the endless sea of reels and other creators doing the exact same thing that you're doing. So yeah, basically, one video you make is basically 20 plus different pieces of content, depending on how long it is and depending on what your content style is. But yeah, it's lifetime trust. If you hit the right problem, if you speak to the right pain points, you can post one high value video per week. I guarantee you can find the time to make some kind of talking head video. It doesn't have to be crazy edited, something similar to this, and you can honestly get so much people who trust you from that one piece of content. And YouTube is a long game. I'm gonna be honest. It's a lot easier to blow up on Instagram fast than it is to blow up on YouTube. YouTube requires a lot of strategic steps, which we're going to dive into. But clipping that long form YouTube video into short form pieces of content, basically clip farming, is the ultimate way you're going to be able to stay consistent, posting on Instagram every single day, every other day, whatever the case may be. But it's a lot easier to do that by focusing on the long form content and then clipping those videos into your Instagram. Because also another thing is that you're going to be talking and you're going to be in a flow state. And when you're in a flow of talking, it's going to sound a lot better and more natural compared to if you are scripting every short form piece of content, making a bunch of those. It's just not optimal. It's better to kill 2 birds with one stone here with one YouTube video. So what should you make YouTube videos about? The topics should come from your ICP's pain points, their questions, their struggles, their goals, whatever they're worried about, what's trending in your niche right now, all these sorts of things. And if you've done AI research project for your ideal client, if you have that project good to go in your chat GPT, just use that as your gold mine. Just ask it any questions, and that's going to become like an extension of your ICP. That AI project is going to be so valuable to you because you're just going to have endless amounts of content to talk about. You can start off scripting your videos, you can start off that way, but for myself, I like to go into it free for all. And I like to just kind of talk about stuff that I'm going through, stuff that I think about what my ideal client would be thinking, like their pain points. I just kind of go free for all. I find for myself, whenever I script things, it doesn't really land as hard and hit. So I just make sure that I'm recording, and it better be fucking recording when I am preaching something really, really good. You know what I mean? So that's how a lot of my videos recently have been taken off, because they're from a long form YouTube video and they resonate really well. And all the comments that I'm getting on my video right now, and all my videos are like, oh, you're so natural and you're so like charismatic and it sounds so like good. The way you speak is very nicely, you articulate very good. And yes, that is true. I've had a lot of training. I used to do acting school. I used to do vocal training. I know the whole process. But with all that being said, it's because I was able to become comfortable over a longer period of time making these videos. But in that sense, every time I make a video, it's still a little bit cold sometimes. At the start of these videos, it's like, okay, I'm just kind of warming up now. But then after like a couple minutes, you're good. So the best video that I have right now, for me right now, was taken from, I think, about 5 minutes into one of my long form videos. And by then I was already warmed up. I was speaking fast. I was articulating my thoughts and ideas very effectively and getting my point across very nicely and landing the points that were directly for my ICP. And that is fucking money. That's been working really well for me. But yeah, aside from all that, the most important thing about making YouTube videos is the thumbnail and then the title. I have here, it says every title and thumbnail should be the answer to a real problem that your ICP has. That is very correct. Your title should answer the questions that they're wondering. It should be the answer to the real problems they have. For example, for me, it would be like why you're still stuck at 2K per month, why you need to create a personal brand, why you should start posting in 2025, what happens when XYZ does this, or I don't know. And then maybe the thumbnail is like the harsh truth about why you're stuck at 2K a month, or me meeting like a big business person, or me sitting in a supercar or something, like why you need to start posting. Oh, if I start posting, and you see the thumbnail, damn, if I start posting, I'm going to be able to sit in a supercar like Michael. People want to see the mindset. That is the hook. Your title and thumbnail is the first hook of your YouTube videos. And it doesn't matter how long you spend on your YouTube video, it doesn't matter how long it is, how many good points you make, how well you articulate your thoughts. If you can't get them to click, it doesn't matter. So your title and thumbnail should be the number one thing that you start on, the number one thing that you should focus on and optimize. Get really good at your graphic design. Get really, really good at understanding the psychology behind the click. Why are people clicking? This is exactly why people are clicking. People want to get the answer to the problem, right? But how do you strike that someone has a problem when they don't even know that they have a problem with the ICP that you know very well? You need to know their pain points very extremely well, more than they know it themselves, because a lot of people are ignorant. A lot of people don't believe that they have problems. So it's your job to help guide them in the right direction, to say, hey, you have this problem. This is a video that's going to solve it. And there's so many videos like that you see, and it's the psychology, and you're not even thinking about it consciously because it hooks you in and you're locked in. You're like a fish. You're on the hook and you're fucking on that fishing line. That is very, very important for YouTube. And the number one thing that you got to focus on is the title and the thumbnail and the psychology behind it, like I mentioned. So what does that mean? When I think of making my titles, I want to have one of three things, or all of three things. Number one, curiosity, pain / fear, or desire. Fear, curiosity, and desire. If you can make someone fearful in the title, why you're going to be broke in 2025. If you can make someone curious, how to not be broke in 2025, and how you can make someone desire and fearful and curiosity. Let's see if we can do this all in one. How, the reason why you're broke in 2025, and how to reverse engineer it in 30. That is a pretty nice title. Now coming up with, because it hits all three of them, why you're broke in 2025, how you're going to not be broke in 2025, why you are broke in 2025, and how you are going to reverse that in 30 days. I'm curious about in the 30 days part. How am I going to do that in 30 days? I'm scared of being broke, so that creates the fear. It's like, why am I broke? I'm being confronted by my fear and the desire to get out of that. So that's an example. That was kind of hard because we have to really think about these things. And it takes a while to really do that, to craft a title. It's really good. Sometimes it comes off a fly, sometimes it doesn't. And a lot of times you should be looking at what other people's title and thumbnails are. When you create a title or a thumbnail, you should search it up on YouTube yourself and see what comes up, because 90% of YouTube is search based. So a lot of people are coming to YouTube with problems and questions, and they're searching these things, right? So if you can solve the problem and land the specific keywords to the problem and position your video as the solution as to why they should watch the entire video and why they should watch it, that is what is going to push out your content. Because the number one thing with these platforms, whether it's Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, they want users to stay on there as long as possible. So if you can get someone to watch your content all the way through, they're staying on the platform. So if someone watches my whole YouTube video, that means that they liked my YouTube video, and so they liked being on YouTube. That is good for YouTube, the company. And then YouTube will say, hey, this person liked Michael's video. Let's show him more of Michael's videos, because if he likes Michael's videos, he's going to stay on the platform. So let's show more of Michael's videos to this guy. And boom, you and YouTube are on the same page now, because the algorithm isn't broken. Your content is broken. My content could be broken. I'm always trying to improve it. So it's about getting on the right side of the fence and not staying on the shittier side, if that makes sense. So very important to learn the psychology behind the click. So this is how you do it. Just understand your ICP so well. And like we've mentioned, your ICP should be an extension of yourself, of who you were in the past, whatever the case is. If you are getting into consulting, if you're getting into coaching, which we're doing some kind of education here, you should have an understanding of who you were in the past, and you should have an understanding of what your ICP is. And I don't know why you wouldn't do that, because like, why would I create videos about how to do makeup and nails? Like, it doesn't make sense. I don't look like I do that, and you're an asshole if you tell me that I do look like I do that. But the point being, understand your ICP so well that you can think of titles and thumbnails just on a fly, and it's really just about solving problems at a core. If we're gonna simplify it, if we're gonna make it super simple, it's all about problem solving. Just create videos that solve problems and people will watch them. Now, how do you get people to watch them? You can't give away everything all at the start. You should be giving away everything, but you don't want to. You want to space things out. You want to have pattern interrupts. Now, one thing that Mr. Beast does very well when he watches his videos and when he goes about the process of his editing, he watches every video. And that's very important, because this guy can do anything in the world, but he watches his whole video before it goes out. And the reason being, you can do anything at that level, at Mr. Beast level, but it just goes to show how important it is to actually understand the video that you're putting out there and put yourself in the shoes of the ICP. So what he does is he watches it as if he was the viewer, the ICP, and then he finds the moments that are boring or that are slow or that just don't capture his attention, or where he gets sidetracked or wants to pull out his phone. Any moment like that, he notes it down, he notes the timestamp down, and then he will put some kind of crazy thing, some kind of new pattern interrupt, some kind of crazy B-roll, some kind of crazy song, or a brand new scene, something like that. And I find that that works very, very well. It really depends on your audience though, because for Mr. Beast, he's targeting like young kids, people who are just dopamine people, dopamine addicts, people who want to see the next best thing, and it works very well. But you have to operate at a high level to be able to do that, and you can apply the exact same thing to your video. So make sure that you're not talking on too much like how I am right now, and make sure that you space things out very well. The number one goal, because you want people to stay on the app, you want people to watch your video. If you get someone to watch the entire thing through, that is what is going to push out your video to the YouTube algorithm. So important, because when someone watches your whole video through, it creates a higher watch time. The most important metric is the watch time metric. That is why watch time is the number one thing. That's why it's so important. And that's why you need 4,000 hours of watch time in order to get monetized on YouTube, on top of having subscribers. But subscribers doesn't matter. The second most important thing is your click-through rate. Most important, second to most important metric of YouTube, because when you're looking at your analytics, you want to have a higher click-through rate. What it is basically is your video will be put up on people's suggestion, and it will become an impression. So you will get thousands of impressions, a ton of impressions, because it's coming up on people's feed. When people click on a video, new videos come up. That is what is called impressions. So when new videos come up, when people see new videos, that's an impression of that video and that creator. Whether you click it or not is what is going to result in that creator's click-through rate. So extremely important. That's why the thumbnail is so important, because it's a visual game, and the title and thumbnail, they have to work hand in hand. And then the title and thumbnail work hand in hand, and then the first 5 seconds also play off the title and thumbnail. So that's why the click-through rate and watch time are so important, because as the hook being the title and thumbnail, the next part of that process is actually watching the video, and if they watch the video all the way through, right? So all these metrics are what keeps people on the algorithm and what keeps people on the app itself. So in a nutshell, that's basically what the YouTube algorithm wants, and that's what it is, and that's what all of these platforms want. If you can keep them on the app, whether it's Instagram, all these short form things, that's why short form is a bit easier, because if you can keep someone watching like a short form reel, it's not that hard to make a really good short form reel. Obviously, I'm speaking from a place where I've been creating a lot of videos like this, and I'm no master at this, but I have a pretty good understanding, as you can tell, because I've kind of broke down YouTube's entire algorithm. Yeah, number one thing, watch time, and making sure that you are delivering on the promise of your hook and the title, the thumbnail, because that's the hook. We're going to call that the hook. Playing off the hook is the first 5 seconds. So if you don't deliver in the first 10 seconds, first 5 seconds on the promise, because if you're telling someone the reason why you're broke and how to fix it in 30 days or less, that's the title. And then you have a thumbnail of someone being extremely broke, and then someone on a private jet, and then the word 30 days. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good hook, right? I mean, I would click that, and that's meant for a very specific ICP, someone who is broke, someone who could potentially be like a college student, someone who is trying to figure out what they want to do with their life. That's solving a huge problem for young people in this generation. Now, if the first 5 seconds of that video is you talking about the reason why like they're broke, and you're in your room kind of explaining like the best business models or something, that person who's watching your video may click off of it because it's not delivering on the freaking promise, because the promise is how to go from broke to rich in 30 days or less. So if you're watching that video, you want to expect to see, right when you click it, the explanation of how you're going to do it, what it's going to look like, how it's going to feel, and how it's going to relate to myself, how it's going to relate to me. Because as a viewer, as someone watching something, everyone is looking out for themselves. Everyone is so focused on, how is this going to affect me? How can I put myself in the shoes of this person? And that's why these new content creators putting out like a lot of these lifestyle videos, these vlogs of supercars and all these things, and showing people these business models and stuff. The reason why these things do very well is because they're showing the lifestyle. They're explaining to people like what they do, how they do it, what it makes them feel like, what their day-to-day is like, how they go about doing their life, what their mindset is, and what their business is. And then people put themselves in the shoes of that person. So someone who does this very well is Brez. He basically makes all his videos very long, and they're very in-depth about like what his life looks like, all the cars he drives, all the different fun things that he does. And people who see that want to be like him. People want to be like Brez. So he is a freaking genius in terms of making that kind of stuff. And then naturally, people just end up in his funnel. People are like, yo, I trust this guy. I want to be like him. I want to learn from him. I'm going to pay him because I fucking trust him. I've seen all his videos. I want to buy Brez's course. I want to buy his program, his mentorship. Here's the money, Brez. That's the reason why he has millions of dollars right now. That's the reason why he made $1 million in May 2025. So, with all that being said, show the lifestyle, deliver on the promise, and it's a game of freaking advertising. It's a free marketing strategy, YouTube. You don't need to spend so much money in ads. You don't have to buy all these crazy things, looking at all your ROAS, all these things. And yes, paid advertising works very well. It's good with YouTube, organic. There's nothing better than that. You can't beat that because advertisements are short. They're 15 fucking seconds or whatever the hell. You can't beat a 1 hour video that someone's watching all the way through because they want to be like you. So think about that when you create content. Think about how you can portray your lifestyle, how you can portray who you want to be and become that person if you're not already that person, but portray how the person who's watching it can turn into you, because you are an extension of them, if that makes sense. And that's the best way to do it. The best absolute way to do it. And on top of just like speaking really well and articulating well, all that stuff comes with time and practice. But let's wrap this up. So in a nutshell, the weekly content stack, what it should look like is something like this. This is what I do. So I film one long form YouTube video per week. I film multiple per week because I have so many videos that I shoot and so many things that I want to say to the camera. So that's what that looks like. And then title and thumbnail need to be based on the ICP's pain points. And we've talked about this. We've talked about how this is the hook and how it's so important. And then once you've created that video, once you've kind of created that whole segment and you have your B-roll, you have the clips that you want to put into there, and you don't necessarily always need to have the B-roll. Sometimes the best videos are the ones that you can just like sit in and breathe and you're not just getting a bunch of dopamine all the time. And that's for a certain audience. I think for a more mature audience, because older people and people in like Gen Z, Gen X, or I don't know what these are, the generations. But let's say people who are like 25 to 30, maybe they like the dopamine, but they don't love it. Especially if you're creating videos for an older audience, people who are boomers, people who are like 40 years old plus. Yeah, don't make crazy edits for people. Like, they would rather listen to someone talk raw and authentically, unedited, no cuts. So that's what I say. And then post all of the clips. When you clip like 10 videos from one long form video, 5 videos from one long form, you use all of those for your Instagram and TikTok throughout the week. And then that's all nurturing your audience, all putting them into your ecosystem. And then we're going to get into how you're going to start converting people into your actual funnel, into the sales process, into explaining how you can help them out, that whole process A to Z. But at first, we need to capture attention, because that's the number one thing. The better you can capture attention, the more you can replicate it. Then if your leads go cold, just capture more attention. There's an endless amount of leads, because there's 8 billion people in the world. And I guarantee you that there is people who want to buy your program. I guarantee you. There's people who want to buy your product, your info product, your service, whatever it is that you're selling. People want to buy it. So make sure that you're speaking to that person very clearly and directly. And yeah, that's what it is. Content is the number one thing. YouTube videos is huge. So much value can be put on YouTube because it can't be replicated. YouTube is such a powerful tool because people go there. It's like the number 2 search engine, Google and YouTube, and they're both the same business. So yeah, with all that being said, just repeat that on a weekly basis. Stick with it. It's going to take a long time. I mean, for me, I've been creating YouTube videos for like 2 years now, consistently. It's been fucking hard, man. It's been hard, and it's been hard doing the short form videos every single day, but it has to be done if you're going to start a business. That's why you have to be a certain type of person in order to do this. Just let it compound. Trust that the dots will connect in the future, because you can only see the dots connecting in the past, but it's important to trust that the dots will connect in the future, and that is what should be pushing you forward. That's the end of course module number 3, and we're going to see you in the next module. We're on module 4, and we're looking at the profile that converts. So by the end of this module, you're going to have a profile and a brand aesthetic that instantly communicates your authority, builds trust, and funnels the right people into your brand, your personal brand, your world, whatever you want to call it. Now, part of this is called the trifecta, profile trifecta. Basically, your social media is your digital storefront, your first impression. That is your hook. Now, you have it on YouTube. You also have it on Instagram. It's pretty much similar in the same way. And you can use the same kind of format the way you do this. So your social media profile, number 1, you got to have a clear profile picture that shows a high resolution photo of your face, preferably smiling, or you could be mean mugging. You can look serious. Something that captures the attention of who you are. Now, for example, with my profile picture on Instagram, I mean, I'm wearing the same shirt that I'm wearing in my Instagram profile picture. I'm looking very sharp. I'm looking very, serious, and, I have a smile on my face, subtle smile on my face. Now, that is a clear example of something that aligns with me, who I am. Because I'm sharp. I'm serious, but I'm not too serious at the same time. I'm not overly super smiley, so I didn't decide to do like a super smiley face picture like this, but I do have those moments a lot, but I just want it to be professional. I wanted it to look good. Now, because people follow people, because if you just have like a logo or you have like some kind of picture of the sky, no one's going to follow that, because people follow people, right? Especially important on YouTube thumbnails. So on your YouTube thumbnails, you want to have like your face in there, because that's what's going to be recognizable, because people will recognize, hey, that's a Michael video. I recognize this video because it's a Michael video. I see Michael's face. Same thing like with Mr. Beast. If you see a Mr. Beast video, his face is always on there. It's like, oh, Mr. Beast video. So that's the kind of authority and the kind of brand and personal brand that you really want to build. As well as like on Instagram reel covers. I mean, it's not super important, but if you want your brand aesthetic to be cohesive with the types of videos you're making and stuff, yeah, you can 100% can design your thumbnails and stuff, because it does play a big role, and people do realize that and see that. For myself personally, I used to do that, but I kind of stopped doing that because all of my videos are kind of like pretty similar nowadays. I use like the same kind of format. I just clip farm everything from YouTube, so that's been doing me really well, and the workload is very minimal, so I've just been sticking with that. Yeah, what I would say is for a profile picture, you should have, some good lighting. You want to clearly see your face. Obviously, there's no distractions in the background. It's a clear headshot, and you want to have eye contact, because you want to be looking at the camera just the way I'm looking at you right now, because at the end of the day, people like people. It's human connection, bro. Yeah, you don't necessarily have to, but it's a good tip, and it makes people, when people see it, it's like, oh, I know who I'm working with, right? Yeah. Next, you want to have a bio that converts. You want to have a good bio, right? So you want to show who do you help and the problem you solve. Very simple. You can do this in very similar ways that I have done. Me personally, I didn't really want to be like, I help broke creators start monetizing their personal brand to hit 10K a month. I didn't want to do that because it's a little too much. I think it's a little too salesy. So what I did, I just said, scale your personal brand with an arrow down to the link. And that is my CTA. And honestly, that's the only CTA that I have. The only thing. There may be some in some YouTube videos, whatever the case may be. But 99.9% of the time, I don't have any CTAs because I want people just to get value. And then naturally, people are going to click on my freaking link. So yeah, it's kind of like the reverse psychology phenomenon. It's basically like, okay, think about this. So when your mom or your dad tells you to go do the dishes and then you were just about to do the dishes, like say you were about to do the dishes, like some random thought, hey, today I'm just going to clean the dishes. I want to do that. Or I'm going to go take out the garbage because I remember it's garbage day. Then on your way to go about doing that, they're like, hey, Michael, can you clean the dishes for me, please? Or hey, can you please take out the garbage? I don't have to ask you so many times. Like, oh my God, it makes you not want to do it. It makes me not want to do it. I know that for myself. So I know damn well that like when this happens to you, you're like, fuck, I was gonna do it because I'm a nice guy. I want to do this shit, but now I don't want to do it and I'm fucking dreading it. So don't have people fucking dreading hitting your link because 99% of the time or 90% of the time, I mean, sometimes I don't think I've ever clicked on someone's link in their bio or their YouTube video or something when they're like, click the link in my bio or hit the link in the description below. It's like you're shoving things down people's throats. You basically just want to keep it very simple. Just have the call to action. If people see the value, and the right people will see the value because they will be like, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about. Fuck, I could really use some of the stuff he's talking about. I kind of want to find out more about him. But click on your video, click on your profile, boom, they're going to click your link. That's how this stuff works. That's the way you want to do it, because if you're just telling people, oh, click the link, it doesn't work, bro. I mean, it may work. I mean, it works for some people. It might work for you. It's something that you should split test. I definitely recommend split testing because like you can see, oh, is this going to work for me? Is it working? How's it working? Let's try not doing it. Let's see, do the reverse psychology method that Michael's telling me. So it really just depends on what you're trying to do. So yeah, you want to have a funnel first link. Preferably link it to some kind of lead magnet, an application, or a call booking page. I personally like doing the entire process, and there's another video in this series that walks through the entire sales process that I basically use for my business and how people become prospects in the buyer's seat. From stumbling upon my content from first touch all the way down to the buyer's seat. And now the way I do that is by having some kind of application form where I just collect a name, phone number, email, and then I will reach out to them personally. I like doing that because it's more personalized and people trust you more when you do that and do the entire appointment setting process. However, you can directly link whatever it is that you want in your bio for your Instagram or your YouTube. You can have a direct lead magnet or your call booking page. Both of those work. So yeah, I mean, some people will put into the calendar, some people won't. I like the appointment setting process because, like I said, it adds a lot more value. People tend to kind of respect that. Whatever the case may be. I'm just trying to think right now, like what I would do if I were to like click on someone's link. Like what would I want? A lot of times you can put it into a custom VSL. You have your link as a custom VSL where boom, you have the VSL and then you have an application form. So that is ideally like what you want to have, like some kind of video sales letter, basically explaining like what you do, the people you've helped do things for, and why you need to fill in the form and make it like a no pressure thing. That's basically what I would do. Now, for me, I have my VSL, my video sales letter on my YouTube, and I like to think of my Instagram as all of my content is the VSL, because I'm selling myself. Every video I put out there, I'm selling myself, I'm selling my knowledge, I'm selling the fact that like I know something that is valuable. And if you want to know this as well, if you believe that this information could potentially help you in your business, you're going to do the natural thing, because I think people are smart, right? And a lot of times, a lot of people are stupid, and a lot of people don't necessarily do these things. So I'm now kind of realizing I might have to do some kind of shifts potentially. However, my process has been working pretty well, and I'm a people person, so I don't mind doing the outreach. I don't mind talking to people. Now, in the future, I don't have time for that. I mean, that's a lower leverage task that can be delegated. So it really just depends on what you prefer or what you think will work best for your offer and your business. Personally, I would do some kind of application form, and then I would also have some kind of VSL, video sales letter, incorporated with that. Now, let's talk more about the brand aesthetic and your thumbnail identity. So your visual identity should be the main focus of any type of YouTube video that you do, especially for YouTube, because it's so important, because that's the first visual hook that you see. We've covered that. Now, your visual identity should basically train the algorithm, and it should train the audience to recognize your content before they even see your name, before they even see the title. Brand cues equal visual memory triggers, right? Now, what does that mean? Whether it's YouTube thumbnails, Instagram covers, your brand should follow a consistent visual language. You should use the similar fonts, you should use similar colors, your layout should be fairly similar, and your face obviously should be there for repetition and recognition. Now, you don't want to have inconsistencies of this, because it's going to be hard for people to kind of spot, like, oh, that's a Michael video. So very important to keep things cohesive. And yeah, like we've talked about, YouTube thumbnails, your face is your brand. It's like the classic like YouTube thumbnail face. Like, you don't need to do that always, but it does create emotion. It does create that like familiarity when people see it. Something to explore. You want it to be like a profile picture, right? You want it to be like close up, professional, expressive. You want to trigger emotion and have it be high contrast. Think also about colors. Think about your colors that you put into there, and there's a big spectrum of like different types of colors that are like pleasing to the eye, and complementary colors that like stand out to people. Now, ideally, you want to be like leveraging that as much as you can, leveraging what your thumbnail and the visual presentation and looks like for your thumbnails, because so important. It's what's going to make you stand out from the 99% of people who are doing the exact same thing as you. So always be thinking about, how are you going to stand out from the next person out here? Obviously, you are your own unique person, but the niche, I mean, your niche, whatever you're talking about, there's other people in the same niche, right? That's your competition. You gotta think of it like a game, bro. Are you putting in more work than them? At what level are you thinking that the next person who wants the exact same thing that I want, at what level am I thinking? Am I thinking a level ahead? Am I thinking steps ahead? Am I behind? What does that look like? How bad do I want it? We're getting a little Goggins here, but that's the mindset you need to have. Now, layout's got to be consistent. Avoid the clutter. Keep things simple. Avoid clutter in all areas of your life. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Your desk should be clutter-free. Your room should be clean. You should have clutter-free mind. Everything should be like in a cohesive form, and it's going to allow you to just have that organization that you definitely need for your thumbnails. For your Instagram covers, like I mentioned, it's very important to have an aesthetic looking Instagram, something that looks pretty nice, pleasing to the eye, have the thumbnails look good, but it doesn't need to be absolutely freaking bang on perfect. However, just create that consistency. And when you think about it, like the first frame of your Instagram is the hook. It's the same thing compared to the YouTube thumbnail. It's the hook. It's the exact same thing. So first couple of seconds, so important. It's gotta be visually punchy. And if it's not visually, if you're sitting in a dark room, are you talking about something controversial? Are you talking about something that's gonna make people stop the scroll? You always wanna keep people hooked, because there's always the opportunity cost. What is the cost of watching Michael's video where I can instead be watching Netflix? I could be talking to my friend. It's not just other videos. It's not just the next scroll. It's literally everything around the person, the viewer, the ICP, everything that is being experienced by the viewer. You got to take everything into consideration, whether it's their bedroom or their, obviously the next video, the emails they're getting, the text messages, the other Instagram, the other apps, TikTok, YouTube, Reddit, all of these things. Your video has to take their attention, number one, and that's what's going to ultimately push your video out into the algorithm and create that consistent flow of views, followers, leads, clients, sales, money, Lamborghinis. So all of that being said, make sure that you are thinking about every single factor when it comes to the viewer experience. It's not just about what people are watching, it's about the other things in the external environment and internal environment as well. So how can you stop that train of thought and get them to be psychologically driven to put everything else aside and watch your video all the way through? If you figure that out, you've mastered marketing. So with all that being said, the best thing I would do for your thumbnail strategy, I would go out and take photos. Like I would go out and take like some nice aesthetic photos. Like if you are doing some kind of like fitness fitness brand or fitness personal brand with a fitness offer, I would get someone to take a bunch of photos of you in the gym that look really good. And then you could always put text on the thumbnail and always add like what the video is about when you're working out looking good. If you're doing like, say you're like me, you're doing like a content creation kind of channel, and I would get videos and photos of you in action taking pictures, or if you're a photographer, yeah, like taking pictures or being on set. If you are like a crypto trader or like an e-com guy, like I would get photos of you on your computer, on your desk, locked in, different like mug shots, different like facial expressions. Like even if you're the fitness guy, you could do a bunch of different facial expressions, but with fitness it's a little bit different because people want to see that you're fucking jacked. So yeah, with all that being said, keep like a b-roll library of your face and all different types of content, because like b-roll is also very, very useful. Don't underestimate the power of b-roll, because it comes in handy when it comes to making thumbnails, getting pictures for your Instagram covers, all that sort of thing. Even like Instagram carousels, I mean, not very important to focus on for the carousels, but still pretty important. So yeah, with all that being said, just keep a library of stuff. And pro tip, like if you have some kind of like digital camera, something that looks kind of aesthetic, my girlfriend has one, so she takes photos of me sometimes, I take photos of her, very PG, and we use those for our Instagram and for our thumbnails and stuff like that. So it's a very cool asset because people like seeing the retro kind of things. So yeah, I think that adds some cool aesthetic to thumbnails that I've been making. And yeah, so with all that being said, make sure that you lock everything in. For my stuff here, I'll show you exactly what, just so that you have a clear example. So obviously you can see, I have a clear profile picture, I'm looking nice, I'm looking good. I got my link, and I have what exactly it is that I do. I have a profile category, entrepreneur, scale your personal brand, link in the bio. That's my only call to action. People naturally go to that. And I mean, my username is very simple. It's my first and last name. Hopefully you don't have like one of those generic names like John Smith. That is very shitty, and I'm sorry if that's you, because fuck bro, you can't have John Smith because someone has John Smith. So hopefully you have an ideal name. Don't add any numbers or anything weird like that. Eventually, you want to also get the verification. So let's just pretend that I have the Instagram verification, because honestly, there we go. That's the Instagram verification. I told myself that when I hit 10K, I'm going to get the verification. But with that being said, you should definitely get the check. It definitely adds that asset, because people will respond to you when you're doing your outreach and stuff, more likely because they see, oh, verified Instagram account, text me. So yeah, because then you're not just going to be lost in the sauce. But I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to get 10K and then get the check mark. So pretty soon I'm going to have that. In this point of time, I don't have the 10K yet. I'm very close, a couple days away from it. But yeah, when you're watching this, I probably do have the 10K. So you will see the Instagram verification, very important. That's what that looks like. And now what my YouTube looks like, relatively the same thing. I mean, I have a different profile picture. I just think it fits better with my channel banner, as you can see here. And on YouTube, I have a different kind of bio. I say I help creators monetize their personal brand. And I just wanted to keep it simple. Have the main link as the first thing. I got the whole thing, and then I have my VSL here as well. So that is basically the entire cell. That is what it is. I have the same link over here, exact same thing. I have a lead magnet here, create your ICP. Pretty much just nurturing people with that lead magnet. It's pretty much like just a nurture, just to build trust, give some people some value. And yeah, that's basically it. I have this long VSL here. It's basically giving a bunch of free value. People can make a bunch of money watching that VSL because I give them everything it takes in order to build a 6-figure personal brand in 2025. And I'm obviously going to be updating that with all the new knowledge that I'm getting. Every day I'm improving. I'm always looking to improve myself, and that's something that you should always do yourself as well. Always look to do something better. Always look to strive for excellence. I'm not perfect, but I like to think I'm pretty educated, but I'm nowhere near where I want to be. So always prioritize improvement. And yeah, with all that being said, I'd say these personal brands look pretty decent. Learn a thing or two from this video. It's very important what it looks like to the eye, because we are visual people. It's more important than what value you bring, because if you can't hook people with your visual presence and what your personal brand visually looks like, then you're not going to be able to hook people in the value that you bring to the table. So with everything being said, that's the end of this module, and I'm going to see you in the next one. Welcome to module number 5. We're going to be talking about the info product and coaching business model. Now, I need you to understand something. This business model has a lot of hate and a lot of lash because a lot of people are out there scamming people for a bunch of bullshit products, and coaches are giving away courses and people becoming course sellers. But erase all of that stigma for a second. This model is one of the best business models because you can truly, if you use the information right, and if someone gives you a really good info product model, you can truly change your life. Change mine, change the way I look about info, and change the perspective that I have on business itself. Now, have a good mindset going into this because there's a lot of people out there who are doing it for the money. You want to be doing it for the greater good of helping people. You ultimately want to be the person who can point them in the right direction, whether they buy from you or they not on that sales call. So very important. But to understand this business model, let's dive into it. What it is, it's basically selling information. It's selling digital products. Simple as that. Monetizing your personal brand. And yeah, so a lot of creators are told to sell an ebook or sell some courses, make some video courses and sell it. But those routes require a ton of volume, big ad budgets, huge audiences to make a decent amount of income, a decent amount. So the low ticket stuff, you should have a low ticket, but it's not going to be the main focus. You should, at the last resort, point people in the direction of your low ticket offer, but you're not here to be, a broke course seller, right? You want to be here to build a high ticket personal brand that gives you leverage, income, and fulfillment that change people's lives, right? You want to actually have an impact on people's life, because if you just sell a bunch of different high ticket offers and you don't give any fulfillment, you're just going to be wiped off the face of the industry, right? So take every single person with a lot of care and actually give them that thing that you're offering them, right? But let's get into it. Online business model map. Most common digital business models are the low ticket products like a school community right away. I mean, it's great for building an email list. It's low barrier to entry. It's a powerful lead magnet and a segue into high ticket programs. So myself, I have a low ticket product. I have a school community, $29. Now that is my lead magnet. That is what people go into to kind of get all this information and get a little bit of understanding so they can have a bit of the proximity to me. They can text me directly and I will respond to people on there, but it's not my main focus because the cons of this, there is a low lifetime LTV. There's high churn. It attracts non-serious buyers. It takes massive volume to hit 10K a month. Like, just do the math. $29, $30, $100 even. Like, bro, you need to sell like so many freaking things to make so much money. And like, it just doesn't work that way. It doesn't make sense. Why would you go low ticket when you can go high ticket? So high ticket is the actual model that we're going to be looking into doing. It's what's going to give you that leverage, bring in that cash flow, and honestly allow you to scale to 6 figures and beyond very, very fast. So when you deal with people in your funnel who do one-on-one coaching, but logistically they can't afford it or has bad credit history, this is honestly the last resort, the low ticket stuff. But with high ticket coaching, personalized coaching, consulting, done with you implementation, people are paying for your access. Like I said, you're giving away all your information for free. You're giving everything for free. Put it on your YouTube. Build that trust with people. And then people will naturally like you. People will just want to work with you. That's the goal of this. Because people are paying for you. The high ticket is basically, it's not coaching. It's high ticket Michael, high ticket John, high ticket Amy, whatever the hell, whoever it is. So you are really just giving access to people with this high ticket stuff. You're basically putting a price point on your time and how well you can give this transformation to someone and connect with them. So that's what people are paying for. The pros, there is very high profit margin, very high. People are paying you for your time. You don't have to run a drop shipping store. You don't have to run ads. You don't have to run anything. So it's really good. You have very good transformation. The testimonials that you can make out of one-on-one coaching and everything is very, very good testimonials and marketing content, because this type of training and stuff is so personalized that it's like, you can't not succeed if you're actually putting in the work, if you're working one-on-one with someone who's giving you the tailored fit advice, who's giving you the one-on-one support and all that type of good stuff. So it's very hard to fail in this business model. It's the fastest path to 5 figures a month. I mean, just sell 2 high ticket deals at 5K and you're at 10K a month. You're at 5 figures. Boom, easy. Or 5 people at 2K. I would say 2K at the very least. A great price point to start out is around like 3K, 3 to 4K, all the way up to 10K. It really depends on what service you're providing, what kind of transformation you're giving to the people that you're working with in your ICP. So with that being said, let's continue. The cons, it requires a lot of confidence and conviction in your service and what you know really well. So if you don't have that, go work on your stuff. Go work on exactly what it is that skill is that you're actually trying to help people with, and then come back to it, circle back to it later. Do a lower ticket, mid ticket, under 2K. But yeah, it takes a lot of time. It's very time intensive, and you know what? It is worth it though. It is very much worth it. It creates a lot of cash flow, and it's a great starting point to build up that cash flow and start putting money aside to buy the car you want, buy the house you want, buy the lifestyle that you want, and then keep on scaling so that you can eventually just collect as much capital and you can invest into different business models. Because this business model, I'm going to be frank with you, you can't sell it. You can't exit this business model because it's attached to your personal brand. Make sure you understand that. This isn't something you can just build up and exit. It's a cash flowing model. It's a cash flowing vehicle that's going to allow you to collect as much cash, build as much fucking bread so that you can do whatever it is that you want to do. Now, when you start coaching, one-on-one coaching with 5 clients, that's honestly the best place to start. You don't want to have a bunch of people here. There's 2 different routes. You can go the volume method. You can get a bunch of people at 2K, make a lot of money, or you can go scarcity route, which is my route, which I prefer doing. Work with 3 to 5 people max. That's it. Charge extremely high ticket. Say you're fucking charging something for 10K and you're working with 5 people. Fuck, bro, 50K a month, not a bad paycheck. So that is also going to allow you to spend more time with people and give your access more to them and also get more value out of the program itself. So yeah, this gives you proof, experience, cash flow. We've talked about it. You build testimonials, content assets. Just because this business model is so close with your client, it's like they have no choice but to succeed if they actually put in the work, right? It's your job to kind of hold their hand and help them along, but you can't do the work for them. You can't do the bicep curls with them. It's basically done with you. So I hope you understand that, and I hope your clients understand that as well. Make sure that they are very crystal clear, transparent about the fact that they need to put in work themselves. Now, before you scale, understand like what's working, what's not working, what you need to implement in terms of your fulfillment, in terms of your sales process, in terms of your content, whatever it is. You start out somewhere and you start working your way up. You always got to tweak yourself, not tweak out, but tweak your flow of doing things, your workflow in your business, and then you're going to be good. So the way I like to structure things, it could be an 8 or 12 week program. Usually it's like a 12-week program, or you can do a 6-month program as well. You do weekly Zoom calls, Google Meets, whatever it is, access to you on Telegram, Slack, messages, Instagram, whatever the case is, school community, whatever. And basically make sure that you have a milestone-based curriculum. Basically provide them with a template, something that they can follow, a guide, so that they can actually stay locked in and follow something. Because if you just give someone a bunch of videos and stuff, it's hard for someone to actually look into it. When you enroll into school, you always get a course outline, a module. Just think about it going to school, like going to high school again. When you get a course outline, you see exactly what the whole semester is going to look like in terms of the projects due, in terms of the different types of homework that's due, the projects, the tests, the certifications you get at the end. So make sure that you understand that you need to give a curriculum as well. Now, once this is dialed in, now you can start maximizing LTV. Once you already have people in your funnel, in your ecosystem, and people are buying into your mentorship, people are getting the results they want, make sure that you maximize customer lifetime value, because it's not about how many clients you can get, it's about how many clients you can keep. How much is one client worth to you over time, right? Ways to increase your customer lifetime value. Start with one-on-one and then offer like a back-end mastermind. Offer the low ticket into the high ticket. Nurture them all the way through that process. Give them ongoing monthly support, like $500 to $1,000 a month, or a rev share model, which is, I would recommend doing that, like 10, 15, 20% of the revenue if you offer that ongoing support and they're benefiting from it. You can be like, it's like growth operating model. It's getting very popular now, but just understand customer lifetime value is a lot more important than just getting new clients and stuff, because it's hard to get new clients, it's easier to keep more clients, and it's going to make you more money. Now, launch new content, workshops, bonus offers after each quarter, give bonuses, give surprise stuff. That's just going to increase your LTV. Now, you can use the low ticket offers strategically. That's what I do, and we've talked about this, to basically front end and qualify buyers, but don't rely on them for the income. We've talked about that, because it's going to be a lot of non-serious buyers who are looking for just a bunch of free shit, which they're already getting, but they're going to be trying to, I guess, like pull as much value out of you as possible that you should be giving to your one-on-one clients. You should be giving that access to the one-on-one high ticket people. But yeah, don't like gatekeep anything. Just give everything that you want to give. I would recommend giving everything away for free. That's the way I would like to operate, because people are really paying for the access. People are paying for the proximity of you. They're not paying for the fucking course modules. They could care less, because you can go find this information online. Quite frankly, you can find all this video information I'm talking about on YouTube. You don't have to pay any course for it, but you paid into this. You're in my ecosystem, whether you paid it, whether you didn't, whether you're just watching for free, whatever the case is, you are in here for me. You're watching this video up until this point just because you like me and you like the way that I talk, the way I am, the way I explain things. So that's the reason why people buy high ticket. So key questions to basically understand understand so that you can choose your model. Do you want to work with people deeply or at scale? That will determine what your ticket price is. Do you want to work with 100 people at 2K, or do you want to work with 5 people at 10K? Different things to consider, right? Figure out what you want to do, how many coaches you can hire if you're going to go for the volume route. I would 100% recommend you go high ticket and you go at a low scale, because people are paying for your one-on-one access. And if you promise them that you're going to give that one-on-one access, but then they just end up in the sea of like 100 people who are talking to different coaches who are not yourself, then that's not going to really build a lot of trust. You're going to be like, fuck, I got scammed. I'm not getting Michael's support. What the fuck did I pay my money for? I want a refund. Give me my refund, Michael. I'm going to give you a bad testimony if you don't. So understand that. Now, when you work with people deeply, you really build that connection. It's just ultimately better. And then, and only then, if it gets really crazy hectic, you can still delegate your work to different coaches and stuff. But like for like live big meetings and stuff, like I 100% recommend you go at some kind of scale. I mean, don't just do 5 people. I mean, if you have big demand, I mean, like balance out that demand, right? Now, understand what you like doing, whether you enjoy teaching live or if you would rather put a bunch of pre-recorded content, whatever the case is. Honestly, have the fucking decency to teach people on Zoom. Have the respect to teach your fucking customers on Zoom, on a live call, connect with them face to face. Have that respect, bro, because you're not above them or below them. It's like, you are like at the same level, you just have a bit more information and you're helping them out. But at core, we're all human, man. So just be a good person. Now understand, are you more of a coach, a creator, a consultant? Like, you have to be all 3 of these at first, but learn what your assets are. Learn like, okay, am I a good creator? Do I kind of suck at my delivery and my coaching? Okay, I need to get better at it. Or vice versa. Am I better at consulting and I kind of suck at creating content? Whatever the case is, but you should be good at all 3, and then you should start to delegate whatever it is that you don't really like doing or that you would prefer not to focus on. But to understand all 3 is so important, because you can't delegate something unless you understand it very well, or basically to a good understanding. So know those things, and then ask yourself, can I help people get a clear transformation right now? Can you make someone have that transformation? Can you? Ask yourself. I know I can, so that's why, I'm making this video. But if you can't, do a trial run with someone. Make sure that you have your fulfillment locked in and that you do that process, you're confident, and that you have conviction, because when you have conviction, that's the way you're going to sell, because people are going to read it through the screen, right? So do that with someone first, run it as a testimonial, and then your confidence and clarity is the highest form of leverage in this business model. It's going to allow you to grow into more scalable models. And so on a final note, I would understand what your pricing is, figure that out. I would also make sure that you have an outline course curriculum for your one-on-one coaching program, and then build a ladder, a value ladder. Map your low ticket to mid ticket to high ticket, because not everyone can do high ticket. Sometimes it's actually a logistical problem. They have a horrible credit score, they can't do it, but they really want to do it. Put them into your fucking low ticket community. Get their credit score up, get their fucking cash up, and then boom, you're gonna become a mid ticket or a high ticket. Like, just make sure that like you don't leave out any value, and that you get people into your ecosystem, and that you run that shit up. Now, choose your business model. I recommend high ticket. That's the reason why you're here. You want to make a lot of money, so do the high ticket model and price your offer based on the value of the outcome, not your time. Don't do like hourly rate for yourself. Like, price your offer based on the value of the outcome, My offer is extremely expensive because the value of that outcome is exponential. The information I'm giving you right now on the sales skills and like the offer creation and the content, the copywriting, all of this shit, you can take this and go build a 7-figure business model with it. That's how valuable it is. So it only makes sense for me to charge extremely high ticket. I'm not charging like 2K for this shit. It's more expensive than that. And quite frankly, you shouldn't charge 2K for this stuff, because why would you do that? You need to know your value, and it takes a long time to understand that, and it's always a sensitive thing. It's always been a sensitive thing for me to charge what I believe I'm valued at, and it's just a hard thing to do, but it's something you need to understand and you need to lock in very fast, because people will have a demand for your product or service or whatever it is that you're offering, whatever your offer is. So understand that and understand where your value's at. Don't cut yourself short. Now, in your bio, just write a very simple transformation process. I help a specific person go from pain, whatever it is that they're dealing with, to the desire in time frame. Here's one. I help 16 to 18-year-olds go from extremely skinny to jacked as fuck in 6 months or less. That's your simple promise. You write a simple promise. Like, it should be in one sentence. You shouldn't say, and I do this, and I do this, and I do this. No, simple. Keep things simple. For me, I help creators go from $0 to $10,000 a month plus with personal branding in 90 days or less. So that is my promise, and that is what you should have as your North Star that you should always refer back to so that you can understand what your offer is pretty much. Now, final word, your monetization is the freaking vehicle, but it only works if you commit to driving it. So you need to actually take initiative and actually give good value in this. And lock in. Just lock the fuck in. Skip the low ticket trap. Skip that bullshit. Start with the real results. Build it from there. Go high ticket. You don't need a huge course. You don't need a big agency. You don't need a crazy big product suite. You just need a 1 great offer, 5 great clients, and a system that turns results into revenue. Now, let's pick your lane and build that momentum. We'll see you in the next module. Welcome to module number 6. We're going to be talking about lead generation, which is the top of the funnel, and appointment setting. Basically, getting people into your calendar, getting them onto a discovery call, getting them onto the closing call, and collecting freaking cash, baby. Let's go. Okay, so basically this is mastering the art of converting attention into qualified leads and leads into book calls, and then using content conversions and simple systems to do all these things. So I know it's a lot. We're going to run through it. We're going to go into depth, but I am going to also show you what my entire sales funnel looks like so that you have a rough understanding of like why and how I do what I do and how I get people to go from my content all the way into conversions, all the way into closing calls and collecting cash. So it's going to be pretty value packed, pretty heavy into the information load in this video, so just bear with me. I'm going to try to take it as slow and as concise as possible so that you can get the best value for your time. So let's dive right into it. So why this module matters, because creating content isn't enough. You need to know how to turn that content into conversations, number 1, and then conversions, number 2. As a CEO, as a founder, you need to understand how the entire system works. You don't have to be an absolute mastermind at every single piece of the puzzle, but you need to know a pretty good understanding so that you can identify talent to fill in these spots and delegate when you start to scale up. But the first 10K, the first 20K, 30K, it's going to be hard because it's going to be you. It's going to be all you. You just got to get used to that, and you got to get used to being all over the place. What top of the funnel means is basically getting people to raise their hand and show interest in working with you. Simple as that. Most beginners stop at the likes and the views, but real business owners know how to turn that attention into actual sales conversations that don't feel sales at all. Now, this module is going to show you how to generate leads without ads, build a DM funnel, and basically teach you how a simple framework for appointment setting can get and qualify people into your booked calendar and get that thing started. Without further ado, let's get into it. Basically, we're going to show you how leads flow into your system from the top of the funnel into your calls to action, into a conversation, into a call, into a client. This is the invisible system behind every book call that every guru has, that every consultant, coach, whoever it may be, has in their thing. This is how they do it. So you can run it on autopilot if you do it right. So it's basically the reverse CTA driven content strategy. So basically, never put any CTAs in your content. Never at the end of your videos say, click the link in my bio, DM me the word this, give me the word that, like for your booking link, specifically for that. You can do that if it's like a lead magnet going into your booking link, but it should never be like a call to action straight to your booking link, to your funnel, to your type form. Never do that, because it's the reverse pretty much. If you were about to go clean the dishes and then your parents were like, hey, go clean the dishes. It's like that thing where you're like, fuck, I was going to do it. I want to do it, but I don't want to do it now because you told me to do it. So just think of that analogy when you do this. So you should only have one CTA. That's it. In your bio. That's it. Every piece of content should be built for value and nurturing your audience. You need to earn their trust. You haven't done that yet. So on average, it takes most creators, 7 hours of content for people to buy from them. You don't necessarily need this, as you could still hold a lot of authority with short form content, but generally you need that much amount of content. So you need a lot of content, number 1. But you can reverse this process generally by being really good at something and explaining things in your great deal, holding more authority. Now, you don't necessarily need the 7 hours of content, but it definitely does help if you have a lot of content. Generally, if someone can scroll on your account for a while and they get a ton of value, you can gain trust that way as well. Just being authentic as well, that also does gain trust. Now, you can do some of the CTAs. I would say doing like a CTA in a story potentially, just to get people to see that demand. Like once you actually get people coming in and you have that demand, like you can get people into your funnel with calls to action. But I would say in the main actual content itself, and this is a strategy that Alex Hormozi uses, never add CTAs because it does make people not want to click on it. So yeah, what you can do if you have a huge like influx of people all wanting to get your coaching, make the urgency, build it up, put it on your story, be like, I only have 2 spots left, DM me the word ready, and we'll have a conversation to see if it's the right fit. This also works good, but typically when you're starting out, you don't want to do that. You want to gain trust first. But once once you have that trust and once you have that authority, absolutely you can start putting stories out there. You can do that, but keep the content separate from the calls to action. I would put it in stories. If I was at a huge level where it was like so many people want to work with me, I would make it very exclusive and say, okay, we have the stories, and still build that urgency. Let the appointment setters, let the salespeople figure out who's qualified and who's not. Now, you can also use stories to get a better understanding of your audience in ICT. You can run polls, asking questions about your audience just to see what they need from you in terms of the content, how many people are needing your help pretty much. So an example, you can do a poll like asking about what best describes you. Are you A, B, or C? And then what is your current situation? What do you do for work? How is your content doing? What's your business looking like? How in shape are you? What is your fitness program looking like? What's your diet looking like? What are your current goals? How much money you want to make every single month? How much weight you want to lose? How much muscle you want to put on? Like all these things you can go and filter in, and then you can actually see who is serious in putting in and answering their polls. So you can get a better understanding of actually who is more qualified and actually who is serious about working with you. And then, yeah, basically the best way to turn these into conversations is by hitting them up. The people who genuinely answer honestly into your story polls. So you can reply to the story, be like, hey, saw you answer my story. What are you working on right now? It's a great opener. Or, hey, saw that you answered my story. I just wanted to connect. They'll say something awesome. What are you working on right now? Usually that's the process that works best. Polls, quizzes, it gets people engaged with your content. It's also better for the algorithm because it will push out your content to more people because people are engaging with your content. It's going to get pushed up to more people because Instagram wants to keep people on the app. So this is specifically for Instagram. DM followers, DM new people coming in, people who comment on your videos, DM them because they're all warm. They're all answering your stuff. They're going to answer you. So you're leaving a lot of money on the table if you're not doing that. And if your appointment setter is not doing that. But in this case, we're learning everything. So you got to do that at the first case. Now, if someone is inbound as well and they're like, hey, I love your content. Awesome. It's thank you so much. Are you a creator? Are you into fitness? Are you into finance? Like whatever your niche is, whatever you are selling, get them in the conversation. That's the opener. Now, before we go into the simple framework that I use to use appointment setting to get the people onto calls, which is a little bit more in detail than I wanted it to be, but I am going to show you exactly what my entire funnel looks like. I got this on Canva right now, just so you guys get a good understanding and we don't leave any stones unturned. So basically, entire sales funnel. All my content is organic marketing. I don't use any paid advertising to get people in the door. The reason why I do that is because obviously save money, but definitely like it's better to do organic marketing because when someone watches videos like out of their way without like actually going on to a paid thing, it's a lot more organic and better that way. I just think organic is a lot more better and you get a lot more trust. When people see advertisements, obviously it's an advertisement. People know that you're trying to sell something. So it just creates a little bit more trust and that you're helping people for the greater good. Now, with organic content, YouTube is my number one priority, and then I clip farm everything else into my Instagram page. As you can see, the views definitely are different than on my YouTube. Views are getting there, they're picking up. It's still people coming in. I got my VSLers, a decent amount, but a lot of people are coming in from my Instagram because the short form is just better. People are engaging better with the short form stuff right now. That's what I'm working on. That's what I'm realizing. And I'm still getting a lot of leads from my short form because obviously my link is in the bio and people are linking into that, and it's a little bit easier to find people like that. But ultimately, this should be the main focus. YouTube should be the main focus. People should be coming in organically from YouTube. I need to touch base on this because this is very important. It's something that I recently changed into my funnel. Now, it is copying Brez skills, okay? This guy is a genius. He makes a lot of money, so let's figure out how he does it. Now, this is what I changed about my funnel, and I'm going to show you because I'm getting a custom website built for me at the moment. So I made it on my own using Tally. Now, Tally is basically where you collect your email list. This is where you collect your phone numbers, your leads, and it's important to make it very frictionless and straightforward, giving people value at the same time. Now, let's get into it, and it's been working pretty nicely for me. So let's look at Brez Scales when people get onto his landing page, because this is the lander. Very important. The exact strategy I used to go from a fat Fortnite kid to making over 6 figures per month with freelance brand scaling. Wow, that's a big sentence. Okay, now he gives a free training, and he has his disclaimer here. Very important to have these also, because it's like, bro, this is basically just to guarantee it's skill. We can't guarantee make any money from this. You have to do the work. I'm giving you the tools and the resources. Pretty simple. Hey, free video. Let's unlock the mini course. Oh shit, I need to fill this out in order to get the mini course. Very straightforward. Put your name, email, phone number, claim the training, and then that's when you get opted into a lead list, a Google Sheet. This sends over to an automation that looks similar to a big spreadsheet of leads. Now, let me show you what I did with mine. This is mine. Pretty self-explanatory. How to build a 6-figure personal brand without without ads, step-by-step breakdown. This is a free 20-minute training that breaks down the exact system that I use to monetize content, sign high-ticket clients, and scale my personal brand without spending a dollar on ads. Boom! Value-based, okay? This is like a video. This thumbnail looks pretty good as well because it's an actual YouTube video. People can actually find this on my YouTube. Obviously, I have this whole thing here. But with that being said, it's like, this is the key to doing this shit because, bro, give some value. So to unlock the training, boom, same thing as Brez. Full name, email address, phone number. So let's just do it. I'm gonna walk you through how to build your personal brand from scratch. It takes you right to the YouTube video. Bada bing, bada boom. And once that thing is submitted, let's look into my leads. Not trying to expose people here. Damn, I got 46 leads coming in. Anyways, so boom, look at that. Went straight to the video on YouTube. Here is my number, my phone number, everything. I need to make it a little bit more formal. With all that being said, do what works. Organic, you need to know how to do appointment things. So a lot of people, and we're gonna get to this right away now, a lot of people hit me up and they're like, hey, I love your content, I love your videos, that's awesome. Now we gotta get into DM appointment setting. Now, what does this look like? There's a very simple framework that I want you to follow, very super simple. My mentor, he taught me it. It's called DPC, Diagnose, Position, Close. The simplest framework you can ever learn, and it's the best sales framework there is because it's so simple, you don't need to know crazy things. It handles a lot of pre-handling objections. It's just very good. So what you gotta do is find out someone's current situation. What are they doing right now? Do they like it? Do they not like it? What do they do? What do they like about it? Why are we even talking? Why are we even continuing this conversation if you like what you're doing? Oh, what don't you like about it? Oh, how does it make you feel? You don't necessarily have to ask all these questions. You just gotta get a better understanding about where they're currently at. I would only ask, what are you doing for work right now? What do you like about it? Oh, okay, awesome. Do you like it? Okay, what don't you like about it? Okay, cool. What would you rather be doing? They say, I want to do this, I want to do that. Can you see yourself getting into the content and potentially selling info online? That's another qualification to see if they're actually interested in the business. And if they're like, yeah, like I can see myself doing that. Awesome. How much money would you want to be making every single month with this business model? That's the desired situation. That's the second part of the diagnosing process. How much weight do you want to lose? How much muscle do you want to gain every single month? You just got to get the tangible goal, and then you got to ask, why that number? What would that allow you to do? How would that change your life? What's the first thing you would do if you were hitting 10K a month every single month? How would your life be different if you were 2 years down the line with 10K a month every single day? How would your life look differently? What's the day-to-day? It differentiates between every different prospect, but you ideally want to get a good understanding, get them in that future pacing mindset so that they're thinking about their goals and they're excited. That's what future pacing does. Now you want to do a financial qualification, very important. Now with that being said, how much money do you currently have set aside to get the ball rolling with this business? They'll tell you a number. How much money do you have currently set aside to get the ball rolling with your fitness journey? They'll give you a number. If they don't give you a number, you can say something along the lines of, hey, totally understand you may not have had money set aside for something along the lines of this, but if I were to break down something for you on a call where we would spend time and make something work out where it absolutely makes sense, it's an absolute no-brainer, and it did require some kind of financial investment to get the ball rolling with this business model, with this workout program, and it was an absolute no-brainer. Hypothetically, how much capital would you have access to just to get the ball rolling? That's also a way to handle that objection. Perfect. If it's enough, proceed with the barriers. We'll get to that. But if it's not enough, you say something along the lines of this. Awesome. With that being said, is that capital free and clear, or is it allocated to some bills and expenses just to get the tangible, just to understand, okay, is that $100 that they mentioned, is that meant for business? Is it for bills and expenses? Like $100, that's fucking broke. But that's what I'm saying. Get the tangible, understand where that cash is being allocated to so that you can understand if it's okay, let's add more to the pot. That's what you're basically doing in the qualification process. You don't want to do this for too long, but it's better to just get an understanding now before you waste your time on a discovery call and you realize, fuck, this guy literally only has $100 and a 500 credit score. Like, it's not going to work out. Do that qualification. In some cases, in not all cases, I'm not saying this is for you, but in some cases it may require a little bit more money to start a business, because the way you start a business with $100 is a lot different than the way you're going to start a business with $10,000. So with that being said, if this is an absolute no-brainer and it did potentially cost more to get your business up and running and started, if the level of help and support that you would require from me did require a little bit more capital, would you have access to more than that? And just basically do a big, deep financial analysis, but you could also save it for the call. If they have a good number, if it's something that you can work with, say your program is like $10,000 and they say, yeah, I have about 5,000, then cool. You can ask if they have access to more than that and you can work from there. If you're happy taking half up front, you can take it from there, get the ball rolling. It really depends for different people, but it's important to do a financial analysis just to understand that, hey, we don't want to waste our time on a call here. It's just better to save the time now. So once you understand that, and by the way, this process is pretty loose. You don't necessarily need to do current situation, desired situation, financial qualification. qualification. You could do the financial qualification first, you could do the desired situation, then the current situation. You can mix them up and mix and match them depending on what you want to do and depending on what process makes more sense for you. Sometimes you're not really built enough trust if you're DM appointment setting on people, so you want to do current situation, desired situation, and then financial qualification. I just believe that makes a smooth transition into the barriers. So then the barriers, you ask, okay, what's stopping them from getting you to XYZ? Based on everything we've talked about, it sounds like you have a clear goal and a clear vision. Now, why haven't you already done that already? What has actually stopped you from actually getting to there? And they're going to tell you everything, and it's okay, awesome. This is when your positioning comes. Positioning your offer as a tailored fit solution to the problems. You're figuring out the problems. A lot of people here figure out the pain. When you're figuring out pain in the freaking entire thing, you're figuring out this is what the pain is. Current situation. Why don't you like it? Why don't you like your job? Why don't you like what your body looks like right now? Why don't you like the amount of money you're making? Okay, how does it make you feel? Yes, it makes me feel shitty. That's horrible. Okay, cool. What do you want to do about it? How would you like to flip the script? What's that ideal other side of the fence looking like if you had everything you ever wanted, get into the desired situation? So we're building pain in the first part, but we're actually finding the problems, because the barriers is the problems. You're finding exactly why they haven't achieved desired situation. So you have to position your offer as a tailored fit solution to the barriers. So whatever they tell you, yeah, I don't have the workout program, I don't know what diet to do, and that's the reason why I'm still fat. Okay, awesome, John. Based on everything that we've talked about, sounds like the only thing missing from you getting your dream body, getting more confidence, and going on more dates and finding the girl of your dreams, sounds like the only thing that we would need to figure out is a step-by-step roadmap and program to get you on track and stay on track for a fitness program that makes sense for you, that's attainable, and actually allows you to enjoy your life and not miss out on other opportunities and stay energized. Also, another thing would be finding some kind of workout meal program that makes sense for your goals, so that you are able to also not miss out on having like treats or snacks, while at the same time optimizing for the amount of protein intake so that you can build muscle, XYZ. Does that sound about right, John, or am I missing something? No, that sounds about right, Michael. Awesome. So with that being said, close them on the booking call. Close them on getting onto that next call. And then you run through that whole process again, and we'll get into that, but you go a little bit deeper. The appointment setting, you need to lead with curiosity, lead them into wanting to book onto that call. They want to really get excited about jumping on that call and figuring this out, because they understand when you can position the offer as a tailored fit solution to the barriers that they're facing about not getting to the desired situation, the pendulum swings in your favor, and that's when you get the control in the conversation. Now I have the control, I have exactly what you want. Now let's get on a call. I'm going to tell you exactly how we're going to get there. And they're fucking excited. They want to do it. So that's the simple framework. Close them on a call. It sounds like you're absolutely serious about this. I'd love to jump on a call where we can break down and talk more about this in more detail. And if they have resistance, hey, this is no pressure call. We're just going to basically figure things out. And basically, the number one goal here is to put you in a position to make an educated decision at the end of the call. Whether that's another call, or if I point you in the right direction, either way, we can part ways as friends. And 99% of the time, they're going to jump on that. And then you also have to make sure, this is very important, you need to make sure that they are going to be making that call. You need to ask them, hey, by the way, is there any reason, just so I know, that you may not be able to get onto that call tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern, or are you committed to making that time? No, I'm committed to making that time. It's like, awesome. So no doctor's appointment, no grandma's funeral, no nothing crazy, unless Godzilla came down and destroyed the city that you're living in. That's gonna lower the guard. Yeah, no Godzilla, nothing here, I'll be at the call. Awesome, confirm that shit. Boom, appointment setting done. Super simple process, don't overstretch it. Leave that for the discovery process, and in some cases you could do one call after this. If you've done enough discovery, you can pitch them on your offer and everything. I like to do it in 2 calls. One, because it's like, you're really getting them into the door and you're getting them an understanding, so that it's a no pressure situation where they can really understand, hey, what's going on here. Typically, if you go this deep, you should go onto a strategy call, because you're just getting them onto another call, and then boom, you close them. If everything checks every single box, if they're qualified, if they have the money, if they're ready to go, fucking close them. Put them on a strategy session. If you feel like they need a little bit more discovery, they're being a little bit resistant on text, maybe they're not really good on text, put them into a discovery call. 20-minute discovery call, same fucking situation, put them into a closing call after that. Now, you want to keep the process and I'll show you my system. It's good to keep the process very simple, but sometimes it does take this amount of time, right? But for this case, sometimes, now I know I put this that I'm going straight to my booking link. This is basically my discovery call. This one, meeting with Michael Kika, one-on-one, 20 minutes. So usually I go from appointment setting to here, but sometimes, in some cases, it makes more sense to go to discovery straight to the strategy session, 1 hour. That's where the full sales call happens. That's where everything goes down. In most cases, I like to do it like in this sequential order. So if they go into my SMS email list, I get a list of everyone, I have their phone number, and then I jump onto a discovery call where I'm chatting with them. It's pretty much the same thing as the appointment setting process. Now, with that being said, they're unqualified. I will put them into my low ticket offer, my school community. Boom, $29 a month, pretty simple. Yeah, same thing if on the discovery call. If they're not qualified, I'll just put them into the school community, low ticket offer. Boom. This is like the last resort. You always want to be pushing for that strategy call, for that high ticket. So everyone who is qualified, they go into the strategy session, which is where the money comes down. This is where the fucking real deal happens. It's not in anywhere else but here. This is where you want people really ultimately going. So the real goal is to do this whole thing, but it's ideal to just make sure that we have so much trust and stuff. Like, it really shouldn't take an hour. It should take half an hour, 20 minutes, like for a full strategy session. But however, sometimes in some cases it does take an hour. In most cases it does take an hour for an entire strategy session to go through the entire thing, get the person in an emotional state where they're going to buy. That's sometimes the case, and you can't work around that. So that's what happens sometimes. And then boom, close someone, put them onto the mentorship. And yeah, the thing about being in the downsell, which is the last resort, the thing about this is really good because you can potentially become a high ticket client after if you give enough nurturing, if you give enough value in that low ticket offer, if it makes sense for them to move forward. That's what you got to do for the low ticket. Ultimately, always pushing for the high ticket. Now, that's what my sales process looks like. That's what the funnel looks like. It's pretty simple. I like to tweak it and see what works best, put them into some kind of lead tracker, understand like who's warm, who's cold, who's ready to buy, follow up with people too, not being pushy, just trying to make it as more conversational than salesy. You know what I mean? We always want to do that because take down the sales resistance, make sure that it's not like a super formal process. Even though it is a formal process, your delivery should be informal. Yeah, use Google Sheets to track the IG handle, their name, where they came from, if they're from DM, like where they're coming from, if they're a new lead, if they're qualified, if the call's booked, if it closed. Just color code it. That's what I like to do, just keep things in a sequential order and organized. Now, add notes, obviously close, if they're disqualified, if they're downsold, something. Yeah, because when you are tracking everything, all the metrics, it's good to track so that you can understand what needs to be adjusted and what needs to be fixed in the sales process, whether it's your content, whether it's your middle of the funnel, bottom of the funnel, whatever the case may be. It's good to keep metrics down so that you can see, okay, what part of the process is not working for us? What part is not leading us to ending up with the entire conversion of the customer in the entire journey that we're leading these people on? Yeah, leading up to the call is one of the last things that I'm going to cover before we start getting into the next module. Leading up to the call, you always want to make sure that people are getting confirmed and getting confirmation. Your time is a lot more valuable, so make sure that you don't waste your time waiting on a call for someone who's not going to show up. So I would send something 2 hours before. Hey, just want to see if we're still good for the call today. 1 hour before. See you 1 hour, my friend. 15 minutes before. Talk soon. And then if they don't reply to the 15-minute one, you can try calling them at the desired time. But if they don't answer, call them one more time, and then boom. Don't spend more than 5 minutes fucking waiting for these people, bro, because your time is a lot more valuable. There's always going to be more leads coming in. Your time is valuable. Get the next lead. Get the next lead. Get the next lead. There's an infinite amount of leads who want your product or service, so don't waste your time on people who are going to waste your time. Now, you don't need hundreds of leads, but you just need some really good conversations. Make it a routine. Reply to some DMs. Follow up with people from the week before. Share your CTA on your story. Just add more value. Make more content. Just get in a routine of connecting with people. Have a routine where you're going to talk to at least one person a day. You should be talking to 5 people a day who are your leads. Get them in the funnel. Get them in the process. If you can't handle it, hire an appointment setter. Bro, it's 5% commission. So it's not that bad of a hire. Get someone who's good, who's going to get bookings onto your calendar. Now, basically, what I would do from here, set up your daily lead generation routine. Do like a CTA post if you have a lot of demand. Don't do it if you don't have demand. And then create a simple lead tracker. Script your own DM, basically your own appointment setting process based on that DPC framework. And then build out your type form funnel. If you want to automate pre-qualification, you can obviously ask like how much money you have, but it's a lot better when you get that number from people face to face, not in person. This is online business. What am I saying? Anyways, beginner's guide to getting your first client. If you're absolutely swamped and you have no one and you're just starting out, get someone, whether it's for free or very low ticket, and document the process. Make sure that you are doing a good job with these people. people because you absolutely want to over deliver so that they are get into what is called value debt. They believe this person gave me so much value, I have no choice but to give them a very good testimonial. So that's all that. And if you don't know anyone, start cold outreaching everyone that you know, asking if they know anyone who would be interested in your product or service. Now there's a video Alex Hormozi made. It's called Watch This to Get Your First 5 Customers. Very powerful video. 100% guarantee you will get value out of it if you watch it and if you still need to get people and you have no inbound people coming in. That was a fuck ton of information. We'll see you in the next module. Take a break, get some water, relax. What the hell is going on? We're looking at Alex from entire sales funnel. I broke this down. There's a couple other people in the space who broke it down, but I wanted to break it down personally for you to give it my delivery, my take on it, and what I think about it, because I think it's really fucking good. Now, Alex Hormozi, one of the biggest people in the consulting space, he is one of the best people in it. And I'll tell you this, he's on YouTube. He sells B2B stuff. He works with B2B people. He works with B2B businesses. He takes percentages in their revenue and stuff, and that's why he makes so much money, because he's their consultant. He helps them out. So, top of the funnel, you can see he posts a lot on YouTube long form, because he's attracting people who are in B2B, people who actually want to find this high level information. He's on Instagram, yes, but like Instagram is attracting like younger people like myself, people who are looking into his stuff, reposting his things, basically just getting him all over the place. Now, when people are actually serious, they'll go onto his YouTube to actually learn stuff. That's why YouTube gives so much trust. Look at the length of his videos, 12 minutes plus. That's the shortest one on this page right here. So they're all like 30 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour and 17 minutes. So very important. Generates so much trust. And look how often he's posting. Every couple days, every 3 days he's posting. So this is like your telltale sign to get on your YouTube at least 3 times a day. It just shows how important it is to be consistent and to have so much content out there. You could probably consume like a week's worth of content if you literally watched Hormozi, like if you were literally glued to your phone. So that's the good thing about Hormozi. So different types of content. He gives proof, testimonials, results, screenshots, full breakdown. Building a $2.3 million a year business for a stranger in 57 minutes. Testimonials, proof, results, screenshots, some of the stuff, education, real how-tos. It's not just surface level stuff. So people come here, like I said, to actually get fucking loaded and actually get rich. So people go in here, it's damn, like this is actually how he gives away all the sauce for free. This is what it is. He puts people into something what we call value debt. I'm going to touch base on that in a little bit, but basically he gives away all his sauce for free. And like a lot of people are keeping their shit, and it doesn't make sense, because you should give away everything for free. You should give away all the sauce, because people are really paying for your proximity. When people buy a workshop with this guy or buy something along the lines, anything that he provides, it's like there's that much trust into this guy. And that is why people buy without even thinking twice or without even giving objections on the sales call. It's like, yeah, I'll fucking buy this shit. Bro, I'd want to work with this guy, but I'm not even at a level where I can work with him. So one day I will get there. I will fucking meet this guy and connect with him. But with that being said, hopefully you clip this video up and then like you can make an edit when that happens. But with all that being said, let's move on. He also talks about breaking limiting beliefs and installing new ones, mindset stuff, ignoring them all. Stop caring what others think about you so much. Very good content, identity, storytelling, value, his upbringing. He's probably storytelling in all of these, to be honest. Yeah, here, 14 years of marketing advice in 35 minutes. Basically, all these things, the key insight is like people don't buy coaching. The information Hormozi puts out here is for free. There's a reason why it's for free. So you shouldn't be gatekeeping any single thing in your business or whatever it is in your consulting business, your coaching business, because they buy you. The identity is a lot more greater than the information. Information you can get anywhere. People buy into you, into working with you. That's why it's called consulting. That's why it's called coaching. Now, the middle of the funnel. So basically, he gives away all of his best information for free. There's no paywalls. There's nothing. He has a couple books, it's probably low ticket, but he sells the implementation, not information. He sells the idea of, yo, this is what you can do. Here is how you're going to make $3 million. He teaches you how to get to $3 million. So people will naturally ascend to his paid offer, which I will touch based on, but the perceived value makes it so much greater, because if he takes you to $3 million, it's going to be a lot greater than the price of his workshops and stuff, which we will touch based on. But this is the most important part. It's giving away everything for free, not gatekeeping everything. You can't keep, because people don't just buy courses nowadays. Bro, like if you're selling a course, you're fucked. No one's buying a course. That's why I'm giving away all this information for free. Yes, it's on my school community, but in my school community, you get access to DMing me and I will respond to you more frequently on there, because it's a paid school community. Now, it's a lot different than like my YouTube, where like all these videos are going to be on my YouTube as well, but it's going to be a bit harder to get a hold of me on the YouTube comments or like in my Instagram DMs, because I'm focused on the school community. And then if you actually want one-on-one calls and stuff, That's in my high ticket service where I help you, done with you. So there's levels to this stuff. So this stuff puts you in a category of one, because it's like, bro, number one, like you're building so much trust here, because the truth is there is a lack of trust in this industry. There is people scamming people left and right and center. No one knows who to trust. So if you can create trust and nurture people as much as possible and give away as much free game as possible, you're going to become a lot more likable and build so much trust. And that's what's going to get people to actually like trust into you. And then it's like when you DM them, or when you like actually reach out to them, or they reach out to you, it's like you're going to actually have that high value conversation. So boom, this is what his value ladder looks like. So his free content, it solves all the problems it takes to get to $0 to $3 million a year. All his books, his YouTube videos, his podcasts, it builds insane trust and goodwill. It puts you in a concept that we call value debt. Basically, when you give away so much free information like Hormozi, I feel like, fuck, I need to give this guy something. Or if he reaches out to me, or if his appointment setter reaches out to me, for example, let's say he was selling info, or say I'm selling you info, or say anyone is selling you info, and they give you a ton of free information, it makes you feel like, fuck, I need to respond to this guy. I need to respond to him because like he's solved all these big problems for me. I've been making tens of thousands, if not 100 grand a month with his information that he's given for free. So the least I can do is respond to him, and then boom, that's when you're hooked. That's when the appointment setter's got you. It's going to put you onto that sales call, and you're going to close with no objections. This happened to me because I was consuming a lot of one of these big consultants on YouTube, and then I was put in a position where I was like talking to one of his appointment setters. I thought I was talking to him, but I was talking to one of his appointment setters, and I was like, fuck, I've watched all his videos, but essentially I got into this guy's mentorship because of the fact that like I was in crazy amount of value debt. This guy had given away so much free information, so much information to get me to a certain level, and then like by the time I had actually been in contact with an appointment setter, it was like, fuck, I actually need to talk and get on the sales call, because it's like I trust this guy so much at this point. So that is what makes the sales process so fucking easy in this game. And a lot of people, a lot of different companies, they take a different approach. They go from paid ads and shit, and it's, bro, there's no trust in that. Yes, go use paid ads like when things like start to slow down and everything, and it's like the leads are being different and like whatever the case may be, but you just need better content. You just need content. That's all it is. And giving away as much free game for free, there's different ways people look at these things, right? If you don't want to put your face out there, obviously you're going to use paid ads. If you want to put your face out there, if you want to get more trust and make honestly a lot more money, go that route. You're going to make so much more money. So just keep that stuff in mind when it comes to this stuff. So Alex Hormozi, acquisition workshops, they start at $5,000 just to get into the room, and that's a fucking steal. And then advanced workshops, $35,000 USD. Are you kidding me? And people who make $3 million, they see this as a steal. So it's not just more information, it's the chance to get closer, the proximity. This is how he makes his money for his workshops. It's access to the strategy, the feedback, and his time. And then when you get to a higher level, like when you're actually serious, you're like, okay, I actually want to get to 9 figures now. I'm actually trying to get to 8 figures, 9 figures, whatever the case may be. He doesn't sell you on anything. You go to him and then you say, yo, I need you to help me get to 8 figures, my man. You've taken me to 7. I've watched all your videos. I've been to your workshops. I need to go bigger. This is when he becomes your growth operator. He takes equity in your business and he helps you scale. That's when you're locked into his fucking website. Boom, I'm ready to scale. You need to be making a certain amount of money to go into these things because it's a very high level thing. But you go into one of his workshops, you go into one of these high level seminars, whatever the case is, masterminds, and then you learn from him, and then like he takes equity in your company. But this works because people already trust him. You have already gotten results from him, so it feels like an obligation, even if it's subtle. You feel a sense of obligation. You're like, fuck, I should go into one of these guys' workshops. So it feels like the next logical step. It's not a pitch. Now, super simple Hormozi example. Let's say you watch one of Hormozi's videos, super detailed, tactical, no fluff. You apply what he teaches. You land your first few clients. Your business starts growing. You didn't pay him anything, but now in the back of your mind, you're thinking, damn, this guy helped me make some real money. The least I can do is reply if he ever messages me or say thank you to him. Right there, that's value debt. Now, if you feel like you owe him something, touch base on it, and it's what makes you way more likely to respond, buy, or book a call. That's what it is, value debt. It's when someone gives so much free value up front that you feel like you owe them something in return, even if they didn't ask you. So give away as much value for free, help people get real wins before they even pay you, reach out or let them come to you. Most likely let them come to you. They most likely will. When they see your message, they think, hey, this guy has already helped me. He has already given me some advice. Least I can do is respond. It puts you in value debt. It makes cold leads warm and warm leads ready to buy. So how you can implement this for free into your business. And you don't need to put out a bunch of different YouTube videos every single week, 1-hour YouTube videos. If you can, do it. That's the best route that you can take, and it's what's going to get you to a level like Hormozi. But give away the roadmap for 100% free. Charge for your access, your feedback, your execution help. Don't charge for the fucking course. Don't charge for information. Give people the free game, and then build demand for proximity, not products. People don't want more information. They want proximity to your power. So build a brand that they want to be around. That's the real offer. People buy into you. People buy into the coach, you, the consultant. They don't buy into what you're telling them. They don't buy into like your offer. They don't buy into the information you're sharing, because it's everywhere. You can ask AI to do all of this stuff for you. Okay? So you need to understand that. And that's basically it. But like I said, you don't need to make a bunch of different crazy videos. I just created videos on my Instagram of me sharing like some really good advice, and people already feel like they're in value at, so they're hitting me up. They feel like they're responding to me because they feel like, yo, this guy has a good advice. Like, I'm gonna respond to him. So that's just the way it works, especially when you give people a free course or something in your landing page, like we've talked about before. So with all that being said, that's Alex from Mo's sales funnel. That's his entire process of the way how he makes money. I hope you enjoyed my take on this. We'll see you in the next module. Welcome to the next case study that we're going to do of this video series. This time we're looking at Brez Scales. He's a little bit different than Hormozi because Brez Scales is a young guy. I'm older than this guy. So this guy is a lot more ahead than 99% of us. So he's definitely doing something right. And it's a different approach than the Alex Hormozi approach, because Alex Hormozi gives away a ton of free game. Brez Scales really sells himself here. He is a master of selling himself and content. And look at his engagement on his long form YouTube videos. Like 250,000 views every single time. Are you fucking kidding me? On these big videos. So think about the trust that he's building. Like I said, people buy into the consultant, people buy into you. People have already bought into him, so they get into a crazy amount of value debt. But the thing here is that his ICP is a younger audience. So let's break it down right away. So we see his Instagram, we see his stuff. What do you see here? You see fucking expensive cars. Right? I'm looking at a crazy lifestyle. I'm looking at a straight fucking millionaire lifestyle here. And then if I click on one of his videos and I like how he talks, I'm going to listen to him. I'm going to trust him. I'm going to like him because I'm a young guy as well. I'm probably going to relate to the way he speaks. We're going to touch on that. And then I'm probably going to buy from him. That's it. That's the funnel. Now let's dive into it, because that's the basics of it. Top of his funnel, this guy uses his main YouTube channel to build lifestyle authority. His content type is supercars, Lambos, Porsche 3RS, Urus, M3, Aventador, all these things. He crashes Aventador, made him viral. Now he's fucking crazy. It's 90% lifestyle, 10% soft business wins. That's what his vlogs are, these long vlogs. He's sharing subtle flexes of client results, income, business moves, but it shows that this guy is living this lifestyle at 20 years old. I need to trust him. I need to do whatever the fuck he's talking about. So why is he showing all these cars rather than the success with freelance brand scaling, which is what he teaches and what he makes his money on? The purpose is he builds a perceived authority and financial proof to the people who are in his young, hype-driven audience. People who are 16 to 20 years old. People who associate Brez with this is what success looks like. Because people see supercars, they see success. They see 5 supercars in his driveway. That is what success looks like to people. It's a sad reality, but that's the truth, especially with this ICP. He understands his audience so well. They believe if he's buying these cars, he must be making money. The trust is built through lifestyle immersion, not even tutorials. And we'll get into that. He does give the tutorials. He knows what the hell he's talking about. He's very well versed in the stuff that he does and teaches. A lot of respect to him. I just respect his business model like so much, because fuck, it's a brand new business model. He's jumped onto it. He's consulting with it now, and look at all the money he's making now. And yeah, it's a good business model. That's the thing. You combine the good business model with the person who can explain it very well and showing the lifestyle and the trust. It's like printing. So the CTA is people will naturally click his link without him having to tell people. It's the Hormozi method. When people see the cars, they see its credibility, and the viewers, they're sold. You know what I mean? It's built through the trust lifestyle immersion. Okay. And then he has a second channel where he teaches how to go into all this kind of stuff. It's more tutorial based. Look at the views on that, bro. 181,000 views. Holy fuck, bro. People are looking into this stuff. People are actually watching. His engagement is probably very good because he has these long videos now. Think about it. It's kind of like Hormozi method. Look, he's going into just 15-minute videos about all the things that he's done to make his money. All the things that he's doing with freelance brand scaling. He's giving all the information. He's giving everything. And it's crazy. So all you gotta do is sign a couple clients, handle their advertisements, and you receive monthly payment every single month. That is a crazy business model. So that's the thing. He found something that works, and he's teaching people how to do it. Another one of the ways that he builds proof he really builds up the trust with his audience. He knows them so well because his content type is like free value drop, freelance brand scaling, freelance strategy, this whole game stuff. Obviously the content, the vlogs and stuff, that's like what people go into, and when they see that stuff, because it's like very, no 20-year-old has all these cars and stuff, so that's why it's like outlying video content. It's very relatable. He talks to his ICP, talks like he's talking to his younger self. Very smart. Look at this. He riz up the business owner. What are you talking about? That's not Hormozi level. This is the ICP level of him, and he's fucking made so much money. So take notes, bro. Get the huzz on the phone, bro. Get date with the huzz. It's funny, it makes sense, and it's free game. It's understandable for these people, right? Convert lifestyle followers into believers. It handles skepticism with actual education. It shows that he knows the game and can teach it, and it warms up his cold followers into hot buyers. That is what his second channel is for. And the psychology is that, yeah, the ICP is thinking he's not just flexing all his cars, actually. He knows what the hell he's doing. So they feel like they're getting the sauce for him for free. They feel like they're getting free education, the sauce. Someone can go watch these videos and make some bread with it, right? But then they would go back to him in order to make more money. So it builds value debt. He helped me for free. I've signed a couple people. I've made some good money. Now I want to work for him to actually make the money he's making and buy the cars he's buying. So that is when you click onto his landing page. Boom. You get even more free value. You get the landing page video. And then in order to watch the video, you have to fill out your name, your phone number, your email, and then claim your training. You get the video, but then boom, guess what happens? That puts you into another spreadsheet where you become one of his leads. And now you're at the bottom of the funnel. Now, whatever his targeting price is, he's selling a high ticket offer. The students who have money saved up, obviously he's not selling 1K, it's probably 5K, it's probably 10K, it's probably 20K. I'm not sure how much his offer is exactly. That's besides the point. It's the system. You can price it at whatever the hell you want. Now the students, they use the saved up money or the parents' funds, because a lot of the ICP here, they don't have a lot of this money laying around, but they have their parents' money. And if they're selling their parents on it, they can use that money for it and they pay them back. That's how a lot of these things work. Or they have money saved up from Christmas, birthdays, all that type of stuff. So the program shows you how to start and scale service business like freelance brand scaling. Okay, so the sales process, you get into the lead list. Appointment setter hits you up, calls you, puts you onto a closing call. The tone is relatable. The person who is actually selling his stuff is probably very smart and skilled. And it's like, yo, bro, we'll get you to help you. Get the huzz on the phone. It's pretty simple, straightforward, bro. We'll get you talking to Brez, and then you can really ask him all the questions. We'll get you enrolled, whatever the case is. Easy money, man. And then he rarely does any hard selling. He probably doesn't do any hard selling. People want to get into it because there's exclusivity into it as well. People want to be part of his lifestyle. People want to be him. And then it works because they're aspirational. They want to have these cars and stuff. They don't know what business is. They understand what nice cars are. Nice cars equals a lot of money. I need to do what Brez does. They're not investing in the information. They're buying proximity to who they want to become. They want to become Brez. They want to become close to him. They want to talk to him. That's why I'm paying high ticket to talk to this guy, to be a part of his community, be in his inner circle. That's the lifestyle. The lifestyle is the dream. The second channel is the plan, the program, and then that's the ticket. He is selling his course between 6 to 10K. That is what is according to Google. So all he needs is 100 people into his community, $1 million. That's all it really is. More students equals more testimonials, more credibility, more money, more cars, more content, more new leads. It's a loop. It doesn't end. Money continues. And then the road to $1 million months is possible because he's done it at scale. He's been making a fuck ton of money, bro. So it works. Learn from the people who are doing the thing that's working. That's what it is, man. The bonus is it's like there's also FOMO. There's culture and community of money hungry young guys who want this shit. The ICP is like, yo, I want to make this fucking money. I want to be like Brez. I need to do brand scaling. There's referrals, there's shoutouts, there's reposts and all increased perceived status. There's clip farming accounts. There's so many clipping accounts. He's everywhere. Omnipresence. He has so much content out there. He's posting hella. If you look at this, he's posting twice a week. He posts 2 times a week. This guy is locked in. He's posting like 30-minute clipped up vlogs. So, yo, take some game from this guy. If you take one thing from him, I promise you, you're going to get more conversions. I promise you, you're going to build more trust. You are going to ultimately build a consulting business that converts and makes a lot of freaking money. So put out content. When you get trust, you can charge high ticket. You show your lifestyle. You show that you know what you're talking about. You can charge high ticket. You just repeat the game and scale up. You hire people. And then you drive a supercar. We'll see you in the next video. I need to talk about this concept about value debt. What is value debt? Now, value debt is when someone gives you so much free value value up front. You feel like you owe them something in return, even if they didn't ask for it. Now, I went over this in my case study about Alex Hormozi and his funnel. Basically, when you give away so much free value, like enough value for someone to actually change their life, who do you think they're going to come talking to when they've actually changed your life and want to get to a higher level? They're going to come knocking on the door. So I wanted to talk about what this entire video is about and like why I actually made this entire video this long and gave away all this free information all for free because it's value debt. So when someone, if you make a video this long, the one I'm making, give away all these modules for free. But when you give that much information away for free, the viewer, they feel like they owe you something. They owe you a thank you at least, or to at least respond to your comments or whatever it is that you respond to you, that your DM, to your outreach message and whatever. So I'll show you a couple people who do this very well. This one guy, I've been following him. Suwego. Bro made a 7-hour, 20-minute, and 27-second video about his info course. He leaks his 9.5K course for free. Value debt. You watch this entire thing and you're thinking like, oh my God, this guy dropped everything. I have his course for free. Holy shit, I can do it now. I can do it all. Because as a coach, as a consultant, like people aren't paying for your course, your module, whatever it is. People are paying for you. So the fact that he's giving us his 7-hour, 20-minute, 27-second video all for free. He's leaking it for free. The fact that he's giving that for free says a lot. It says that, yo, this guy is for real. I have so much more trust in him now. And that's what it's about. It's about building people's trust. It's about getting trust from people. Because in the info game, it's so hard to get a trustworthy coach or something. It's so hard to tell who's trying to scam you and shit. So people like this are not scamming you. They're actually giving you results because they're giving away everything for free. It's like Suwego. Another guy, a great friend of mine. You know him, Nathan and Maté. Holy smokes. One of the best and smartest guys I've ever met in my life, to be honest. He is an absolute genius when it comes to making money online, whether that's through online business, whether it's through affiliate marketing, whatever the case is, this guy is something else. He knows how to get eyeballs on his content and he knows how to convert people. He's a fucking genius, bro. So again, he did the same thing. Value debt. 8 hours, 30 minutes, 51 seconds of a video. Holy fucking shit. Are you kidding me, bro? When you watch that, you get all this information, you go into value debt. You're like, oh my God. How the fuck? It's so crazy. I have it written up here. Put people in value debt. That's what it is, because that's how people trust you and that's how people are going to buy from you. Obviously, they're going to like you if they're watching an 8-hour video. They're going to obviously trust you and they're going to get to know you. So in order to get someone to buy from you, you have to get them to know and trust you. So with organic marketing, with organic content creation, build value debt. Give everything away for free. Absolutely for free. It doesn't matter if people are paying for your access and your information. So give it to them for free. That's how it works. It's not that hard to really understand. Now, here is a little kind of tip that you could do. This is what I did for my Instagram. Now, on my Instagram, if you want to scale your personal brand, you click on my link, takes you to this landing page. How to build a 6-figure personal brand without ads. Step-by-step breakdown. 20-minute course breakdown the exact system I use to monetize with content, sign up to clients, scale my personal brand without spending $1 on ads. Now, in order to unlock the mini course for free, putting people in value debt here, you have to sign up. I collect people on an email list, SMS list, name list, whatever the case may be. And then I reach out to them. I ask, hey, how's it going? Did you like the video? What do you think about the video? Are you making a personal brand? Where are you in your business right now? Where do you want to go? What's stopping you? How much money would you want to make with this business? And then locked in. Now they're a prospect, they're in the buying seat. And this is it. This is the fucking game. I'm giving this for free. I'm giving it all away, bro. This is how you do it. And this is how I'm doing it for people right now. That's how it works. And that's how you get people into the ecosystem. And so what I'm thinking of doing, potentially, obviously I'm going to make this into a 8-hour video, 6-hour video, 7-hour video, whatever the case may be. It's going to be a very long YouTube video. I'm going to give it away for free, but I'm thinking of making it an unlisted link and then putting it into a landing page here, putting in my bio, free 8-hour course on how to build your personal brand. And in order to get it, guess what you have to do? Just fill out your name for free. It's for free, so you just fill out your name. That's what I probably will do, but at the same time, I want people to just come to that video. So I'm most likely just going to put it out there for free. I haven't really decided yet, but I would say do something similar. If you're going to do something, break down everything, like how you're going to get your client transformation, how you're going to transform that client into like from A to B, what that transformation is going to look like, how you're going to do it, all the steps necessary in order to get there. Like, I'm giving away everything. I'm dropping literally everything I know, every fucking detail, everything that I've ever learned about online business, personal branding, sales, all the sales scripts I've learned, everything, all these little tricks and tips and tricks, mental study things, like everything I know, I'm giving it for free in this video and in this video series. That's what it is, man. Because at the end of the day, people want to work with me. People want to pay me for me to help them personally. I've given away everything because there is an abundance of this information out there. You can find it anywhere, and I'm not gonna bullshit you and be like, oh, you have to pay for this video that I made. It's bullshit. No, you don't. Jimmy made it down the block. Fucking made it on Instagram. Why am I paying for your video if it's the same information? Why am I paying for it if I can ask ChatGPT how to do exactly what you're telling me to do? It doesn't make sense. But people want to work with you, done with you model. So if you enjoyed this video, make sure you watch the next video series. Make sure you stay locked in and make sure you take notes. I hope you've been taking a lot of notes. Let me know what questions you have when it comes to personal branding. I'm more happy to answer them. I will get back to you. Put your name onto this SMS list. I'll hit you up. I'll reach out. We'll talk about personal branding. I'm not going to try to sell you on anything because that's not the way you got to sell. I'm just trying to help people, point them in the right direction, whether that's with me, whether that's by themselves, whether that's with someone else. Whatever the case is, I help people run it up. Start their personal brand, scale, get their first clients, scale to 10K a month and beyond. So that's what I do, and I hope that you got a lot of content and a lot of context, and I hope that you've gotten a good amount of value out of this because I think this is very valuable. The concept of value debt is so fucking good. It's so perfect. So yes, lock in. Welcome to module number 7. We're almost halfway there. We got a couple more modules to go, but right now we're at the discovery process. How to run a high converting discovery call. Basically, this is the call where you're qualifying. One of the most important parts of the process so that you don't waste time. Now, this is about mastering the psychology of the structure of a discovery call. So you can build the trust, qualify, which is the most important thing. This is what this whole section is about, qualifications. Now, working with the right clients and setting up a seamless transition into the sales process and the entire sales conversation without pushing it or feeling awkward. We're going to get into this discovery doc. It's basically a script, one of the scripts that I use in order to run this entire thing, and it's a script that we've used in the past for other business models that I've worked on to bring in multiple six figures every single month. So I know that this process is a proven method, proven strategy, so trust me on this. Now, discovery calls are not sales calls, they're qualifying calls. Like we said, they're about deeply understanding where someone is right now, where they want to go, and why they haven't gotten it yet, and whether or not you are the right person to help them out or not. Now, the whole idea should be getting them onto the second call, which is the closing call. You have to keep their curiosity high, so you make sure that you don't give away too much information and lead with curiosity into that next sales call. So, for example, if someone's asking, oh, how much is it? How much is the price? Can you just tell me right now? We're talking on the phone. Be like, yeah, totally understand. That's something we're going to cover into the next call, but I promise you, we won't even quote you on a price if it doesn't even make sense that we're going to work together, because right now the price is zero. I don't even know if we can ever actually help you out based on where we're at right now. So, with that being said, it's something that's going to be talked about in the next sales call. Write down any other questions that you do have and insert closer is going to answer every question that you have. He's been one of our leading client success managers and he's a beauty to work with. So write those questions down and he'll be more than happy to answer it. Something like that, always leading with curiosity. So this should really only be like a 20-minute call. It shouldn't be that long. The whole idea is, like I said, not giving away too much information, qualifying, and leading with curiosity. You're just collecting answers. You're building emotional trust, finding out if they're a true fit, and creating the gap between their current problem and their desired result. So basically creating that gap. Why haven't they achieved desired result already? Like basically finding that emotional gap. Current situation, desired situation. That's the gap. And then expanding the gap, being like, yo, why haven't you even taken action? What have you tried before? What does that look like? Are you still doing those things now? What is the cost of actually not even moving forward with the second call if we do decide not to do so? There is a little bit of objection handling sometimes. Not really, because it's not super hard sales right now. It's really just getting them onto the actual sales call. The mindset you gotta have is you are a doctor. You're not the pitch man. You're not the sales rep, bro. So don't go in trying to sell. If you go in like a problem solver, like a doctor diagnosing a patient, you're going to be golden. Now, with that being said, it's like you're not being like, oh yeah, the program has this, the program has that. We have XYZ. We're going to get you to this. We're going to get you to that. We're going to get you to your desired result. No, that's not how you sell. You shouldn't be selling. The way you should be selling, bro, is by actually understanding the problems that the person is facing and giving them solutions based on what they're facing and how you can specifically help them out. Now, that's the number one thing that a doctor would do, because if you went into a doctor's office and you said, hey, yeah, my knee's hurting a lot. And the doctor just gives you a pill and says, yeah, the knees, you take this, your knee pain's going to be a lot better. You're going to feel very good. You're going to be able to run again. You're going to be able to play soccer. You're going to play basketball. You're going to have no knee pain. Bro, what do you mean you're going to give me a pill? I don't even know if this pill's going to be right for me. I don't know what it's going to do to me. How do I know that's going to be the right thing? So it's no, the doctor asks, okay, does it hurt to move your knee up like this? What happens when you twist your knee this way? Does it hurt when I touch it here? How does it feel like when I touch the little hammer thing the doctor hammer thing? You get what I'm saying. The doctor is diagnosing. So be the problem solver. You're not trying to sell people. That's the number one thing that you don't do as a sales rep. You don't sell, you help, you solve problems. So the frame is basically see if they qualify. You are the prize. It's not the other way around. So don't let them take control of the frame. And what does that mean? You should be the one asking questions. You shouldn't let the prospect ask you questions. You shouldn't let them hold the power. And be careful not to use like phrases and words that are going to give them that power. Oh, I apologize, or oh, I'm sorry for that. Is it okay if I ask this question? No, it's like, hey, I'm going to be asking you these questions. I need you to understand that some of them may feel uncomfortable or personal, but it's really just to get an understanding of where you're at, just to see if I can actually help you out. Is that okay with you? No, not super strong frame like that. Adding some charisma, adding some friendliness to it. But that's the point. You don't want to let people walk all over you, right? As a sales rep, you need to hold your frame. As a sales rep, as an offer seller, as a coach, consultant, whatever the case may be, as an authority, you need to hold your frame. You need to ask the questions. Don't let people walk over you. Now, you want the truth. Don't ask for their approval. You don't know these people. So it doesn't matter if you piss them off. It doesn't matter if you get them angry while trying to find the truth. Find the truth. Get the actual numbers that they have available to invest. Get the actual tangible. How much time do they have to this? Who else is a part of the decision-making process? Actually understand these things to a T, because it's going to save you so much more time, and your time is so much more valuable than money. Now, there's always going to be more leads coming in. Always. So just fuck them if it's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with it. You should get a gut feeling that whether or not you want to work with this person. So just trust your gut, man, honestly. But follow the framework. Don't just trust your gut. Go with the flow. You have to follow a proven framework. And I'm about to show you the framework. So keep watching while I get through the rest of these points for the discovery process. So the pre-call check, understand where they're coming from so you can focus on your tonality. Basically, did they come from your type forums, your DMs? Have they seen your content or your offer? Are they completely cold? Are they warm? Are they hot leads? Understanding where they come from will allow you to adjust your tonality. Obviously, if they're super hot leads, you can talk really casual and get them into it and still follow the same framework. Now, if they're extremely cold, you have to use a curiosity tone. Hey, I saw that you filled out one of my forums. Do you have a minute to potentially help me out real quick? So I saw that you actually wanted to potentially scale up your personal brand. Does that kind of make sense? Okay, cool. Does it ring a bell that you potentially maybe wanted to fill that out a little while back? Okay, awesome. Now, real quick, I know you were not expecting this call. Do you have 2 to 3 minutes to quickly chat just to see if we have some alignment and if I can actually help you out here? There's no pressure at all. Going in with that frame is going to be a lot different than, hey, how's it going? I saw that you're friends with John and John went through the program. I'm super excited to talk to you. You probably know everything about it and about me. You probably even know my social security number, but I hope you don't know me that well. I'm hoping to kind of get to know you so that we can dive into this and see how we can actually help you out. There's a lot of different frames you can go about doing these things. It's all about tonality. Tonality is extremely important. It's more important than the framework, honestly. If you have a good tonality and you can lead the conversation, you can close anybody. It really doesn't matter. You can honestly get anyone to get going unless they have a horrible credit score. Some red flags you want to watch out for. People are, oh, I just want to pick your brain, or people who have vague goals, unclear problems, people who are hesitant, people who are blame oriented, overly skeptical responses, not coachable, not willing to take responsibility, not watching your content. It means they don't even trust you. These are some of the things you watch out for. Now, with that being said, don't just disqualify people if they have these things. You have to get to the underlying root of these kind of problems that people have based on their ego, because you need to attack their ego. There's going to be people who are going to have an ego. They think they have nothing wrong with them. It's okay, man. Awesome. If everything's going so right now, I hate to ask, but why are we actually continuing on this call right now? You said you wanted to get personal branding advice and you kind of want to make X amount of money per month now because you're at this amount. So what actually is underlying this whole call? Why did you actually jump on the call today? Because if you're doing so well and if you're at this level, I don't see any point of actually continuing with the conversation. Does that sound about right, or am I completely off here, my brother? So making sure that people actually understand that like you need to make them have a problem. A lot of people don't even believe they have a problem. It's like, yeah, I'm at like 50K a month. I don't think I have any problems with my personal brand. I think it's going pretty well. You got to use your tonality. That's when you make them have a problem. You're like, 50K? Oh, okay. And are you okay with that? What is the actual number you're looking to get? And they're like, what do you mean 50K is pretty well? It's not bad, but like I've worked with a lot of people in the past who are pushing like 200 to 300K per month. I'm like, what do you think is holding you back from actually getting to that point? And then they're going to start to tell you like the things that are actually undercovering it, because you're actually going to start to think about the potential problems that they have. So it's about tonality. Tonality is freaking everything. So I know I'm going really deep here, and this is stuff that is honestly supposed to be talked about on the actual sales call, but I will reiterate it again later. This is extremely important, tonality. So just understand these things. And if they're absolutely a fucking dickhead and you actually don't want to work with them, if you don't want to take their money and they're a fucking asshole, then honestly, based on what we've shared, I don't think this is the right time right now. I think it would make a lot more sense to circle back. I wouldn't want to put you in a position where you're not able to see the results that you're looking for, and where I can actually provide you that level of help and support that you would need to get there. Now, do I can't even talk. Most of the time, I don't want to do this. Most of the time, I can probably help every single person, but in some cases, this might actually be the thing. I just had a call today where there was a guy who believed that he knew everything, and I didn't want to hard sell him into something, and I was asking him, and he was like, yeah, no, I got everything going. I got everything good. I told him, I'm like, hey man, awesome. Based on everything we've talked about, I feel like the level of help and support that I could give you doesn't really potentially align if you have everything set up. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well things are going for you in the next couple months. And potentially, if things are still the same as they are right now, we can circle back. I'd love to come back to this conversation and maybe we can find some kind of alignment. That's fine. I'm going to get more leads. I'm not so attached to the sale. That's the thing about detachment. You should not be attached to the sale. You have to be detached. You can't be attached to the outcome. You can't be wanting to make all this money. You want to be helping people. So I had to point this guy in a different direction. Yes, I could have asked him a lot more questions. I could have fucking hard sold him. I could have handled his objections. I could have actually made him have that problem. But some people, bro, sometimes you just have to point people in a different direction. That's just how it is sometimes. So I have a lot of more leads that I can reach out to outbound. I have probably hundreds of leads that I can outbound, cold outreach right now. I have damn near 100 warm inbound leads in my fucking SMS list. I'm good. I have so many leads right now. It's fine. I'm not attached to that sale. Anyways, now post call, when they're qualified, you need to book them into the strategy call. Book them in as soon as possible. Awesome. Based on everything with the conversation that we've talked about, let's lock this in. Let's jump on a call. Boom. Strategy call. Perfect. Now, if you're not qualified, send a resource, wish them well. Keep them on the warm list for future offers, or downsell them into a school community or something. Full-time access, lifetime access for a school community, monthly if they're fucking broke. So you can always make money here. You can't always help people to the best of your ability in terms of what you actually want to offer them in terms of that high ticket consulting offer. But it doesn't mean that you can't still make money from people. So it's all about helping people based on where they're currently at and what makes the most sense for them. I wouldn't want to fucking try to take every single penny from somebody. So yeah, now let's look into the actual discovery script, because this is where the meat is actually. So this is how I would actually start something out. I'd be like, hey, how's it going? It's just Michael here from Instagram. I was wondering if you can potentially help me out. This is a pretty cold script, because this is what I use for people on my SMS list, because they might not be expecting the call from me. And yeah, so for some context real quick, I saw they fill out my form and it's about potentially scaling up your personal brand. Does that make sense? Does that kind of ring a bell? They'll be like, oh yeah, Michael, yeah, I saw your Instagram videos. It's awesome, yeah. And it's, yeah, okay, awesome, man. Do you have 5 minutes to quickly chat just to see if we might have some kind of alignment here? But yeah, I have some time to chat, Michael. I'd love to chat with you. Perfect. Okay, awesome. Awesome, John. The reason why we're calling and the reason why I reached out to you, I know it's very unexpected, but the goal here is very simple. I just want to get to know your situation a little bit better and see if we might be in a position to actually help you out. Now, John, I need you to understand that the only way I can figure that out together with you is by asking you some questions. Now, just bear with me here. Some of the questions might feel a little bit redundant or personal at times, but I promise you, I'm not going to ask you your social security number. I'm just really trying to see if we're a good fit to work together. Does that kind of make sense, John? Awesome. Boom. Okay. First, number 1 qualification question. Decision maker. Awesome, John. So do you currently have anyone else who would need to be a part of a decision-making process if we were to hop on a second call, or just in general, the way you make decisions? Or would you say you're the boss in that department? And if they say they're the boss, boom, next qualification. But if there's any hesitation and they're like, 100%, you could be like, okay, are you sure there's no lawyers, accountants, mom, dad, brother, sister, partner, Winnie the Pooh, Shrek, nothing else like that would need to be a part of the decision-making process? And they're like, no, I think I can handle it. It's just me. Okay, awesome, John. So with that being said, in terms of getting the ball rolling with an online business, how much money would you currently say you have set aside to get the ball rolling in that kind of sense? Now, I know this is upfront, but the reason why we set the frame by saying that we're going to ask these uncomfortable questions is because money is an uncomfortable topic to talk about with a stranger, right? You're not just going to be like, hey, John, how much money do you have? No, it doesn't work like that. You need to set the frame. You need to set a strong frame saying, hey, this is what it's going to be about. I need you to understand. Some of it might be redundant, might be personal, but I'm really just trying to figure things out to see if we can actually work together. Boom. They tell you the number. Now, if they're acting difficult, they don't want to give you the number. Here's a script that you can use. Okay, hey, look, John, I totally get it. I know you probably weren't expecting something like this to be asked, and I know you haven't allocated anything for this because you weren't even expecting it. Now, let's just say we were to hop on a second call where we break down the entire business model for you, and I give you the roadmap and the steps necessary to actually get you to where we want to go and paint the picture of how exactly it's going to be like working with us and helping you. And what if we get to a point in that call where we actually did want to start work together and investment was needed, and outside the investment, just money to start the business. Now, do you have any money like that set aside that you can use for something like that to get started? I know that was long, super long-winded, and after they give you a number, awesome. Now, do you have any more than that by any chance? And if they say it's the max, okay, now we got a credit check, because credit checking, very important. Okay, awesome. I hear you probably weren't expecting this, but let's just say, hypothetically, it did cost more capital to get started. Let's just say the level of help and the level of support you would need may require more capital. And now the route that we went for your business required more capital. Is that something that if and only if it was an absolute no-brainer, you'd have access to and be willing to use? Just so I have some context here, and just to see if it actually makes sense for us to talk about this now or potentially push it off for a later time. And once they give you a number, cool, awesome, John. Is that money free and clear? Something that you can use 100% set aside for your business itself and for your business only? Or would you say a portion of that is set aside for bills, obligations, expenses? Can you give me some clarity on what that is looking like? Perfect. Now, if they don't have a little bit of cash, if they don't have enough cash, you want to understand, like I said, credit checking. Awesome, John. Now, with the, say, programs, $10,000, with the $5,000 that you have access to, depending on which route we choose to get the ball rolling with your business, it may cost more than that to actually get the ball rolling, because the way you start a business with $5,000 is going to be a lot more different than the way that you start a business with $5 million. And so, with that being said, the route that we actually decide to choose is going to be heavily dependent on the amount of capital that you have set aside, as we like to offer people a tailored fit solution based on where they're currently at and the level of help and support that they would need from us. And we get it, like a lot of people are actually working with us because that's the entire point. And that's the reason why they're working with us, because they may not have a lot of money potentially laying around to actually get the ball rolling in the first place. So a lot of the people we work with are actually leveraging credit. Now, first of all, I wouldn't expect you to invest every single penny of your cash or of your credit if it wasn't an absolute no-brainer. I wouldn't want to put people in a tough position. That's not what we do here. Now, let's just say hypothetically it was a no-brainer and it absolutely did make sense and you were 100% certain that you can get an ROI on this. And if it was a necessity, meaning that it would require more capital to get things started up, would you be opposed to potentially using credit to get the ball rolling with your business? And now, when they say yes, you say, okay, awesome. How much credit would you have access to? Or how much credit would you have available? And I'm going to give you the answer. And if it's not enough, boom, awesome. With that being said, in some cases, not in every case, but in some cases, it may require more than that. And I'm not trying to take every single credit or every single thing from you. I'm really not. I'm really just trying to paint the picture because, hey, we might be able to make $1 billion business here. I would love to point in that direction if it absolutely was a no-brainer, it made sense. But with that being said, would you potentially be open to opening up a new line of credit if it was an absolute no-brainer and it did require that to actually get the business rolling and to get the ball rolling with your online business? Yeah, for sure. I could see myself doing that. Awesome. So now that you've got that yes, that is perfect. Now, when people are a little hesitant on credit and when people don't really want to leverage credit and leverage like their debt, it's important to actually reframe that and get them to really understand the power of leveraging debt and the power of leveraging credit, because at the end of the day, it's someone else's money. And when you use someone else's money to make yourself more money, that's actually how the rich do it, right? That's how the rich people do it. So something that you can actually tell them is, hey, like, I totally understand. Like this is what someone told me. And this is honestly the framework that one of my mentors and one of my good friends had given me from the company that I was working with before. And so I give all the credit to them. I give all the credit to him and the company, because this is a crazy good discovery script. And it is basically the outline of one of the best ways to actually do things. And so I really hope that they don't mind me tweaking it and sharing it and giving the sauce because it's important to share the sauce. Like, why? Because like you can still get this information anywhere. You can still find this shit. So I really hope that like even if you're sharing something, give the people credit, right? But share it, put it out there. Don't gatekeep shit. So awesome. With that being said, now a lot of people, like I said, a lot of people may be uncomfortable using credit. Some people will be comfortable, some people won't. So the way you overcome that credit objection is by explaining it's like, hey, I totally understand where you're coming from. I get it. I used to think the same way because I was raised in a household where my family, they viewed credit as a liability and something that was actually bad. After doing my research and getting a little bit more financial literate and like actually understanding the way people use credit and the way money works, the rich people, there's actually two ways that people use credit. The rich people use credit in the way of actually buying things that will in turn make them more money. And the way poor people, they buy things that they don't really need and they think things they can't afford, like a car, a house. But like the way rich people leverage credit is by buying things that will in turn make them more money. For example, if you bought a rental property and you were using credit to actually leverage the payments for that rental property, but you were arbitraging it and then you were renting it out and actually making a profit on it. That's one of the reasons why we use credit and we leverage credit, because why we let our cash flow take a hit. So you're actually not letting any of your cash take a hit. You're really just getting the actual startup cost for whatever business venture you want to start. So with that being said, would you be completely opposed to using someone else's money to actually make you more money? It's a no-brainer. 9 out of 10 times, that one's going to work. Honestly, 100% of the time, it's going to work. Now, they say, yes, cool. Okay, you got a number and they're qualified. Awesome. You fucking qualified someone. Now you know they have enough money. Now you know that they are open to using credit, because when people use credit, they can buy anything. So obviously the goal isn't to take every single penny from people, but you should be deeply analyzing the financials and the funds and everything, because that's how shit works in life. Honestly, nothing's free. Just to recap, I gave you a brief overview of what it is that we do, which is personal branding in the info product industry. And it's selling shit online. The core principle, this is where you basically give them the rundown about the business model. And so you got to sell them on the business model. You got to sell them on the fact that it's like, this is the business model to do before you actually sell them on your coaching and your program. For me, I would be like, yeah, the type of products that we sell are usually digital products, coaching, mentorships, courses, communities, etc. So basically creating content about what you know best, and then speaking to an ICP, making content, and then creating an offer that solved that specific problem, and then getting leads organically from your content because people know, like, and trust you already, and then closing them on sales calls, onboarding clients. Then you can easily hit 10K a month with 5 people with a 2K offer, or 2 people with a 5K offer. It's pretty simple. It's making like a crazy amount of money just by hopping on calls like this one, explaining things, taking people through a framework that you can easily learn. Now, with all that being said, is that something that you can see yourself doing? And then they say yes, they're sold. Okay, perfect. Now, all that aside, I'd love to learn more about you. This is where you find out the current situation, the DPC method. So that being said, what are you for work right now? How's that doing? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it? How does it make you feel? What about your current position makes you want to change? And now, awesome, you found out that they have some pain. You're building up some pain here. This is about building pain, about making people want to change. It's okay, how long has this been going on for? How does that make you feel? Why haven't you done anything about it? Okay, awesome. Now, let's say we do decide to lock arms and work together. Let's say, if you could put a number on it, John, how much money would you want to make every single month with this business? Boom, they tell you 50K. Sure. Okay, awesome, John. With that 50K, why 50K? Why is that number important to you? What would that allow you to do? Oh, like I'd be able to buy a car, I'd be able to retire my parents, XYZ, buy a new house. Awesome. And how would that actually make you feel? Aside from all the shiny objects and all these cool cars and all this stuff, how would that actually feel, being able to take care of your family, knowing that like you still have money in the bank left over, and in the next month you're gonna make the next 50K? How would that actually feel for you? And then they're gonna fucking sell themselves on it, on the fact that they can do this because this is the business model to take them there. And then they're getting sold on it. And then this is where you sell them on your coaching. This is where you sell them on your actual consulting. Now, I know this is basically the whole sales call pretty much. I don't know why I'm going so deep into here, but basically you can do the entire sales call here if you really want to. I like to do it in 2 separate points because it makes things a little bit more clear, because you want to lead with curiosity. You want to go a little bit deeper so that you can answer any questions on that actual sales call. Keep in mind that this is only a 20-minute call. Now, with that being said, John, what has actually been stopping you from reaching that goal with the online business? Like, why haven't you actually hit that 50K mark? What have you actually tried before that has not led you to be here, and the reason why we're on this call? They're going to tell you, I don't know where to start. I don't know how to make 50K. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. I don't know XYZ, A, B, C, D. Okay, awesome, John. So based on what you said, it seems like the only thing that's stopping us right now from actually getting to that 50K a month is A, B, C, and D. Does that sound about right, or am I missing something, John? No, that sounds about right. Perfect. Awesome, John. So what we do here, we actually we specifically specialize in the A, B, C, and D, and we can help you with that whole thing. And I would love to cover exactly how that would make sense and work with us together on that next call. So why don't we lock that in? Let's go on to that second call. And basically, the main goal for that is going to be for me to lay down the entire roadmap for you, go into even more depth than we did today. But everything is going to be similar to this call. I'll ask you about what your goals are, just so that we're on the same page and things are fresh. And then we're going to potentially look at and paint the picture of what it would be like to have the support of myself and the team in your journey. And the goal is going to be very simple for that call. It's going to be to lay down everything in front of you just so that you are in a position to make an educated decision. Now, at the end of the call, after everything is completely laid out, you will be in a position where if it absolutely makes sense, we will move forward. And if it doesn't make sense, we'll give each other a virtual high five, a virtual handshake, and part ways as friends. So does that sound good? Awesome, then let's lock that in. Perfect. Now, is there any potential reason why you wouldn't be able to make the call tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern? No, I'll be there. Okay, are you sure? So no doctor's appointment, no getting sick, no grandma's funeral, no nothing like that, unless Godzilla came and completely wiped out the entire city. Nope, I'll be there, 2 p.m. Eastern. Perfect. Now, you've just booked the app. You've booked the application call. Boom. Oh my God, that was a lot of information, but hey man, that's how we do it out here. This is the entire process of discovery. So very important. You're ultimately trying to lead with curiosity, put them onto that next call, and really just trying to create that emotional gap. Because when you create the gap, it creates urgency. It creates, yo, why haven't you done anything about this? Why are we still thinking about it? Why are we still on this call? Let's get onto that second call as soon as possible so that we don't waste any more time. Why would we waste any more time? Why would we repeat the past? Let's get onto that sales call. Let's get this done. Let's figure this out so that you can start hitting that 50K a month, John. Now, you obviously don't want to be talking with that much. You can just talk. Actually, what am I saying? Talk with that much conviction. Talk like that. Speak clearly, speak with that confidence and stuff, because that is actually how you're going to sell. You're going to have so much conviction. It's just going to be an energy transfer, because that's all that sales is. It's an energy transfer. It's a transfer of energy. Now, it's so important to actually be so convicted in the service that you're offering, the service that you're running, and the coaching that you run. That's why I'm so excited, because bro, I know this shit. This is my fucking master shit. I'm so convicted that, bro, I can take anyone, I can take some dude off the street and make him a personal brand and make him the fucking 10K a month. I believe that I can easily do that. No matter what the fuck they do, I can help them learn a skill. I can help them learn how to make content. Do everything. Doesn't matter if they're fucking ugly. I'll help them look better, bro. I'll give them a haircut. I'll do anything. I can do this, bro. I can help you. So that's how much conviction you should have when you're offering and when you're selling something. In the next module, we're going to cover the entire strategy call and how you're actually going to close that deal. It's a framework that you're going to learn so that you can apply it to any kind of offer. Whether you want to sell an offer, whether you want to create your own offer, whatever the case is, I will see you in that next module. Welcome to module number 8. This is about to be super, super important. The most important module, one of the most important. This is the actual conversion. This is the strategy call module. We are closing the deal. We are at a point where the prospect is qualified. They're ready. They're at the bottom of the funnel. It's our job just to guide them in the right direction, lead the sales call, and collect cash at the end of the day. Boom. Let's do this shit, baby. Now, we already have talked about the DPC framework, diagnose, position, close. Very important. Now, we're going to be pre-handling every single objection here. That is what we're going to be doing here. I'm going to be sharing you the golden way to close, which is a document that I have created myself based on the framework, and I have included scripts in there so that you can get an understanding. But don't memorize the script. I want to make it clear. Don't memorize any script. Memorize the framework. Understand the process. Understand how to fucking sell, and you're going to be able to apply this to any single kind of offer. So I'm going to be applying this to my offer specifically because that is what the framework looks like for myself, but the same thing applies to any different kind of offer, and I will personally help you show exactly how we're going to apply it to your offer. It's so simple. It's the simplest framework there is, honestly. Diagnose, position, close, DPC. So in this case, do your sales calls because people will expect you to work with them. It doesn't make sense for you to not be there and for a different person, like the closer. Only on a bigger scale should you do this. When you absolutely have no time yet, get a closer in there. But for the most part, when you're first starting out, you should 100% take the sales call. You should be the one behind the fucking camera on the Zoom when you're speaking to these people. Have the decency to show up with your face in a quiet area so that you can have the respect, because they're giving you their time and respect. It should be reciprocated. Now, with that being said, if you want to delegate this process, make sure that you have a fucking killer jump onto these calls because they're representing you. They are representing you. That's going to be the impression that they're going to get from you. So if you don't have a good closer and they don't represent you in the best way possible, I don't know. So let's jump into it. I will say sales takes a lot of time to master. It's a skill. I'm still mastering it myself. However, it's important to understand different resources that you can use to get better. Preferably, you should be practicing with a friend, role playing, someone else who is in sales, or someone else who is making an offer, a coach, a consultant, someone who can basically hold you accountable and not bullshit you. And if you don't have access to that, it's okay. You have me, but you also have AI. I like to use Google Gemini on my phone specifically because Google Gemini on your phone is very useful. It's better than ChatGPT. I don't know, for myself, I find that ChatGPT fucks up sometimes and isn't just very smooth. I think down the line in about a year or so, the live call is going to be a lot easier on ChatGPT and it's going to be a lot more smoother. However, I need you to understand that AI can never replicate a human, so it's good to use the AI for the framework and to get an example and to get an understanding of how this stuff works, but that's not the end all be all. So make sure that you find someone to practice with. Now, let's jump into it. This is a huge document. As you can see, there's 13 pages, so there's a lot to get through, so we're going to go right into it. So we got to build rapport and trust. Right off the bat, the prospect is judging you. When you jump on the sales call, you are being judged. The first frame that they see, it's like the hook, it's like the YouTube hook, it's like the Instagram hook, it's like the reel, the video, whatever the case may be. Smile, talk like a human, give that energy, be radiant, be like very charismatic and funny, and try to make them laugh. Lower their guard down on this part. Show that you're human too. Don't just get straight to business. Ask questions. Here's one question I would like to ask people. Sometimes I ask, what's the best thing about your day so far? What's the best thing that happened about your day? I heard that from some guy who asked that to me on a sales call, and I was like, wow, that's a very good question. What's the best thing that happened to you today? Now, that's already putting things in a positive light. It's like asking the question, what questions do you have? Not, do you have any questions? So this basically gives the obligation that it's like, hey, you should have something that happened to you that is really good. And on the other hand, it's like you should have questions. Like, what questions do you have? It's because you should be expecting them to have questions. And a lot of people grow up in a sense where like they feel like they shouldn't be asking questions, or they shouldn't ask questions, or it doesn't make sense for them to ask questions, because people, when they grow up in school, they're often like faced with, oh, they don't want to feel embarrassed by not knowing the right question or thinking they're asking a stupid question. But in the reality, it's better to be asking questions. It's actually really good. So this is going to be very similar to the discovery call process, but it's going to be a little bit more in depth and a little bit more sauce in here. Build a little bit of rapport. When you see someone on the camera, talk a little bit about what's in their frame, like what is actually there that you see. I had a guy today, he had a shelf of a bunch of stuff. I was like, oh, what's on the shelf? You got like an elf on the shelf or something? And it lowers their guard. Lower their guard. Get them like comfortable, and then you steer them into the kind of process, the framework, setting the frame. Now, set the frame and set your expectations. Awesome, John. It's great to meet you. But before we dive in, I want to set the agenda for how this call is going to go. On this call, it's super simple. I'm just going to be asking you a couple questions about what you want to do, where you're at, what's been stopping you, and to understand if we might be in a position to help you out. And if we are in a position to help you out, what that would be and what that would look like in terms of the next best steps for you to take in order to get to where you want to go. Are we clear on that? Awesome. Now, John, look, the only way for us to figure those things out is if I ask you questions. And I need you to understand that some of the questions I'm going to ask you may sound a little bit redundant, like something I've asked you before on the call before, something that could be potentially personal or intrusive. But just my goal here, I just need you to understand that my goal here is not up to be on your business. I'm really just trying to get a good understanding, paint a clear picture of whether or not we can help you. And if we can help you, what the best route would be that you can get started in, so that we can serve you to the best of our capabilities. So is that okay if I ask you those questions? And I promise I won't ask you for your social security number. Promise it's going to be super smooth, super productive. Is that okay? Perfect. You're explaining so deep. You're explaining the reason behind your questions. You're setting the frame. You're explaining exactly how this call is going to go, because it's going to be in depth. It's going to be in detail. And ideally, it's good to have calls that are quick when you have so much trust with the audience, but when you're starting out, you need to understand that like you need to make a name for yourself. You have to make it clear that it's like, hey, I'm a fucking professional. I know exactly what I'm doing here. I'm going to lead you in the right direction to get to where you want to go, period. So this is going to be a long one. Okay, again, decision maker qualification. John, when it comes to making a decision, is there anyone who else should be on this call right now, or would you say you're the boss in that department? Yes, I'm the boss. Awesome. So I thought you were the boss. You sound like the boss. So there's no husband, no friend, no wife, no one else, poodle, dog, no one else who should be on the call. Cool. Just want to make sure we don't get to the end and we find out that someone else shouldn't be here when we need to make a decision. Okay, awesome. Now, if there actually needs to be someone else in the decision-making process, make sure to get them on that call as well. And only be talking to one person. Don't be talking to both of them. Talk to the person who booked the call and explain that I'm going to be talking to mainly this person and I want you to be part of the decision-making process so that you can talk about it together. Now, with that being said, it's almost a lot easier to close two people at once because if one person wants to do it, they're going to sell the other person on it. And it's like a 2 against 1 because like we're both the people trying to help these people out. We're the doctors here. So it's natural if you go into the doctor's office for your partner to come in to understand and get an understanding of what's going on. So I completely understand that. And it's good if someone wants to be in there. So make sure you make that clear. It's like, before we dive into this, are they able to be a part of this call? Is this something that we should circle back to when they are available? Because I would hate for you to like get to the end of this call and then have to get someone else here in order to make a decision. Does that make sense? Circle back, get them on another call, do the whole process again. Anyways, now, if they're the only decision maker, perfect. Let's get commitment out of them now. This is extremely important. So just a heads up, before we dive in, we don't do any callbacks or follow-ups. Now, the reason for that is simple. We only work with people who are serious and decisive. They basically, the best types of people we like to work with are the people who are in a position to make a decision on the call if it makes sense for them and it's an absolute no-brainer. And with that being said, the people who are the boss, like yourself, are absolutely certain about the decisions that they make. And they tend to be the best people to work with because they are the ones who are most successful. They know exactly what it takes, and they're the ones in charge. And by the way, you want to be you don't want to be so like monotone. You don't want to be so stern about this stuff. Just be casual, be flowing. I feel like I'm rushing into this, but there's really no rush. Don't rush into this process and stuff. So very casual. So if by the end of this call and we feel like it's an absolute no-brainer, John, are you in a position to make a yes or no decision? This is very important. This is the accountability part. They say yes. Awesome, John. So with that being said, John, if this makes, I'm saying it like that, but okay, John, if this makes sense for you by the end of this call and you feel like it could genuinely help you out and it's an absolute no-brainer and it is a yes, can we commit to making an investment on this call? If they say yes, perfect. If they give like a hesitant, if they're like, I don't know, I think so, say this. I'm just saying if it does make sense for you and you can see how this can help you out. Are you someone who can make a yes or no decision on this call today? And if we both believe that this is an absolute no-brainer, meaning I believe it is and you believe and we believe that we can work together and build something amazing, that you feel like this is something that you can get a return on investment on, are you committed to make an investment on this call? And I promise you, I'm not going to be holding a gun to your head to make an investment. It's just a yes or no. And if it is a yes, can you make an investment on the call? Yes, I can do it if I believe it's an absolute no-brainer. Perfect. That's all you gotta do. Throw some humor in there. I'm not gonna hold a gun to your head. That's a good one. Now, financial qualification. We've done this before, but even though you've done it in the discovery and you understand, there has been a time gap between the discovery call and the closing call. So you need to understand that, this person might have fucking bought a fucking Lamborghini or bought a dog or something crazy, bought a new laptop. So you need to do the financial qualification again. Okay, John, I know we've talked about this before. I know it might be a little annoying to go over it again, but I just want to be clear and transparent and make sure that we're both on the same page here, John. So if it does make sense for us to move forward today, when it comes to getting started with an online business or side hustle, how much capital do you have set aside right now to get the ball rolling? Boom. Awesome. Gives you that number. I have $1,000. Your program's $5,000. Awesome, John. Aside with that $1,000, not saying that you would need it, but if it is absolutely necessary in order to get the ball rolling, do you have access to more than that by any chance? Yes, I do. Potentially. I might be able to find some. I might have a couple thousand. Okay, John. Awesome. A couple thousand. Is that a couple $100,000? Is that a couple $100K? Is that a couple $10,000? Is that like $20K? What does a couple thousand look like to you? What is that actual number? I think I might have another $1,500, $2K. Awesome, John. So what it sounds like is you have around $3,000 set aside to get the ball rolling with your business. Is that what we're working with today? Awesome. Yes, it is, Michael. Thank you. Awesome. Now, at the beginning of this call, I said my goal is to understand if we can help you out and if we can, what the best route for you to get started in. Now, the best route to get started in for you is going to be heavily dependent and heavily reliant on the amount of capital you have access to, because the way that you start a business with $3,000 is going to be completely different than the way you start a business with $3 million. And quite frankly, if you had $3 million, I would 100% point you in the direction to freaking start a billion-dollar company. So with that being said, if you have that money, obviously you can run a team and everything. So that $3,000, and again, I'm just trying to get a clear picture here. Is that so I know exactly what direction I can point you in? Is that capital free and clear? Or is it maybe tied up in stocks or bonds, allocated to some investment, set aside for groceries, expenses, expenses, a trip, vacation, whatever the case may be. No, it's free and clear. Awesome. And just so you know, so they have 3,000. This is a scenario. They have 3,000 and it is not enough cash on hand because the program is 5K. We need them to get resourceful now, and we don't want to wait for this at the end of the call. A lot of people tell you to wait until the end of the call, handle all the objections at the end. It's way easier to ask a question than handle an objection. That is why we ask all these crazy questions at the beginning. And you're probably thinking, bro, Michael, you're so crazy hard and deep about this. Let me be completely upfront and honest with you. It is so much easier to handle asking a question to somebody than handling an objection. Tell me if I'm wrong, okay? There's so many courses out there, so many sales courses that tell you, yeah, you should be a master objection handler, master NLP, NEPQ, all this crazy stuff, all these word tracks and everything. And yes, it's good to have that, and I will teach you that in the next module if it's needed. But you shouldn't have any objections here at the end of the call because you should be able to hold people accountable. Now, with that being said, let's run this. Let's get into this, man. So they have $3,000. Awesome, John. Now look, like I've mentioned, the way you set up a business in the business world, in certain cases, not in every case, John, promise you not in every case, but in some cases, it does make more sense to leverage credit to get started just because you're spending someone else's money and not yours. So your cash flow actually doesn't take a hit. And by the time that you have to pay the credit, you're already making money. So that all your cash flow doesn't take a hit while you're still making all this money. That's how the rich people do it. Now, is that something that you would have access to? And again, only if it is absolutely necessary and you believe it's an absolute no-brainer. And that's the way that we decide to start up your business. And that's the route we decide to get started in. And only if it requires more than $3,000 to get started with. Is credit something that you have access to? Awesome. How many lines of credit do you have access to? Oh, I have one, I have this. And what is the availability on those cards? What is the limit on those cards? You want to find out all of these things because it's so specific. Like the availability is one thing, but the limit is another thing. Because some people might have a certain like availability, but they might have a limit, a spending limit where they can't go over. Some people have available, I don't know, say $2,000 they have available and they can cover the rest of this 5K course. But the limit is like $1,500, so they might not have it. So you might have to get them set up in a new line of credit. Now, awesome. So you need to go super in depth and get the number, make sure that they have enough to cover. And then, okay, if they don't have enough credit, then you say, okay, you say the whole spiel again. Okay, awesome, John. Now, like we've mentioned, if it's an absolute no-brainer, you feel like it's an absolute no-brainer, you can get an ROI from this. And if it did require potentially more than $4,000 to get started, because the course is 5K, if it was absolutely necessary, would you be open to getting a new line of credit? If it was absolute no-brainer, is that something that you would be open to doing? Awesome. They're not opposed to it. They're open to doing it. Okay, great. Now, if they're not ready to do it, if they're not excited to, if they're hesitant, you have to overcome that objection, find the underlying objection, whatever the smoke screen is, wipe that shit out. Okay, awesome, John. You sound a little hesitant. I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. Now, you sound a little bit hesitant or on the fence about potentially leveraging someone else's money to make yourself money. Can you tell me a little bit what's behind that? Yeah, I might be I'm a little bit scared. I've never done this before. I'm scared to get into debt. John, I need you to understand that debt isn't always a bad thing. I need you to understand that like the way that rich people do things and the way that it's different from poor people, because poor people use credit. They buy things that they can't need. They'll buy a TV, car, vacations, all these different things, and they get into debt because they can't pay it off because they've already exerted the value out of those things that they've used their credit for. But the way rich people use credit, they buy assets that are going to put cash into their pocket. So my question to you is, are you completely opposed to using someone else's money to make you more money so that you can pay off that debt and leverage it in a way where you can get the skills and allow you to make even more money than the money that you've used to leverage? Are you completely opposed to doing that? And if they're still opposed, you still have to fight with it. You can't hard sell the entire thing, but 99% of the time, it's going to work out because when you explain that it's like the way rich people use it, then this is the way that you should do it, and you don't have to do it this way, but the way that makes the most sense so that your cash doesn't take a hit is by doing it this way. And obviously they don't want to affect their credit score and stuff. And so like, I can understand that, but at the same time, it's like there's two types of people in the world. There's the people who take risks and the people who bet on themselves versus the person who doesn't take the risk and says, I think I'm scared to do this. I don't think I'm going to do it. So you can always use the persona labeling technique and say, out of those two people, the person who takes the risk, bets it on themselves that they're going to become the guarantee and actually make this money versus the person who says, I can't do it. Who do you think gets to where they want to go faster? Obviously the first guy. Awesome. Why though? Why are they the one who's actually taking the risk? And why do you think they are going to get to where they want to go faster? Why? Because they took the risk. They decided that I'm going to figure out a way to make it happen regardless of my current circumstances. Yeah, John, and you're smart for saying that. Really smart for saying that, because that's the way you're actually going to move the needle and move the needle forward and actually get to where you want to go. Now, my question to you is, Who do you want to be in this situation right now? What does John, who is at where he wants to go, at the place in his mind, what mindset does he take in this position right now? And shoes does he actually step into? I guess he would take the risk. It's not actually a risk if you're betting everything on yourself. You're giving yourself a guarantee here. So if you guarantee that you can give everything you got, I guarantee that you are going to get to where you want to go, and I'm going to help you along the way. Using the persona labeling technique is so powerful, and you can get someone to actually do it. Because people have an ego, they want to be the person who is succeeding, and they're this deep into your funnel, they're on the fucking sales call at this point. They might as well do it. They're so ass to grass. They're balls to the wall right now, so they have nothing to lose. But they have everything to lose at the same time. You gotta make them understand that if they don't take action, it's what is the cost of then inaction? If they don't do this, if they don't make 20K a month, you're losing 20K a month. Every fucking month that goes by, that's 20K a month that you could be making if you had taken the chance right now. So you see what I'm saying? Even if someone wants to think about it, you could say, okay, say you actually make 30K a month. John, what if you make 30K a month with this business model? Do you think you can do that? Yeah, I think I do. Of course I can do that. I just need time to think about it. So okay, every day that you spend thinking about it, you're wasting $1,000 cash. So what is it actually worth to you at this point? So that's what I'm saying. At least $1,000. Like at least. You can close a deal and make 10K, right? So we're getting a little sidetracked. We need to go into the current situation now. Once you understand at a deep level, crystal clear, exactly how much capital they have to start up this business model or this fitness program or how much, whatever the case may be. Now, only way, now that we got that out of the way, I want to learn more about you, John. What is it that you do for work right now? How is that? I don't know many plumbers. I don't know many electricians. What do you like about it? That's awesome. What do you like about it? Sounds like you absolutely love your job. Seems like it gives you purpose and fulfillment. So I'm just curious, why are you even looking to do something else? And then they're going to tell you why they don't like it. Or if they don't tell you that they don't like it already. Got it. What don't you like about it? How does it make you feel? How long have you been feeling this way? Is there anything else outside of that? How is that actually affecting your day-to-day life? How does your family feel about this? How is this affecting your relationship, your family? All these questions you got to be asking in that order. It's like you're peeling the layers of the onion back. You're finding that pain. You're uncovering the pain. You're finding the pit. That's the pain. Now, people do things for other people. Like, it's one thing to do something for yourself, but the people who actually make it far in life and the people who actually take care of their family do things for their family and for the people they love. So that's a way more powerful question. It's like, how do you feel about this is one thing, but it's like, how does your family feel about this? And saying it in that tone, it's like, how does your wife feel about this, John? Having that small pause and then the bigger pause after saying the noun, saying that word, and then asking the question. So fucking powerful. It's the tonality and the words and the pacing. So John, how is that actually affecting your family, your relationships? It's like getting down to that level. And so now we're in a vulnerable state and we don't want to sit in the pain for too long because people don't want to sit in this pain. It can be overwhelming. It can be traumatic sometimes. So don't ask too many questions about the current situation. At a certain point, people don't like to talk about their pain. Just understand simply by asking the right questions that hold the most leverage. Don't ask them about why their family is going to be sad about the dog because they can't get the pet house, or you know what I mean? Don't ask about what school are your kids going to. None of this bullshit, man. Get to the point with it. Ask the higher leverage questions. Don't ask things that are not going to make sense and move the conversation forward. You are trying to move the conversation forward with every word that you say, every single question that you ask, okay? Now, a really good question to ask is, take me back to the day, John, when you drew the line in the sand and you said enough is enough. That is super powerful because they are going to honestly get more visual about what that trigger point was and what that moment was for them to actually make the decision to look into something else. Now, moving on to the desired situation, because we've covered this, but I want to make it clear because we are going a lot deeper into it. Let's say we lock arms today, John, and we start this journey together and it works absolutely perfect. What does your success look like 6 months from now? How much extra money you're looking to make every single month? That would allow you to walk away from your job comfortably. They say how much they want to make. Why that number, John? Why 20K? Why 30K? Okay, awesome. Now, let's just say hypothetically, John, you made 30K for the first time. What would you do then? They're gonna talk about everything. Let's just say you made 30K consistently for 2 years. What does your day-to-day look like now? They're gonna talk about everything. They're gonna be so visual, excited. Now, what would that allow you to do, John? What would that feel like? How would that make you feel? What hobbies would you pick up, right? Then, once you get the desired situation, very important. Now we go into the consequences of inaction. Now, John, there's two sides to the coin. Not everything is sunshine and rainbows. So what happens if nothing changes, John, and you're not able to get 30K a month, not able to spend that time with your family, buy the car you want, live in the place, what happens then? Things are going to stay the same. And let's say you don't move forward. What is your plan for the next 3 months, 6 months, for the next year? I'm still going to be working my plumbing job. Okay. And are you okay with that? I don't know. Why not? Are you okay with that? Why not? Because you want to uncover this shit for them, because it's real. This shit is real pain, right? People are facing real problems here. Okay. You were okay with it for this long. Why not continue living that way? Like, you were okay with it now. Why right now? Why now, after all this time that you've actually made yourself on this call, that you want to make this decision now? Okay. What changed about your mindset that has brought us to this point, right? This will get them to really sell them and verbalize their commitment so that you can hold them accountable for it now. Now, get the commitment now. So John, based on everything, are you ready to become that person and step into the shoes of the person who is making 20K a month and start making decisions like that person? Boom, you've got the commitment. You've got them by the fucking balls, bro. You're in a good position at this point. If you've gotten all the way up to this call and you're at this moment, you're good, brother. You are good, my man. Now, barriers, bro. So John, you have this clear vision. You know exactly what you want, and I love that for you. It's actually a lot better that you have that vision, because a lot of people I talk to, 99% of the people I talk to don't have this vision. They don't know what they want. They just want to make a lot of money. The fact that you want to take care of your family means that it's not about the money. It's about taking care. It's about being a leader. A lot of people aren't like you, John. So I can tell that you're going to be successful in this business. Now, with that being said, you have this clear goal in mind. What has actually been stopping you from starting an online business and making 20K a month and getting to that outcome where you can take care of your family? What has been in the way, and why haven't you done it already? Damn, can you believe that? And understand what I just did there. One of the frameworks that I've learned is called the ACA method, where you acknowledge, compliment, and ask. Whenever a prospect says something, acknowledge what they said, compliment something, and then ask the question. See how I did that there? I acknowledged. I'm like, awesome, John. That's awesome that you have that clear vision for you and that you know exactly what you want. Acknowledge. Compliment. John, you know what? You're like in the top 1%. A lot of people I talk to, most people I talk to, aren't even in this position where they have this clear vision and they want to do it for their family. Most of these people I talk to want to get the fucking nice car. They want to get the Rolex. They want to get all these cool things. They don't actually care about their family. They're all really selfish. So the fact that you want this for your family shows that you're unselfish, and it means that you're going to be so successful in this. And I know you're going to crush it. Now, with that being said, what has been in the way and stopping you from starting the online business and making the money? ACA, baby. That's how we do it. Now, you ask these questions like, why is now the right time? What held you back before? What have you tried that didn't work out before? If they're not sure, give them suggestions. Be like, is it the time? Is it knowledge? Is it support? What's missing? Get them to answer, then peel again. Okay, got it. Can you walk me through what your day looks like if you have no time? Why do you think that's been such a barrier for you? Like, what would you need to change in order to overcome that? And then after you've understood every single barrier that has led them to the point where they can't get to where they want to go, desired situation, it's your duty and your job to give them a tailored fit solution based on what you've talked about in terms of the barriers as your pitch. So your pitch isn't, okay, we help people do A, B, C, D. Here's what we can do for you. That is selling, my friend. That is not solving a problem. Okay, now I need you to understand, that we are problem solvers here. We are the doctor. So we are not going to ask them this stuff. And no, we are not going to tell them exactly how we're going to help them. We are going to fit the solution like a perfect puzzle piece so that they can understand, like, damn, this guy can actually help me out. So I'll give you an example. John is looking for a fitness program. John doesn't know how to work out, and he doesn't know what to eat in order to get jacked because he's skinny. Okay, John, based on everything that we've talked about, John, it sounds like the only thing stopping you from getting your dream body, put on 15 pounds of lean muscle, and actually getting to a point where you attract the people that you want, go on the right dates, and have the mental capacity to like actually be confident in your body and in yourself, and that when you can look in the mirror, you can be proud of who you are. The only thing stopping us from getting there is, number one, the roadmap and the blueprint that show us the exact program and workouts that actually work for your body type specifically, that are going to allow you to actually put on that lean muscle mass over 3 months time, 6 months time, whatever the case is. And two, the meal plan and prepping to make sure that you are getting the nutrients and the protein that you need, and your intake levels are at peak maximum levels so that you can get fucking jacked and you can recover, and that we can allow you to stay on track, as well as a program that allows you to like potentially track your sleep, make sure that you're getting optimal sleep, and potentially, if needed, and this is the part where you say if needed, if it's not something that they've mentioned, if needed, a mentor, someone who can actually guide you and answer the questions, who has walked the same path and can lead you in the right direction. Does that sound about right, John, or am I missing something? Do you see the difference there? Do you see the difference versus, yeah, John, we're going to give you the workout program. You're going to know how to eat, sleep, and get muscle mass so that you can get your dream body. It's so different the way you sell this to people, right? So at that point, when it sounds perfectly right, that is when the pendulum swings in your favor, because the prospect understands that you can help them. And at this point, you have the power. So now it's time to sell them on the service that you're providing, or the actual business model, or the actual workouts. Now, for myself, personal branding, just to recap, John, I'm going to give you a quick overview. This is exactly what it is that we're doing. Personal branding, info product business, selling shit online, basically creating content about what you know. We've gone through this already, but you create an offer, helps people solve a specific problem, and then you generate leads organically from your content because they trust and know and like you already. And all you got to do is just hop on sales calls like this one and different calls like this, so that you can onboard them, deliver them incredible results. Easy to hit 10K a month. You just sell a 5K offer to 2 different people. How hard is it to find 2 people who need exactly what it is that you're already good at? And basically you sell on the business model about why it's such a good business model, or you sell them on why working out is so good for them, why they're going to get the girl of their dreams, whatever the case is. And then you say, is this something that you can see yourself doing? Yes, I can see it. I can believe it. Thanks, Michael. Awesome. Now, with the business model combined with how we can potentially help you out to get the ball rolling in the sense of tailored position, tailored pitch, ABC, giving you the roadmap so that you can understand what to do, what videos to watch, potentially the mentor, someone who can lead you in the right direction, who has walked the same path, walk the walk and talk the talk, and potentially leveraging different AI stuff and blah, 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 blah. Giving them that tailored pitch combined with the business model. Can you see yourself doing this? They say yes. Okay, why do you think that? And then the prospect will now, John will sell himself on why exactly it's going to help them. Yeah, I mean, like, your program is great. I've seen the results. I've seen how this business model works very well for people. It involves a great cash flow, all that stuff. So in that case, awesome. I feel like we can definitely help you out. Now, this is where the money gets. This is the money. This is the money now. Now, this is what we call price anchoring. When you're selling business, you need to price anchor. And even if you're selling fitness, you need to price anchor. Let's dive into this. Awesome. The way we like to compare this is to conventional education. So because it's relatable, people understand it. I need you to understand, John, that the average college degree is $40,000 to $60,000. The good news is it's not $40,000 to $60K to work with us. I'm not fucking smoking crack. You crack a joke. I'm not stupid. I wasn't dropped on a head as a child. Let's just say it was $40,000 to $60K to work with us. On one hand, you pay $40,000 to $60K for a piece of paper that hopefully gets you a good job. And on the other hand, you get the roadmap, you get everything to make 6 figures and beyond. And basically you can apply it to a fitness offer. You pay $40,000 to $60K for a piece of paper that hopefully helps you understand how to get jacked. Or you pay $40,000 to $60K for someone who has actually done it to work with you closely one-on-one to make sure that you're held accountable. Which one are you going to choose and which one's going to get to you to where you want to go faster? It's obvious, right? Now, you obviously got to talk about the degree. You need to go into detail. The qualifications to get a good job, that's what it gives you. You get the piece of paper, you get a good job, you're overworked, underpaid, underappreciated, you got to ask for time off, got to ask for permission to travel, probably can't work remotely. This is where you basically sell and tell them, this is for biz op. Now, for a fitness offer, it's pretty much the same thing. List out exactly, okay? You get thrown into the wolves, you get all the understanding of how to get jacked, how to do everything, but you don't really know what to do. You're going to be often searching things online for how to do the new workouts, how to do things. You're going to have to rely on A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then comparing it to, you got 40 to 60K of freedom. Listing out the prospect's desired situation. So being able to contribute to your family financially, having the independence to hold your own, powerful financial household, future kids are taken care of, future generations are taken care of, and your family's taken care of. Now look, I told you before, I'm not smoking fucking crack. It's not 40 to 60K to work with us, but it's not cheap. It's very expensive. And I'll tell you why. Now, in this example of the price drop in the price anchoring method, this is how it's going to work. This is what we're going to do. Say your program is $8,000. We have to anchor the price at $15,000 so that when we drop the price to $8,000, because that's the full price that you're actually charging, it's not so much of a crazy shock, okay? Let's just say my program is $8,000. So now you drop the price. We decide to meet in the middle at $15,000. They're going to be like, what the fuck? 15K? I don't have fucking 15K. I thought there's going to be a couple thousand. Now, I'm going to give you a couple bonuses to make sure that this is an absolute no-brainer. No. Woo! Okay, it's getting sweaty now. It's getting hot here. Now, you got to give them the offer breakdown. You basically give them the tailored pitch on top of all the coaching, on top of XY, how we're going to solve the problems for you, how we're going to get there so that you can make 20K a month. So here are the bonuses. don't shoot me right now. Put the fucking gun down, because I know it's a lot of money. I get it. We told you it's expensive. So we give you the 90-day roadmap where we walk with you step by step how we're going to help you get everything connected, logins, make sure that we're locked in for the entire program just as much as you are, so that we can hold ourselves accountable as coaches and we can hold you accountable. So adding that shit in, and we're going to add, here's a bonus, we're going to add another bonus. For me, I like to add, okay, we're giving you a free AI video editor where we can leverage your time and your workflow a lot better. We offer the support and coaching for editing every single week and for the duration 90 days to get access to that, so that you don't have to manually edit things and leverage AI tools like this one. Boom. Whatever the case may be, you can offer, if you're doing a fitness program, you can be like, hey, I'm also going to give you Cal AI, where basically you can leverage AI to take photos of your thing and you don't have to pay a cent for it, because we're going to add you into the community where you can get access to it for absolutely free for the 90 days and the duration of the program. Boom. You add that next bonus, because you can just add however much they pay you, just fucking pay it for them. Get their subscription going for that, okay? Now, the third bonus. As we said before, John, we don't do any callbacks, and we like to work with people who are decisive. So with that being said, we have a quick start bonus, an action taker bonus, a reduction. So instead of $15,000, we have a 40% reduction. And that is if, and only if, we are committed to making an investment on this call. So instead of $15K, it's going to be $8,000 today. So with that $8,000, we have the action taker bonus. We go into detail of how specifically the problem that they're facing are going to be solved with the extra features that we just gave them, the 3 bonuses, and the actual tailored fit solutions. So A, B, C, and we have bonus. I'm doing this so that it's an absolute no-brainer. You give them everything, and by then, you should fucking close. So, if everything we've covered today, the roadmap, mentorship, community, all this stuff, and if you feel like it really gets you to where you want to go, you feel like it's something that you want to do, yes. If you've actually got no objections, you shouldn't have any objections if you do it this way. Boom, let's lock in your spot, John. Now, that is a lot. I know that's a huge amount of information. So, we're going to go into module number 9, where we're going to cover objection handling, because chances are you will get objections at this point in time, because $8,000 is a lot of fucking money. So, with that being said, that's the example. 8K, doesn't matter if your program is 5K, it doesn't matter if your program is 12K, you can still do a price drop and still have the value be a lot higher than the price. That's the idea. When you do the price drop, it's like, price is here, the value is still here. It's still valued a lot higher. But then when you do the price drop, it's fuck, the value is still here, but it's still a lot expensive. So like sometimes you will have the objections, and we are going to cover that. For coming up all the way up into this point, I hope that you're taking breaks. I hope that you're not watching all of this thing through, because I need to take a break. We'll see you in the next module. This is module number 9, objection handling, to find the core objection. Now, if you use the framework and you use the sales process with the pre-handling objection and everything that I've shown you in the last module, you shouldn't get any objections. If you do your job right, you shouldn't get any objections. If you have conviction, you shouldn't get objections. If you do the entire process right, you shouldn't get any objections. But objections happen. Not everything's perfect. I'm going to show you how to handle these objections. When you get to the end of the call, usually there are objections. A lot of them are having to do with money, but there are 3 core objections here: time, money, and value. You always need to isolate these objections, because it's always a smokescreen. A lot of times, these objections, they're all smokescreens, because at core, there is really mainly only the 3. So, always isolate time and money, whether it's time or it's money, because usually it's a smokescreen. And usually you can get down to the actual root cause of what it really is, whether it's actually fear of investing the money, or if it's actually logistics where they actually don't have the money, they need a payment plan, they need some kind of logistic plan if it's the money. And if it's time, you gotta always isolate, and you gotta figure out like what the hell is behind that. Is it really the time, or is it the money? Usually it's money, I'm gonna be honest, because in high ticket sales and high ticket coaching, it's always going to be the money objection, because people are always shocked by the ticket prices of these programs. So with that being said, let's get into it. Isolate them time and money objection. Okay, someone says, yeah, it's a lot of money, I don't know if I can swing it right now. Awesome. Now, if we just take money out of the equation for a second, money aside, would you actually do this, and can you see yourself actually doing this? Let's just say you had all the time in the world. Let's just say you had all the money in the world. You had a duffel bag full of cash, or it was for free. Would you actually do this? Now, you want to be careful when you say it's free. You don't want to devalue your actual program, whatever it is that you're selling, but you want to actually just put that part out of the equation and just isolate it and understand if it's just the money or if it's just the time, whatever the case is. Because if it's not, if it's the actual program itself, you need to go back, fix the fucking program, or go back and run through everything in the program so that they understand why and how it's going to help them out. Otherwise, then why the hell are you on the call? So they say, say, yeah, I would 100% do it. And then you say, why exactly would you do it? Because I think it's going to help me out. But why actually acquire the skills needed to get to 10K a month, needed to get the dream physique? Why actually invest into your skills in order to get to where you want to go? They're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to be able to live my lifestyle, time, location, freedom. I'm going to be able to get the dream body, potentially get more confidence. And then you say, okay, what would that actually allow you to do though? Yeah, I'm probably going to get more girls. I'm probably going to be able to take care of my family. I will probably be able to do XYZ, because people do things not for themselves, but for other people. Now, there's always two sides of the coin though. What happens, let's just say, if you don't do anything about this right now? And they'll say, yeah, I mean, I probably won't get desired outcome. I probably won't get the girl. I probably won't live that lifestyle. I won't make the 10K. I won't do this. I won't do that. And then you're basically selling them on the gap. You're selling them on the consequences of actually why they need to do this, and making them see the circumstances and making them see the freaking opportunity cost of what happens if they don't do this. Because every time that they don't invest, if they're trying to make 10K a month, if they're trying to get to 20K a month, every month that goes by, you're losing 10, 20K a month. Every month that goes by, you're losing like X amount of dates, X amount of muscle gain. You know what I mean? That's the case that we're doing here. And are you okay with that? Obviously, they're not going to be okay with it, because they want to get something. They want desired situation. They're not happy with their current situation, otherwise they wouldn't be on the call. They're gonna be like, no, I'm not okay with that. But why are you not? And then when you say why not, because then they're gonna start to sell themselves on the idea of why they actually need to do it. They're gonna be like, because yeah, I'm gonna be unhappy. I'm gonna be in the same position where I'm at. And then you gotta flip it on them, and you put responsibility into their hands and say, okay, so what does the person who is at desired outcome do in this situation right now? What shoes do you need to step in this moment in time to actually ensure that you can XYZ, earn more money, take care of your family, get ripped, get more girls, find your dream partner? You get the point. So that's always a great way to isolate things, especially when it's the money thing, especially when it's the time thing. Now, sometimes you're going to get, now that's one way to handle those objections and stuff. That's the best way to do it. Keep it simple, because a lot of times people are just skeptical at the end of the call. It's a lot of money. They're skeptical. They want to think about it and stuff. So we'll get into the think about it first. But now we're going to get into money objections early. When someone asks, how much does this cost? Just tell me the price right off the bat on the sales call. Or if they're in the discovery process and like, hey, can you just tell me how much this costs, just so like I know if I can afford it or not? And you haven't even built enough value yet. If you haven't built the value and you haven't actually shown them why like the price is a lot less than the value, you can't drop the price. You drop the price at the end when you have exceeded the amount of value compared to the price. So when the price is a lot more than the actual value, which is in the discovery process, like very early in the call, you need to say this. Great question, John. And first of all, I just want to appreciate that you actually asked that question, because it shows to me that you're actually serious about this and you truly want to make this work. But John, the reality of the situation is that when it comes to the price and the investment side of things, at this point in time, I actually have no idea what that would look like for you. And you might look at me like I'm crazy, like I was dropped on my head like a baby, or that I'm smoking crack. But the reason for that is the way we like to work with our clients is by giving them a tailored fit solution based on their specific problems and the level of help and support they would need from us in order to actually be successful. Now, at this point in time, I actually don't know what that level of help and support would be for you specifically. However, the good news is that's literally the reason why we're on this call. And so I'm going to ask you those questions and we're going to figure that out. And I can promise you by the end of this call, I'm going to have that number for you. However, another thing that I can wholeheartedly promise to you is that I'm not even going to quote you on a price unless this is an absolute no-brainer. Does that make sense, John? And so when you put it that way, you're really explaining that, we haven't built enough value yet. We haven't built up the value to be less than the cost of the price of the program. So that's the way you do it, because you always want to drop the price at the very end when you have actually exceeded the amount of value. The perceived value has to be up here, because if the price is here and the perceived value is here, it's like, holy fuck, bro, right? That's the way you want to do these things, right? Okay, now let's get into NLP word tracks, which is called neuro-linguistic programming. Basically, it's about changing someone's perspective on the world and influencing their decisions based on shifting their identity and their belief system. Money objection. It's a lot of money. Boom. This is one way that you can handle the money objection. When you find out that it's actually like a lot of money, here's one way that you can do. You can say, okay, gotcha, and say they don't actually have the money right now, and you have payment plans. Say that you have a payment plan or you're working with a credit company that can sort things out for them. Now, before you just say, okay, let's put you on a payment plan. No, you don't know that that's the solution. You don't know. You have to sell them on it, and you have to get them to commit to being resourceful. Now, here's how you do it. Now, they say, I don't have enough money right now. Okay, awesome. I totally understand where you're coming from. Is you not having the money a problem or a symptom of the problem? And they're going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't get it. I'm flustered. Okay, there's problems and symptoms, okay? Because the problem is that if you had the skills to actually make the money, what would you have more of? And by the way, this is if you're selling business opportunities, if you're selling e-com, if you're selling trading, if you're selling some kind of offer that does that. Now, there is another way that we can go about doing it if it's a fitness offer, which I will go into, but this is specifically for biz op. Now, okay, because if you had the skills to make more money with personal branding, with trading, with e-com, what would you have more of? Obviously, you would have more money. So the symptom is the fact that we may not have the money right now, which is totally fair. And that's the reason why we're on this call. And I can appreciate your honesty, John. So my question to you is, does you not having the money mean that you're not willing to find the money so that you can get to where you want to go? Potentially. And if they're skeptical, it's okay. And John, look, if it's an absolute no-brainer for you, I want you to understand that if this is an absolute no-brainer, if you believe that you can see an ROI, if this is an absolute no-brainer, does it mean that you are not in a position to find a way to become resourceful, find the money so you can get to where you want to go? Because there's always going to be two types of people. This is where the persona labeling comes in, because people have an ego. They don't want to be looked at as the poor person. So, because John, there's going to be two types of people in the world. There's going to be the person who says, I don't have the money, so I don't think I can make this happen. And then there's going to be the person who says, how can I find a way to get the money and get resourceful so that I can make sure that this next year doesn't look like last year? And now, John, out of those two people, who do you think gets to where they want to go faster? They're obviously going to say the second one. Why the second one, John? Because they find a way to make it happen. They find a way to get to it. So what does the person who is making 10K a month, 20K a month do in this situation right now, John? They would probably just find a way to make it happen. But why though? Why would they find a way to make it happen? So they can get to where they want to go. And so what does a person who is in desired this outcome do in this situation right now? What is a person who's making 10K a month, 20K a month, taking care of their family? What do they do right now? They would do it. They would find a way to get the money. But why though? So that they can take care of their family, get a better girlfriend, have financial freedom, do all these things, John. And then that's when they're selling themselves on it. They're selling themselves on the decision to get resourceful, to find the money. So what are you going to do, John? I'm going to find a way to make it happen. Are you sure? Because you don't have to. You want to always make sure that it's like they understand that this is their decision. This is kind of like reminding them that it's their decision. Because you don't have to. You're pulling away. You don't have to, John. This is your decision here. And they're like, no, I want to find a way to make it happen. It's okay, awesome, John. Now, with that being said, is it really a logistical money thing where it's like we actually just don't have the funds right now to actually invest in ourselves? Because if it is, I'm more than happy to go into that. Or is it actually more of like the fear of kind of betting on ourselves and jumping into investing into ourselves? And so if it's like a logistic thing, then you can say, okay, I'm down to have an open, honest conversation right now about where you're at financially in terms of the investment side of things and how much capital you actually have access to. Like we've mentioned at the beginning of this call, I want to be open and clear and honest so that we can provide the best route for you and help you to the best of our abilities. And then you go into what you offer for the payment plans and like credit stuff, all that kind of things. Now, if it's actually the fear, if they have the money, but it's actually the fear of it, yeah, it's a ton of money. I'm just scared to take the risk right now. Yeah, I totally understand. Now, if you just took the fear out of the equation, if you were 100% confident, would you actually do this? It's an isolating thing. It's okay. Yeah, of course. It's like, why would you do it? Yeah, I can 100% see that doing this will be able to take care of my family, make more money, live where I want to go, have the girl of my dreams, XYZ. But why actually invest in yourself so you can do that? And then they're going to sell them on it again. They're going to do all that. They're going to fully sell themselves on the idea of the dream and like what they actually want in terms of their desired situation. Now, got you. And I can appreciate that this may feel scary. I totally understand where you're coming from. But what if I told you it wasn't what you thought it was? Boom, pattern interrupt. What do you mean? Can I share with you a perspective, John? Sure. Tell me what do you got? Look, you're going to use this word track. There's a difference between certainty and uncertainty, John. Because if you look at the Fortune 500 companies, the companies who were most successful and the people who created these companies, they were either made in a recession or depression. So what does that tell you that you need to value more? Certainty or uncertainty? They're going to be like uncertainty. But you're going to say, why though? Why uncertainty? And they're going to be like, because people just take risks and it ends up good. Of course, because the most successful people who were once in your shoes, who were faced with a tough decision, they recognize that clarity comes from commitment and it's not the other way around. So with that being said, John, what do you think was the difference between you in this situation and the most successful people? They'll be like, they're probably like more experienced, they're probably more risk oriented, they probably have more money, they probably have XYZ, they might be giving excuses at this point. And if they are, you say, nope, not much to be honest. They both got a nose and a brain, and just drop some kind of joke. They've both got two hands and a dick, whatever the case may be. Something funny like that. So to be honest, nothing really. The only thing that separates you from them right now is the fact that despite this being scary or potentially not being the right time, because honestly, John, it's never the right time. There's always going to be something coming up, right? So the only thing that separates you from them is the fact that they committed to themselves and they were able to find a way to make it happen no matter what. And then that's when the mic drops and it's damn. So my question to you is, how do you think you need to start seeing this decision right now so that you can actually achieve the desired result. And then they're going to be like, fuck, like despite everything, I might have to do it. I might have to do that. Which would mean what for you? How would that actually change your life? How would your life change? Yeah, I'd be able to get to where I want to go. I'd be able to overcome my fear. I'd feel more confidence. Like, but you don't have to, John. What happens if you don't commit to this? Because it's two sides of the coin, right? So you always pull back. You create the gap, right? Fuck, I wouldn't be able to get XYZ. I won't be able to get desired outcome. I won't be able to make money, take care of my family, get the girl of my dreams, time, location, freedom, all of these different things. And are you okay with that? And it's like that verbiage. It's the way you say things to its tonality. Have that mini pause before you say the word okay, then have the longer pause. Be like, and John, are you okay with that? It really puts like an emphasis on the word okay, because it's, damn, am I really okay with that? It's no, I'm not okay, Michael. Thanks for pointing that out. Why not? Yeah, because I'm not going to get to where I want to go. I really want this to happen. So John, here, be honest with me right here. Be real with me. What does the person who is at 20K a month, making the money for themselves, taking care of their family, doing XYZ, what do they do in this situation right now? I guess they're going to take it. You're going to do the thing that they need to do. They're going to take the risk. So what are you going to do right now? Close, baby. Boom. I'm going to drop a solid little hint for you guys here. I just remembered, and it's a piece of golden nugget. So if you're all the way up into this point in the video, very lucky that you got up to here, because this is gold. This is money. So if someone says what their desired outcome in terms of income, if they say, yeah, I want to make 5 to 10K a month, never repeat back to them, oh, so in order to get to 5 to 10K a month, no, always create the gap bigger. Make the gap a lot bigger, because if you say 5 to 10K, it's like, it's pretty generic. But if you say, okay, so what's stopping you from getting to 10K? You know what I mean? Like, always strive for the higher number, higher weight, higher goal, more dates, whatever the case may be. If they give you a generic number, always strive for the higher number so that you can create the gap. Very important. And that's done in the discovery. But now we're on the closing part. This is like objection handling. So we're about to collect a lot of money now. Okay, so say it's a fitness offer, and if you're running BizOp, this is still a good opportunity to understand, because you still can apply this to a business opportunity, and I will explain. But say it's a fitness offer for money objections. Okay, awesome. Money aside, would you actually do this program? Yeah, I would. Why would you do it? Yeah, because I feel like it can get to where I want to go. I feel like I can get more jacked, get more girls. But why actually invest in yourself and hold yourself accountable to achieve like that dream physique? I'm gonna feel more confident, obviously get more girls. I'm gonna feel like I can actually make more money in my job. I can do XYZ, take care of my family. They're gonna be selling themselves on it. This is why you have to sell themselves on it, so that they need to remember how much value is in here, right? They need to be reminded, and they're going to be reminding themselves. This is why we isolate objections at the beginning of the fucking word track and the beginning of the actual objection handle, because you need to make them see that's like how much value there is in the actual fucking thing. When you isolate it, and when they see this big number, it's like, holy fuck, $8,000, $10,000, I can't fucking afford that. When you ask them to say, if it was free, would you do it? They're going to explain to you, but more importantly, they're going to explain to themselves by saying the words out loud why they think that this is going to get to where they want to go. And ultimately, that desired situation that their goal is, whatever their dream situation is, that is always going to stump the price. It's always going to be worth more, right? So that's why we say these things. That's why we get them to uncover it, so that they can like actually remember it's, oh fuck, the value's actually here, and this is the price. Because right now they're like, fuck, the price is so much money. And then they're like, okay, I want to get better. I want to get a better girlfriend, more confident, time, location, freedom, all these things. It's like, oh my God, this is actually cheap now. So let's do this again. Money aside, would you do it? Why would you do it? Why actually invest in yourself? Hold yourself accountable. They're selling themselves. Got you. And you're smart for saying that. ACA, acknowledge, compliment, ask. You're smart for saying that. Got you. Understand. And you're actually very smart for saying that. Now, what if I told you it wasn't what you thought it was? Pattern interrupt. They're going to be like, what the hell? What if you told? Sure. What does that mean? Can I share with you a perspective? Always ask if you can share the perspective. Don't just share the perspective. Ask for permission, because it's an uncomfortable situation at this point. And you don't ever want to build resistance on the sales call. You never want it to be one-on-one. You always want to use words, and you always want to use your tonality in a sense. It's like we're looking at the problem together. It's like we're on the same team. You're never fighting against each other, especially to people who are like resistant, who have trust issues, who are just fucking weird, right? There's going to be a lot of different types of people you're going to talk to, right? So always be on their side, even if they fucking make fun of you and shit. Let your ego down, be a problem solver, collect more money. It's better to collect a lot more money and have more money than to have a better ego. So share with them this perspective. If you had your dream physique and body, and I offered you the program price, if I offered you $8,000 to go back to where you're at right now, which is skinny, overweight, where you're currently at, would Would you take it? Obviously, they're going to say no. I'm going to take it. Why though? It's $8,000. Because they're going to be like, I worked really hard for this. I get what I want. I have all this stuff. They're going to sell themselves on the dream of it. And they're going to sell themselves on the reason why your program is the solution to the main problem. You are the problem solver. Okay, so if the dream physique is more valuable than the money itself, what is actually really coming up for you right now? And you loop back into the money objections. So, okay, it's just a lot of money. And then you say, okay, is it really a money problem or is it a symptom of the problem? Basically, is it like actually a logistical thing where it's a lot of money right now, I just can't swing it logistically? Or is it actually like a symptom of the problem? Is it like the fear of actually like investing in myself and actually doing this thing? And now if you were to do this same kind of objection handling thing, you could do it with BizOp too. You can be like, okay, now if I were to say, here's your dream life, here's your car, here's your house, here's everything, you have all this, but would you trade it for $8,000? Of course you're not going to trade it because they've made all that money. So that's the way you could do that. You're really just trying to uncover the core objection, whether it's like a fucking money problem or it's actually like a fear of actually investing the money. In that case, you need to reframe their mind and say that it's actually a good thing that they're scared. I actually would be surprised if you weren't actually scared to get into this right now, because yes, I understand it is expensive and get into that. You need to build up enough conviction in yourself to like drop this price fucking so confidently. Yeah, it's $8,000 or however much it is. Woo! Okay, we're gonna run through this shit. We still got a lot more to go. Credit objection. Now, when it's a logistical thing and you offer them a credit plan, a payment plan, something to do with credit, and they're like, fuck, I'm not putting things on credit, man. Got it. And this is what my friend Maté told me. He told me that this is a 10 out of 10 way to use for people who don't want to use credit. Boom. Shout out to Maté. He's the GOAT. A lot of this stuff I actually stole from him and he actually taught me. So this is me like reiterating it and everything. Credit handling objection. Okay, handle this credit objection. Okay, awesome. I don't want to use credit. Totally understand where you're coming from, but can I show you a perspective? Sure. Growing up, my parents always told me to stay away from credit. They said never buy things that you don't have money for. Now, for a long time, I just avoided it completely. But once I got older and started reading books about financial literacy and understanding about the way money works, I actually realized there's two ways people use credit. The number one way poor people use credit is to buy things that they can't afford, like TVs, cars, vacations, things that don't make them money. The way rich people use credit is to make themselves money. They take out a loan to buy an asset like a house, rent it out, and use the money to pay back the loan and still profit. So they use someone else's money to make themselves money. So all I'm asking here is, John, if by the end of this call, you feel like it was an absolute no-brainer and you genuinely see yourself making an ROI from it, would you be completely opposed to using someone else's money to make yourself money? Now, a lot of times that does work. And sometimes there's going to be people who just don't close, right? So do everything you can. Don't be attached to the sale. Be detached. Don't be attached to the outcome of actually collecting the cash. Point them in the right direction, if anything. Just be a good person. Now, if it's actually something to do with the value of your program, like they don't understand, they don't think it's going to work, it's okay. Before I let you go, just so that we don't leave any stones unturned, I'd love to at least point in the right direction. Can you fill me on what you needed more clarity on about the program, about whatever it is that you're talking about right now, so that like we can make sure that I can point you in the right direction. Then it's going to loop you back into the conversation. Now it's about time or money. I need to think about it. Sell them on the exit. Okay, awesome. Yeah, no worries at all. Before I let you go, what exactly was it that you need to think about just so that you have all the right information to make an educated decision? Boom, loop back into the conversation. Yeah, it's just a lot of money. Boom, handle the money objection. Boom, easy. Money aside, would you do it? Why would you do it? Why actually invest in yourself? Sell them on it. Two types of people: persona labeling, rich person, broke person. They find a way to make it happen. Okay, who do you want to be? I'm gonna find a way to make it happen. Shift their identity. It's fucking easy. It's hard, but it's actually easy if you understand the frameworks, if you understand the way you handle these objections. Now, I still need to think about it. I still need to think it over. That's just the way I make decisions. I'm sorry, I need to sleep on it. I need a couple weeks. I need a couple years. It's awesome. Yeah, no problem at all. I'll give you a couple years for sure. But what if I told you it wasn't what you thought it was? I love saying this word because it's like fucking pattern interrupt. It's like, what the hell you taught? What? It's like, okay. Now, look, I can appreciate you wanting to think about things and wanting to think these through. But what if the reason why we're on this call and the reason why we're not at a desired situation making $20K a month, having the dream body that we want to always have, is because of the fact that we want to think about things in the way that we've always been thinking about things in the past, leading up until now. And then you're going to be like, okay, because let's be honest here. The reason why we're on this call isn't so that we can stay at the current situation where we're at, right? The reason why we're on this call isn't so that we can think about things, right? Otherwise, what the hell are we doing here? Always add humor. Make it like lighthearted. Now, so can you agree with me? Or can you see that like we may need to start doing things a little bit differently in order to see different results than we have over the last 6 months, 12 months? You're going to be like, I guess so. 100%. Because what happens if you continue just thinking about things? Because the way you do one thing is the way you do everything, right? So if your mindset stays the same, what is going to stay the same? Your income, your weight, your body fat percentage, all these things are going to stay the same. So would it be fair to say, John, that we need to make a shift in our mindset? We need to make some kind of mental shift and change the way we actually think and go about doing things so that we can actually in turn make a change and get to where we want to go. And then they're gonna be like, yeah, fuck, you're right. Because what have we lost from thinking this way and delaying the decision-making process? Because we've been thinking about this for how long now? You've been out of shape for how long? You've been not making money for how long? 6 months, 12 months, 3 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years? What have we lost from thinking this way? A lot of money, probably a lot of time, a lot of experiences. Yeah, because the way you do one thing is the way you do everything, John. Potentially a lot of time, yeah. So now what happens if you continue thinking this way? I'm still going to be fat, I'm still broke, whatever the case may be. And are you okay with that? No. Why are you not okay with it? Because I've been living like this forever. So what do you think the person who is actually fucking jacked, getting the girls at 20K a month, what do you think they would do in this situation right now? They would just do it. But why though? Why actually take that first step and commit to something? Because you just gotta fucking do it. You just gotta commit. You just gotta go all in. Because it's not actually about taking more time to think about these things. It's actually the opposite. It's about committing to ourselves right now that we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that this next year doesn't look like last year. So what do you need to do in this situation, John, to make sure that you can get to 20K a month and take care of your family, that you can get ripped and actually get that new girlfriend of your dreams? I need to do it. Close, baby! That's how we do it, man. Come on. Now, we're almost done. Bear with me here. If it's trust in your program, if it's trust in you or your program, okay. I don't know if I trust you, bro. It's okay. I totally understand. I wouldn't trust a guy who looks like he's 13 years old. Break the humor, lower the guard down, always crack jokes. So what's actually coming up for you right now, just to see if I can actually help you out before I let you go? Sell the exit. They're gonna be like, yeah, it's just a program. I don't know if it's going to work for me. So what I'm hearing is that you're actually looking for some kind of guarantee. Is that right, John? Yeah, I kind of want a guarantee that I'm gonna get a return on my investment. Yeah, there's no guarantees in life. You need to explain this, but don't say that there's no guarantees in life and that you can't guarantee this. Flip the script on them that you can guarantee this. Now, let me just say this for a second. Let me just say this. Okay, John, yeah, not a problem at all. I can guarantee you, you're going to guarantee them, that if you do everything in the curriculum and you follow all the steps necessary that we give you and listen to my guidance, that you can and will see the results. I can also guarantee you that we will be right by your side to help you along this process to ensure that you can get to where you want to go. Pretty good. However, John, I need you to understand that there is going to be two types of people in this world. The people who want the business or program to guarantee the success and the results, or the people who become the guarantee and ensure to themselves that no matter what, they find a way to make it happen. So out of those two people, who do you think gets to where they want to go faster, John? They're going to be like the second one. Why though? Because they make themselves the guarantee. They ensure that whatever they do, at the end of the day, they're going to be the one that makes it happen. Exactly, because at the end of the day, John, I can't be the one who does the workout for you and hold the weights while you rest. You know what I mean? That's truly your side of the deal that you need to follow through on. So you tell me, John, what is the mindset that you need to go into this? The person looking for the world to guarantee them success, or the person who becomes the guarantee and makes their own success and paves their own path? I need to become the second person. Perfect, John. So how do you need to start seeing this decision right now in order to make sure that this next year doesn't look like last year? Close, baby! Okay, now, sometimes some people are gonna have a wife, and you know what? If they lie to you that they need to talk to their wife at the beginning of the call, if they say, I'm the main decision maker, you can always hold them accountable. It's okay, buddy, you told me at the beginning of this call. Don't say buddy. Yeah, John, I totally understand. But at the beginning of this call, John, you committed to me that you are the main decision maker here. So what has changed within the last 45 minutes, last hour after talking to me, that now the situation is coming up and now we're in a spot to make a decision? Were you not completely honest and transparent with me at the beginning, or are you just wanting to think about it, or what's actually behind that? Is it actually you need to talk to your wife and consult with them? Or is it actually need to talk to your parents? What is that looking for you right now? You can try to isolate it. But let's just take them out of the equation for a second. Is this something that you can actually see yourself doing? Do this whole thing? Yes, I can. Why though? Yes, I think it's going to get a return on my investment. Okay, why actually invest in your skills so you can get the desired result? I'm going to be able to make a lot of money, get the dream partner, XYZ, and which would mean what for you guys? What would that actually mean for you guys together? Yeah, I'll be able to take her out of dates. I'd actually be able to buy her things, spoil her, take us out on really cool dinners and everything, maybe go on vacation with my girlfriend. Awesome. I can appreciate that you want to run it through with them. Not a problem. So what exactly was it that you want to run through with them so that I can see if I can actually provide you with that clarity? And then they're going to tell you about what the actual thing is. So it's just a price. It's okay, let's handle the price objection right now. now, because if it is the price, then you just handle the price objection. It's like you make them understand if this is something that you are doing yourself, you just handle the price objection. And then if they still need to talk to their wife about it, you say, okay, and it's still the money thing because they need to consult with their partner about the money if they make decisions by themselves together. Try to get them on the call too, so that two people are there, because it's easier to close two people than it is with one person. And you may look at me right now like I'm crazy because no, 2 against 1. But actually, if you just focus on talking to one specific person out of the two, out of the couple, out of the parents, 3 people, whatever the case may be, if it is that one person, you can get that person to sell their partner on it. They can sell their parents on it, whatever the case may be. Because when you sell them on it, they're going to convince their parents to do it. They're going to sell themselves even more on it. And our loved ones always want to support what we want to do, right? Now, God, if it's not the price, no problem at all. Now, let me ask you this, John. Whose responsibility is it to get the skills necessary to achieve desired result? Is it their responsibility? Who is going to be showing up to the calls and doing the work? No, that's my responsibility. Because, John, the most successful people, their partners and their parents, whoever it is, whoever, don't want to feel burdened by the decision for not taking action on something. Because what could that lead from you? Resentment down the line. Because what happens if you don't do anything about this? How much money are you going to miss out on making? How much muscle are you going to lose out on gaining, right? What is the opportunity cost if you don't do this right now? Because their parents, their partners, they want them to lead them into the desired result. They want them to lead them into financial security. They want their partners to lead them into a place where we have more confidence, where we can have better dinners, we can have XYZ, we can live in different places. Don't you think that's what they would want from you? We'll be like, yeah, I guess so. So again, whose responsibility is it to get the skills necessary in order to actually achieve the desired result? It's my responsibility. So why are you putting that responsibility on them? At the end of the day, you can go and talk to them about more problems, about why this is going to be kind of hard, it's a lot of money, or you can walk up to them with a solution, handle everything, take full responsibility, and lead them into a better life, lead them into a better place in terms of financial security, take them on vacation. So what do you think the person who's at desired result does in this situation right now? And you could always use analogies as well. Another analogy that I've heard, I haven't personally used this one, but I think it's a really good one. So you can say, would you be open to a perspective, John? Yeah, for sure. So have you heard of the expression, heavy is the head that wears the crown? No, I don't know. It's an old Shakespeare analogy or old Shakespeare quote. Basically, it's talking about the king. And the king who wears the crown isn't the king because of the crown. The king who wears the crown, it's not the crown that's actually heavy that makes him the king. It's being the king himself. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. It's bearing the responsibilities and holding all the weight of the decisions needed in order to lead an army, in order to lead people. And that's the reason why he is the king. So are you the one wearing the crown? This is what you tell people to B2P, and this is how you sell to B2B. This is how you sell to even B2C. If it's like a guy with ego and stuff, it's like heavy is the head who wears the crown. So whose responsibility is it to lead an army, take charge, lead their employees, lead their family into a better position? Is that your responsibility or is it your wife's responsibility? Obviously it's mine. Yeah, heavy is the head that wears the crown. So why are you putting that responsibility on them? If they're not the decision maker, if they're not the leader, if they're looking to you for the leadership, why are you actually putting that responsibility on them? So that's another good one that you can use. Analogies are good, right? Analogies allow you to like really see the things and get you to like visualize, right? So always use analogies. You can even think about analogies on the fly if you're a creative person, right? That's what I like to do, but you should have analogies up your sleeve, right? Whew! Once you fucking close them, get the referral. Referral! Please, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to help you out. Awesome. Now, can I ask you one more thing? In your mind, how do you feel like we've been able to help you out the most? And then you're going to be like, yeah, XYZ, I feel like this can get me to XYZ, get me more jacked, maybe more money. Okay, awesome. Now with that in mind, who do you know right now that might be struggling with XYZ? What 3 people do you think could benefit from this service that I'm providing? I think Ben can totally benefit from this whole thing. Can you tell me a little bit more about why Ben would benefit and why you think that we could also help him through? And can you tell me a little bit more about why you think we can actually help Ben as well? And then they're going to sell themselves and why Ben is going to be the good fit for this whole thing. And then you can be like, why do you think it's going to help him? And then he's going to tell you, yeah, he's in a difficult position right now. I think it's going to be a good thing for him to do. And it's like, okay, awesome. Well, can I potentially make a suggestion to you? 100%. What if you tried to potentially talk about some of the challenges that you had and that maybe he's having right now? See if there's some kind of alignment there and talk about like how we've been able to help you solve those things. Do you think that would potentially be more helpful to him? And then leading it with that is money, because it's not like you're leading it, refer him to us. It's have a conversation with him about us. And then he's going to reach out. Let them come to you. Awesome. That's everything in terms of objection handling. I know that was a lot of stuff. Make sure you absorb that shit. Super important, because this is the way you're going to not leave money on the table. It's so important to handle these objections because it's all smoke screens, and it is the number one reason why you are not collecting enough cash. It's the number reason why you are losing deals. This is going to bring your close rate up. Use these objection handling scripts. Use all of these things, and I'm going to be providing you with all of these things necessary that you need. Now, understand these very well, because you need to be able to bang this out on a fly with confidence. Awesome. Thank you so much. Honestly, it's been a fucking crazy journey on this fucking video. This entire series is a lot, so thank you for bearing with it. Make sure you continue watching all the way until the end so that you get as much value out of this entire thing as possible, so that you can scale your personal brand, make more money, get more clients, fucking print and get that dream car, get that dream house, get that fucking bread, man. Let's do this together. And I'm gonna see you in the next module. And welcome to module number 10. This is client onboarding and fulfillment systems. Now, why is this important? The goal here is to set up a professional, high retention onboarding and fulfillment experience that creates momentum, builds trust, and delivers high results from day one. Now, this is absolutely super important, because most coaches lose their first clients in 7 days. Not because their program is bad, but because their onboarding is weak. They feel like when they pay that high ticket price, when they pay the coach, they don't get anything in return. Yeah, I get the one-on-one stuff, but there's no system. There's no system that they can follow and curriculum and stuff. So this is exactly one of the most important things that I'm going to show you what you should do, how I do it myself, and what that looks like visually, and the actual process when someone pays. Buckle up, we're gonna go into this now. Okay. Onboarding is not just about giving access to the content, it's about building an excitement and experience that nurtures their commitment, that gets them excited. It frames their expectations for success, creating early momentum and quick wins, eliminating confusion and anxiety so they're not thrown into the wolves. Now, the way you onboard sets the tone for your entire client relationship. Now, there is some pillars. Honestly, I'm going to just show you. I have notes here, but I just want to visually show you what this whole thing is going to look like, just so you have an understanding visually, to keep it really simple. Now, when someone actually joins into the mentorship, this is what they're going to get. They're going to get a PDF document that I created here. Actually, no, my girlfriend created this. So it's a template. I can send this over to you so that you can make it yourself. Now, this is what it is. We get the cover page, very clean, very sleek, a lot of white space, very elegant. We get the welcome page, welcome to the personal brand mentorship. Basically sets the tone, sets the frame, and shows you what you're going to get into. Now, we're going to show what the team looks like, a little bit about myself, a little bit about the coaches, and then the phases of the actual program. So just so you get a visual understanding, I put my program into 3 months. So each month has one single phase that you focus on. So phase 1, phase 2. So in the context, you get what it is that there is. Now you're probably wondering, okay, where's the agreement? So boom, show you. This is my contract. So as you can see, we basically have the fine print here. This basically lists out the guarantee that you get. So for this specific contract, I have 2 different contracts. This is one for the more advanced program. Now you can see, we have program overview, term, installment, payment, the refund policy, the guarantee, offer execution, content, lead generation, sales process, everything that's good. Now in Jot form, very cool that you can use this. You just add someone's name. As you can see here, you put the name here, pretty basic, doesn't need to be too fancy. Get their name, add a box for their signature. And this is all free, by the way. Make that look nice. And let's get in there. Bada bing, bada boom. Very simple, super easy. Now, I have this. This is the agreement. When someone is on the phone, mind you, I'm on the phone, and they close, meaning like they're ready to give payment. Obviously, I send them the Stripe link, and then while that's happening, I send over their name and email address so that they can sign the whole thing. Very self-explanatory, pretty simple. You get the agreement, you get the course outline, and then you get invited to the private Notion document. Client success plan template, very important. This is the entire plan plan that you need to checklist, that you need to do. So basically, it's like when someone signs in, this is the entire like rubric that you need to follow, that they can click check boxes when they agree and when they figure things out, like when it's done. So obviously sign the agreement, join the school, introduce yourself into the school community, get access to all the videos, log into Descript. All of these different things are basically the steps of the program. So it lays it out very in detail, and every single one of these, if not all of them, some of them don't because they're pretty self-explanatory, but all of these things, they all have like details into what it is. All detailed, man. Detail is details. Like every single thing. So like when they click these things, the deliverables that they complete during the week, they open it. This is like a guide for them just to make sure that they have completed it and done it to the best of their ability. Pretty self-explanatory, but by giving them all of these like resources and tools and everything, it makes the program a lot more professional, clean, and gives like a clear roadmap for people to actually follow and to actually feel like, damn, I actually invested something really good. Now, you need to do this. Make sure that you lock something like this into your process. Extremely important. You don't want people like trying to get refunds, trying to say like they don't know what to do, because your program is just a couple videos and a weekly strategy call every week. So you don't want that. You want to have something that's tangible, something that gives a roadmap, a clear roadmap that they can feel completed by and good at by like checking the boxes off like this, right? So immediately, obviously they can do that. You schedule in the calls, you sign the agreement, whatever the case may be, and that's all it really is. Pretty straightforward. Yeah. So thank you for watching all the way up until this point. Really appreciate you coming along on this journey with me. It's been an entire roller coaster in terms of this entire business model, explaining it all to you. So I hope you got a lot of value out of this, and I hope all this stuff is very straightforward to you. I'll see you in the next module. Welcome to module number 11. Now, this is about fulfillment, delivering results that actually build proof. Super important. When you get your first client, you have to treat them extremely like they're the prince of fucking England, or they're like the god. You know what I mean? To completely over deliver on their transformation and document every part of the process to build social proof, build the case studies and content that sells for the next 10 clients, because this is your time to shine as a coach, as a consultant. Now, step one, over deliver, document every step. Your goal is the transformation plus the proof, because that is more marketing. It is absolutely your goal to take this client and give them the absolute most crazy, unreasonable transformation. Get them to sign their first client if you're a coach. Get them to fucking lose 10 pounds in the first week. Get them to do something, make $1,000 in their first week of drop shipping. Like whatever the case is, you need to deliver crazy results. Don't just fulfill the promise, show the progress as well. Track the wins, the income, the clarity, the leads, results, like daily things, quotes from the coaching calls, like record the fucking coaching calls that you do with these people, the DMs that they send you, letting them see like, this is the best thing I've ever done. You're going to change my life. Like all these things are really good testimonials and proof for your audience to see. Super important. You can't just let this go to waste, right? Bonus proof, obviously, if you have voice memos they send you, Zoom clips from the one-on-one calls, obviously with their permission, but getting testimonials like that, I mean, their own IG stories tagging you, like everything like this is so important. Save screenshots of client wins somewhere on one of your highlights in your Instagram story, just so you have proof of the results. And you see every consultant do this. So there's a reason why people do it, because people want to see the social proof. People want to see like, okay, am I actually investing in something that has been a proven thing that has worked for people? Now, obviously, if you haven't done it yourself, if you're still building up your testimonials, if you're still building that up, that's fine. You just need to make a really good testimonial, first of all, or yourself is the testimonial. Like your transformation yourself. Say you went from 300 pounds to shredded 175 pounds, something crazy like that, and you're just fucking yoked. That's your transformation. That's your proof of result. That you can pretty much do if you're signing your first client. Pretty self-explanatory. Turn that shit into reels. So first, make a long form YouTube video out of it. Obviously, it's always YouTube first, and then we clip farm, right? So that's the strategy that we're going to be using. It's the best strategy that we always use for whenever it's creating content, whenever we're creating testimonials. So in this case, when you're creating a testimonial, make a 5 to 10 minute video, like on a Zoom call with them, or even better, if you're in person with them, fly them out or something if you have the bread to do that, because that's like truly the best kind of content. That is my goal. My clients, I want to really get them out and fucking bring them into Vancouver, or go out, fly out to Dubai, meet them in Dubai, do some crazy shit like that. There's people doing this shit. That's the next level type of marketing, because like when you're getting people in your actual like real like face to face, that's the real actual thing, right? So that's the freaking meat. That's the cream of the crop right there. That's the marketing that you need. So it's not about just like giving them that experience and like doing that type of stuff and really showcasing that you do it well, but it's about the freaking marketing. It's about getting these people to give you a live testimonial for social proof, so that your next clients can be like, yo, I need to do this. We talk about things like like the problem they came with, the process you helped them with, what happened emotionally, tangibly, like the failures, the wins, all the results of the program, and then choose the CDA. You can either do a call to action at the end or not. I probably wouldn't even add a call to action because like the call to action is literally the video itself. Basically, the client explaining, selling your program or service, whatever it is, to your audience, like without even you saying a thing. And you're just like, after that, it's just refine and repeat. Once you've delivered the results and built a content bank, potentially ask them for a written video testimonial with a prompt. Like, for example, give me your honest experience working with me and what has changed about your life since we started working together. You see it all the time. People are like, yeah, I just joined Michael's program. Now I've signed my first client. I've done this. I got a bunch of followers, like whatever the case may be. You see it all the time. So something like that really works a lot. Using that proof to start charging full price if you're not already charging at full price already. And then here's some more testimonial prompts. I'm like, where were you when we first started working together? What happened during the program that surprised you? What results have you seen? And why would you recommend this product to someone else? These are all very good prompts, but honestly, I like just giving someone like a free-for-all. This is probably like the best one to give. Give me your honest experience working with me and what has changed about your life since we started working together. Money. Now, use all of this as your marketing. You don't need to put any money into like meta ads or whatever the case. Fire this shit out on social media. Fire it out on YouTube. Fire it out on TikTok, Instagram. Get it everywhere. Omnipresence. Think about that. Omnipresence. Be everywhere and then no one's gonna miss you. Welcome to module number 12. This is scaling with systems and smart recruiting. This is when like you've dialed in your process and then you need to start delegating. You need to make your first hire. So the goal here is to learn how to scale your business by optimizing your time, identifying your best roles, and recruiting with great support without burning out or wasting money on the wrong hires. Now, this is extremely important because this is what is going to allow you to scale. You can only get to around 20, 30K by yourself without even burning out. Like you can't go 100K by yourself. You need to build out a team. You can't be like appointment setting. You can't be editing videos if you're making 100K a month. This doesn't make sense like that. You need to do the more higher leverage tasks of whatever it is in your workflow and your system. So you need to know your zone of genius. Systemize tasks before you delegate them. Use AI automations to reduce human workload. Recruiting based on culture, character, and capability. Now, these are all very important. We're going to dive into it. Step 1, do everything yourself first. You can't hire anyone if you don't know how to do the task. You need to understand how this stuff works, because how would you ever understand how to hire a good appointment setter if you haven't done it yourself? How would you understand how to edit a good video editor if you haven't done it yourself? So it's about understanding and recognizing talent and working within your network of people like myself or other people that you may know, how to find these people, how to find good video editors, how to find good appointment setters, how to find good closers. These are probably the hires that you're going to make. So just be aware of that you need to know what the job is before you do it. Otherwise, you're not going to know how to do it. Then you're going to be able to oversee things and be like, okay, are they hitting the KPIs? Are they doing everything they need to be doing? So before you hire anyone, build out SOPs, standard operating procedures. Basically, like list out like what needs to be done per task. Like if it's a sales rep, are they hitting the numbers? Are they closing at the close rate that we need to close in order to hit our income goals? Now, with all this being said, build out the SOPs, put it into AI or something very simple, and that's basically just writing like rules, but understanding like what you enjoy versus what drains you. Like for me, I can say that like DM appointment setting drains me because there's so many of it. So that's my first hire. Another thing is probably like video editing in terms of like short form stuff, because my stuff is very easy to edit. So I just need a good video editor, a good appointment setter, potentially closers down the line. That's like for my own personal like business itself. But that's basically what you're going to be hiring for. And then coaching as well. You honestly want to oversee everything and you want to be like the face of the content and head of fulfillment. So ideally, you just need the sales team, you need the editing team and coaching team, and that's all it really is. And then like you're only giving away like at most, if you're doing some kind of like growth operator or whatever, if a growth operator is working with you, they can only take maximum 30%. And if they're taking 30% from you, if they're doing everything here, if you're delegating everything to a growth operator, you're saying, okay, figure out everything. I only need to be making the content, giving you the content. You edit it, you distribute it, you do everything for me. And then it's like, I'm going to just be on the coaching call with the client. If it's one-on-one, if it's a group call, whatever the case is, depending on where you're at scale, like that's what it should be like. If it's anything less than that, it's not 30% worth. So you need to protect your margins in this business. So yeah, just understand that. Now, if you're doing a lot of these things yourself, just for some understanding, you give a closer 10%, you give the appointment setter who set the appointment for the closer to close. When the deal is closed, they make 5%. That's 15% you're giving away already. Where does the other 15% go? That's up for you to decide. So you're taking home 85% of the cash most of the time that is collected. The only thing is like your time, as well as if you're running like some kind of website that people use, or if you're running some kind of like service that people are using. Obviously that's like a business expense, but like still going towards that. So for me, I hold like an AI video editor where my clients go in there and do their content. So that's one of the business expenses for me. It's not always going to be 100% profit margins. Most of the time it's not going to be like that. But if you're closing your own deals, like you're honestly going to be getting like 90% profit margins on this shit, which is pretty freaking good. Aside from all that, make a list of the things that you do when you do everything. Like what brings in the money, what gives you energy, what can be done with AI, what requires a human. So automate and optimize with AI. Use AI for like video scripting, scheduling, putting leads into a Google Sheet. All these things are pretty simple, pretty self-explanatory. Like for example, have a type form or tally that goes straight to Google Sheets so that like your appointment setter can just call these people up. Super straightforward. Obviously, I'm gonna use Descript. Descript is great. Opus Clip, any one of these things is great. Obviously, got to optimize with AI. You don't want to be fucking spending all your time like taking out silences. Just get AI to do most of the work. ChatGPT, obviously, Google Gemini, whatever the case is. ChatGPT projects for this is extremely valuable. So do ChatGPT because you can make projects. But with all these other AI chatbots coming out, all of them work the same. It's the same API, so pretty much do whatever works best for you. But leverage AI, and then get someone to leverage AI when you're done leveraging AI, if that makes sense, you know what I mean? And then what humans are essential for, 100%. Not everything can be automated with AI. You should use real humans for sales, 100%. Coaching and delivery, creative direction, that should be you. And then strategy, thinking, refining. That's your job as a leader. You are the leader, so you need to decide what the humans do and then what the AI does. Now, with sales, 100%, if it's not your strength, you need to know how to do it. Hire a closer if you don't like doing it. Coaching, delivery. You need to do this, obviously, because people are paying for you. They're paying for your proximity. But if you fucking hate doing it, you have to at least do it a little bit. You gotta go on a couple calls, but hire a coach that's very good. Or hire one of the people who came out of your program as a coach. Creative direction, I mean, get AI to help you with that, but at the same time, humans create brand nuance. So that's what I'm saying, bro. It's like you can't always replace everything with AI. Use AI as a tool. It can't just replace the human. Step 4, hiring your first VA or freelancer or whatever the case may be. Your first, like I mentioned, it's going to be like a virtual assistant, a video editor, customer support, sales, client onboarding, sales call guy, like community management, whatever the case is. How to find good people, asking your network. Referrals is a lot better than cold hiring people. You need to look in your network. Do the Hormozi method where you ask every single person, hey, just wondering if you know anyone who is looking for a job like this, that needs this. That's a lot better because referrals, the name of the game is networking, right? Utilize your network. The main problem with recruiting is that like most hiring mistakes come from asking the wrong questions, relying on gut instinct, and not having a structured process. So there's a book, it's called The A Method in Hiring. Very good book. I haven't fully read it. I was a recruiter one time for a company, so I get it. I understand what it takes to find good talent. Depends on who you're looking for, but basically when you're hiring someone, you want to be looking for someone who is just ultimately like a good person and has good values. Someone you just get a good vibe from that you can honestly see yourself talking to. If anything in your gut tells you you don't think you can talk to this person, just fucking send them out to the wolves. There's always more people. Don't let it be a hard lesson learned because they're gonna fuck you over at the end of the day. So don't write a fluffy job description if you're actually doing a cold hire. Write a scorecard. Talk about the mission of the role, the outcomes that must be achieved with specific measurable goals and outcomes, competencies, what they need, like behaviors. It's not just skills. It's like you need to be charismatic. You need to be nice, funny, courageous, whatever these like character traits are. You need to like clearly outline this on a scorecard in a job description. Now, hiring success equals role clarity plus performance expectations. You're going to be golden if you do these things. Now, the source. Constantly build a pipeline because at the end of the day, there's going to be people filtering in and out. You're probably going to have to go through 100 different video editors to find like the right one, right? That's how it works, okay? So the best candidates are usually not actively looking. They're usually not actively hitting you up. They're the ones who are in the background already making bread. The people who are already doing this shit looking for potentially another opportunity, or they don't know that they have another opportunity that's better. So that's the best types of people that you should find. Hiring is like sales. Always be prospecting top talent. Great people know other great people. So leverage your network. Use a structured interview process. Do it pretty nicely, but instead of using your gut feeling, you could potentially do 4 interviews here to build the bigger picture. When I worked in recruiting, we did 4-step screening process. Basically, it was like appointment setting in a sense, basically understanding some qualifications. So filtering out like low fit people fast. What are you good at? What are you not good at? What's your experience? What have you done? And then if they're good, book them onto an interview, walk them through the job, ask them about things that they've done, what has been their achievements, what has been their failures, what is the manager feedback, why are they on this call, what was the reason why they aren't doing that job anymore, and then do a second interview which is very more focused. You're targeting specific outcomes from the scorecard. Tell me about a time when, blank. If you're hiring a sales rep, you got to do a role play. You got to do role plays on these things. So it's like identifying like what their strengths and weaknesses are and understanding, am I confident to put the money on the line with this person? And then reference checks, obviously, if it's necessary. Speak to at least 3 to 5 references directly. Would you hire this person again? Why or why not? If you feel like they're really good but you have some kind of feeling, just do a reference check. Ask, be like, hey, where'd you work for before? Reach out to the people who was working with them and you'll be golden. And then sell it. Top performers have options, so you must sell on the fact how it's going to be a specific great fit for how their strengths are going to align, the freedom they're going to get, and the ownership, the autonomy. They're going to become a part of the family, the culture, the team, and fortune. Show it as like a growth opportunity. You should never hire people into a company and get them stagnant in a role. You should always explain, it's like, yeah, you could always reach like a higher position. You could always, if you prove yourself, you make more money. That's like the best way to hire. And the number one predictor of success in hiring is having a structured process. Best advice for recruiting and hiring great people: use a scorecard, constantly score A players before you need them, run structured behavioral interviews, sell the opportunity like you're closing a high ticket deal. Very important. Focus on the attitude, communication, reliability. If they're late for the interview, that tells you a lot about someone, so make sure they have good punctuality. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. A red flag is someone who wants exact instructions, avoids taking initiative. You want someone to be able to like do things on their own, who makes their own process, and you don't need to like micromanage all the time. Yes, you need to give them direction, you need to give them pointers, but you don't want to tell someone, oh, this is how you log into Google, this is how you do this and that. Fuck that bullshit. Now, recruiting. When you start hiring key players in your team, you're going to be hiring a sales rep, a coach, operations manager, even a recruiter to hire these people. So it's like understanding, it's like leading with your mission, not just the tasks that are required. Keep the mission in mind, like at front end. It's like, what is the actual purpose of your business and the company, and what is the goal here? Sell them on why your vision matters. Build a performance-based culture, not just hourly work. We have like bonuses here if like you hit certain KPIs, if you close X amount of deals in the week. Give ownership over outcomes, not micromanagement, right? So the team framework is, you are the CEO. You're not the video editor. You're not the recruiter. You're not the sales rep. You are the CEO, okay? And then there's a sales closer. It might be you for now. And then there's a client success. That's for later, video editor, VA combo. That's the ideal framework that you need to understand. You are the CEO. You aren't doing all these things. So when you get to a certain level, you need to do these things all by yourself. This is what's going to get you 10K, 20K, 30K, whatever the case may be, depending on your ticket price, depending on how many people you can physically handle. Otherwise, you need to hire someone to do this stuff so that you can delegate and you scale. That's the way it works. Book recommendation from my mentor. I haven't gone through it, the entire thing, but it's very good. I believe it is what is very necessary in business, because business is people, right? If you understand how to work with good people, if you understand how this whole thing works, you're going to be able to find good talent and everything. So, book recommendation. The A Method for Hiring by Jeff Smart and Randy Street changed the way I think about building a team, gives you the full process for. I mean, I haven't read through the entire thing, so this is bullshit. I didn't read the entire thing. However, it defines what kind of person you need, asking the right questions in interviews, making hiring decisions based on evidence, not gut feelings. So I did a lot of recruiting, so I understand what I'm looking for, and I will get going on this book. That's just showing how I'm not perfect and how I need to get my ass on some things. That's something I'm working on. No one's perfect. Anyways, my recruiting scorecard from my own experience, I rate based on skills, speed, attitude, ownership, and trust. Can I trust this person? Overall, is this someone who I can put into the field with me? If I'm in the war, can I call on this person? That's what you gotta think about recruiting. It's so important. So you don't scale by doing more, you scale by doing less of the wrong things. Now that your brand has a foundation, it's time to run this up into a real business. We have gone on an entire magic journey here. This is the end of the journey. I'm sad to see this go, but let's build this thing up. This is the foundation foundation to build your 10K a month, 20K a month, 30K a month brand, personal brand, consulting business. Once you implement every single piece of this, you'll have the tools, the systems, and the mindset to scale with confidence. Let's get fucking started. Let's build something absolutely fucking amazing and real. Let's get that fucking money, baby. So, if you made it all the way up into this point, thank you so much for watching. I can't thank you enough. This has been an incredible journey. I'm so excited for you, and I hope you absolutely implement and have taken as many notes as possible for this entire video. It's a long video series. It's a long video. Let's take a break, come back to it, sleep on it, watch this video again for reference whenever you are building out your business, whenever you need help, whenever you need something. And if you need more guidance, if you need more hands-on, hit me up, and I'm more than happy to walk you through this and talk about it and see if we can potentially work together. If you want that accountability, I'm here to help. There's a link down below, a link to talk to me one-on-one to see if it's going to be a good fit for us to actually lock arms and dive into something like this on me helping you out. So, looking forward to hearing from you. Potentially, I'll see you on the other side of the fence. Let's fucking rent a boat in the fucking Maldives, in the Amalfi Coast. Let's do this shit, man. Let's lock in. This is the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching all the way up until this point. Let me know if this information was useful and if it was helpful for you. Or if it wasn't. I doubt it wasn't. Hope you learned something. I hope you took a lot of notes. And I hope this changes your entire life. Because this is the business model to do. The fucking info game is growing and growing. It's set to be worth billions of dollars in the next 5 years. Absolutely take initiative right now, and in 1 year's time, you're going to be in a completely different lifestyle. You're going to be in an entire different position if you absolutely do this. Lock in 100%. So, with all that being said, thank you so much for watching all the way up to this point. I'll see you later. Peace.